This is Audible.
Can't Get You Out of My Bed. Love and Luck, Book 6. Written by Isla Olson. Narrated by Michael Dean. Chapter 1. 11 years ago. Ben. The sound of black-eyed peas, I got a feeling, slams into my ears as Declan and I get closer to the backyard. I swear, if the neighbors don't call the cops tonight, it'll be a miracle. Although I imagine they're all probably pretty used to big Kelly parties by now. Just one of the perils of living near a family with so many kids. Deck actually told me they once had neighbors who moved away so they could be closer to the airport. Not sure whether that's entirely true or not, but it helps paint a picture, doesn't it? As well as the 11, yes, count them 11, Kelly siblings. There's also about half our senior class here at this party, so it's a little rowdier than the Kelly events I'm used to. But so far, everything seems pretty much under control. For some reason, everyone seems to be having a great time. It's like they think this is a happy occasion or something, instead of one of the worst things to happen ever. Declan's moving away in a week. No, less than a week. 5 days to be exact. And he's leaving Josh and me behind. I still have no idea why he's decided to go to UAlbany instead of NYU with Josh and me, but after an entire year of denial, I've finally managed to accept that as of 5 days from now, one of my best friends in the world will be living 3 hours away. And I know what you're thinking. 3 hours isn't that far, and it's not. But it still won't be the same. We won't all see each other every day. We won't all be sharing an apartment in the village like I used to daydream about. We won't be experiencing college together. As Deck and I weave our way through the crowd of partygoers, stopping every now and then to greet old classmates, I see his oldest brother, Shay, moving toward us. He has a bright grin on his face, and it's directed straight at Declan. "There he is," Shay exclaims, grabbing Deck's shoulders once he meets us. "So proud of you, buddy." He clutches a hand to his heart, his eyes falling closed dramatically. "My little boy's all grown up." Declan just stares at his brother in confusion. What are you talking about? I graduated months ago, and I got into UAlbany like a year ago. You're a bit late on the congrats, bro." Shay fixes Declan with a knowing look. "Oh, that's not what I was congratulating you about. Or are you going to try to tell me I didn't see Josh sneaking out of your room this morning?" My gaze immediately snaps to Deck, just in time to see his cheeks burn bright red, and I feel a gnawing twisting in my gut, because that's all it takes to know Shay's assumption is true. Now, before you jump to any conclusions, let me just clarify, I have no feelings whatsoever for either Declan or Josh, but they're my two best friends in the world, and the thought of them hooking up just feels wrong. Plus, there's the fact this has come completely out of nowhere. They've never shown even the slightest inkling of interest in each other. Have they? Another of Declan's older brothers, Liam, joins Deck and Shay's conversation, and I decide to peel away and go in search of my other best friend. I find him on the opposite side of the yard, chatting to a cluster of our old classmates. "Hey, Ben," our former class president, Emma King, says with a bright smile as I join the group. "Hey, mind if I borrow Josh for a minute?" Before anyone can answer, I grab Josh roughly by the elbow and pull him over to a quiet area of the yard. "Whoa, what the hell? What crawled up your butt?" he demands, knowing me well enough after 15 years of friendship to know I'm annoyed. I fold my arms over my chest. "Gee, I don't know, Josh. Could it be you and Declan?" "No, wait a minute. You crawled up each other's butts." His brows shoot up in an almost comical expression. "You're upset I hooked up with Declan? I didn't think you'd care, considering, you know, How you're pretty much in love with shh, I say harshly, making a slashing gesture through the air to cut him off before he says anything else. I quickly glance around to make sure no one's overheard us, but everyone seems preoccupied with the party. I'm not jealous, I clarify. I just don't see why you and Deck had to go hook up. What's the big deal? I rub the back of my neck as I try to think of words that could possibly explain my feelings on the issue. It's already bad enough Deck's leaving. Now whenever he comes back, it's going to be all awkward between the two of you. Either that, or you'll be jumping each other's bones, and I'll be out in the cold. Either way, you're breaking up the band. Josh's brows furrow in confusion. What band? Our band, I say, throwing my hands in the air. We have a band? I roll my eyes. It's a metaphor, idiot. You know, it was stuff like this that broke up the Beatles. Josh arches a skeptical brow. They started sleeping with each other? I must have missed that. Josh! His face forms into a sympathetic expression as he lets out a soft sigh. Ben, the band's already breaking up, man. Things are going to be different. We'll be in Manhattan and Deck will be in Albany. We'll be doing things together and Deck will be making a whole new group of friends. I thought you'd started to accept that. I nod reluctantly. Yeah, I had. It's just happening. He places a hand on my shoulder and gives a reassuring squeeze. For what it's worth, the thing last night really wasn't anything. We just wanted to, get it out of the way. My gaze snaps up to meet his. Are you kidding me? Hey, not everyone's waiting for the perfect moment with the perfect guy, he teases, waggling his eyebrows at me. Shut up, I say with a scowl. That's not what I'm doing. Besides, I already popped my cherry a couple years ago. Josh grins. You popped a cherry. You're bi. You need to do both. That seems like a double standard, I grumble. He merely shakes his head in wry amusement before glancing away as his attention is caught by something else. Speaking of Mr. Perfect, he's watching you again. No, he's not. Yes, he is. He's staring right at you, Josh insists, his mouth curving into a Cheshire cat-like grin. Staring right at your ass, to be precise, and he looks like he wants to eat it. I scowl at the smirk on Josh's face because I'm certain he's making this shit up. But even so, I can't help my stomach from fluttering like mad and my ass from clenching at the thought Aiden Kelly might want to do anything to it, let alone eat it. Maybe he just likes my jeans or something, I reason. He's straight, remember? Josh rolls his eyes. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Alana didn't come out until after college, he points out, referencing Deck and Aiden's older sister, who's now in a serious relationship with a woman. Come on, man, get serious. What are the chances there's yet another queer kid in the Kelly family? Josh shrugs. Stranger things have happened. And I'm telling you, he's been flirting with you all summer. It's my turn to roll my eyes. We're friends. Friends say nice things to each other. That's all it is. Josh folds his arms over his chest. Really? When was the last time you told me the t-shirt I was wearing really brought out the color of my eyes? I shrug. Maybe if you had a semblance of fashion sense, I'd compliment you on it. Besides, he's always been like that. Josh's brows draw together. Has he? I nod. For as long as I've known Aiden, he's always gone out of his way to be sweet and kind to me, taken a genuine interest in things that are important to me, and just been there if I've needed someone to talk to. I'm not entirely sure why Josh thinks something has changed this past summer. My only guess is that he hasn't seen Aiden for a while because Aiden's been away at school. What I do know is that Aiden is straight. And if he ever found out about my feelings for him, he'd probably want nothing to do with me anymore. Chapter 2. 11 years ago. Aiden. My stomach flip-flops as I watch him across the yard. A bright smile lighting his beautiful face as he laughs at something Josh is saying to him. Fuck, he's gorgeous. Ben, not Josh. Josh is okay, I guess, just not really my type. But Ben. I've been into him since I was 15. And tonight, I'm actually going to do something about it. 5 years I've been waiting for this, to find out if Ben could possibly return my feelings. But I've never had the courage to find out. Fuck, I don't even know if I have the nerve to do it now. I just know if I don't, I'll regret it. He might be the younger of the two of us, but for as long as I've known him, he's been steady and confident with all his shit 100% together. Me, I'm a hot fucking mess, and always have been. I've spent the last couple of years while I've been away at college working myself out. Not entirely there yet, but getting close. And when I came home this summer, I figured I was finally ready to be the kind of man Ben deserves. I was planning to lay it all out, tell him how I feel, and just hope for the best. But of course, I chickened out. Now it's my last night before I have to go back to school, and I have no idea when I'll see him next. Tonight's the night. I steel myself to walk over and interrupt his conversation with Josh, but my flip-flopping belly turns into a twisting, churning sensation. And I know there's no way I can do this without a little liquid courage first. Fucking hell, I say to no one in particular, shaking my head in annoyance. What's wrong? My sister Alana asks, obviously walking past to find me swearing to myself. I let out a heavy sigh. Ugh, nothing. It's just, I get this party is full of teenagers, and I know I'm not technically 21, but I just wish it weren't a dry party. It's fucking lame. She tosses back her head and lets out a peal of laughter. Oh, sweetie, you think this is a dry party? I glance around me at all Declan's school friends gathered in the yard. Only a handful of them actually have drinks in their hands, but the ones who do have bottles of water or cans of soda. Alana smiles indulgently. You think Shay and the others would be able to survive this thing without a few drinks? Go to the kitchen. You'll see them all guarding the pantry like it's the entrance to Fort Knox. Following her instructions, I make my way into the house and toward the kitchen, and I do indeed find my older brothers, as well as Liam's wife, Melinda, hovering around the pantry door. What's up, little brother? Shay asks upon noticing me. Alana says you have booze. Damn it. That girl can't keep a secret to save herself. I want in, I tell him. He shakes his head firmly. No underagers. That's the rule. Oh, come on. I'm not a teenager, I say with a gesture over my shoulder toward the teens gathered for the party. You're not 21 either, Brendan says a little smugly. I narrow my eyes at him. The bastard's been 21 for all of a year and thinks his shit don't stink, while my ID says otherwise. Let me see, Shay says. I tug my wallet out of my jeans pocket and retrieve my fake ID, handing it to Shay. He studies it for a long moment before nodding. All right, this checks out. Go ahead. He steps aside and allows me to enter the pantry. Me. I'm gonna do it. I'm on a kid's bed tonight. Elliot Fox. What? Elliot Fox. Kid's bed? Aiden Kelly. Are you blind? I said kiss bed. Elliot Fox. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you meant to say kiss Ben. Me. That's what I said. US flag emoji. Elliot Fox. Okay, sweetie, I think it's time to ease up on the shots. Me. I never said I was doing shots. Elliot Fox. No, you've just gotten all patriotic all of a sudden? Me. You're making no sense to me right now. Elliot Fox. That's because you're hammered. Me. I'm gonna do it. Me. I'm gonna kiss his lips with my lisp and it's gonna be magical. Elliot Fox. Facepalm emoji. Elliot Fox. I'm not sure it's such a good idea, sweetie. Me. Shut up, you're not the boss of me. Me. Magical. I slip my phone back in my pocket, deciding not to let my best friend's unhelpfulness sidetrack me. I'm going to kiss Ben tonight. And it's going to be incredible. I spy him emerging from the bathroom and manage to intercept him before he gets back out to the yard. Hey. He offers me the smile that's been making my stomach flip all over the place since I was 15. Hey, can I talk to you, in private? He nods, and I lead him away from the crowds and to the privacy of my bedroom. What's up? Ben asks once we're in my room with the door closed. Shit. Now what? Do you ever wonder why no one ever plays 7 Minutes in Heaven anymore? I blurt out, thinking that'd be an awesome way to show him my killer kissing skills. Ben blinks at me a few times. Because we're not 13 anymore? I nod. Makes sense. What about Spin the Bottle? Let's play spin the Bottle, just us though. God, I'm brilliant. Are you okay? He asks with a seriously sexy furrow in his brow. Damn, he's sexy. His eyes widen. Did you just call me sexy? I thought it. Wow, can you read my mind? He stares at me for a long time, his mouth parted. I swear that plump bottom lip is just begging me to slide my tongue across it. You think but you're straight. I shake my head slowly. I'm still figuring out what I am, but it's not straight. He lets out a harsh breath, and I can't take it anymore, bringing my hand up so I can gently graze my thumb over that bottom lip. Can I kiss you? I manage to ask before holding my breath as I wait for the response. His answer is to wrap his hands around my face and duck his head to crush his lips against mine. For a second, I'm taken off guard by the desperate force of it, but I quickly recover, sinking into the kiss I've been waiting so long for. Jesus Christ, Ben's kissing me. His lips are on mine. His hands are in my hair. His body is pressed against me. Fuck, he smells so good. Feels so good. People always say the real thing is never as good as the fantasy, but this is. It so is. In fact, it's even better than all those times I've daydreamed about it. Can I suck your cock? I murmur between kisses. I really, really want to suck your cock. He sounds kind of dazed as he says, Suck my... Yeah, if you want. Without further hesitation, I drop to my knees in front of him. I shove his jeans down, followed by his briefs, and watch in awe as his hard, throbbing cock springs free right in front of me. See, Elliot has no idea what they're talking about. Shots aren't the enemy. Shots make things happen. I wouldn't be on my knees in front of Ben right now if it weren't for shots. Shots should be president. Did you just say shots should be president? Ben asks with a chuckle. I stand by it. My tongue sneaks out to slide over my lips as I stare at the gorgeous cock in front of me for a moment. Jesus, how many times have I fantasized about this, wondered what it would look like, taste like, and here it is, right in front of me. More perfect than I could have imagined, perfect because of the way it's hard and throbbing with need for me, perfect because it's Ben. If you've changed your mind, you don't have to do it. I snap out of my reverie, glancing up to find Ben wearing a hesitant expression. I reach out and wrap my hand around his shaft, sliding it back and forth in slow strokes, and prompting him to let out a sharp hiss through his teeth. No mind changes here, babe. Then I bob my head and swipe my tongue over the crown of his dick, and I'm not sure what's hotter, the salty ting of his pre-cum as it hits my taste buds, or the sexy groan he loses at the feel of my tongue. All I know is I want more of both. I take him farther into my mouth, sucking around the head of his cock and letting out a groan of my own as he thrusts his hands into my hair and tugs on the strands. I always knew none of the other guys or NBs I sucked off in the past couple years would compare to Ben. Not that I wasn't attracted to them or anything. Things are just different when it's someone you have actual feelings for. But I'm glad I got in the practice, because I want to make this as good for him as I possibly can. Fuck, you're good at that, Ben says with a grunt. Oh, so fucking good. I take him to the back of my throat, swallowing around the head, and he lets out a strangled groan of approval. I pull off a little and swirl my tongue around, adding some suction and stroking the saliva-slicked shaft with my hands. Then I take him all the way back again, but this time, things take a wrong turn somehow. I'm not entirely sure how it happens. All I know is 1 second I'm swallowing his dick, and the next I'm shoving it out of my mouth and desperately trying to swallow back a tide of vomit. And failing. Before I can do anything to help it, I'm spraying bright green spew all over Ben's cock. Fuck, I'm so sorry, I say desperately once I finally manage to get it all out. I glance up at Ben to see him staring down at himself, his face completely horror-struck. Why? He shakes his head. I mean, why does it look like something the Incredible Hulk would throw up? I guess it's the Jell-O shots, I say miserably. Fuck, how many did you have? I lost count after 7. Jesus. He runs a hand over his face before looking at me, still a little dazed. Okay, there's a bathroom across the hall. Yeah, that. Here. I peel off my t-shirt and hand it to Ben so he can clean himself up a little, at least enough so he can pull his pants up to get across to the bathroom. Once he's gone, I drag myself over to my bed and crash onto the mattress. I can't believe this. 5 years of dreaming about me and Ben, and I've gone and fucked it up in one stupid moment. I wanted to kiss him before he left my room, just to make sure he knew I still wanted him. But no one wants to kiss someone with vomit breath. Besides, who's to say he'd still want me after witnessing something like that? It's hardly surprising when I wake in the morning with a pounding head. My memories from last night are a little fuzzy, but there's one thing I remember with extreme clarity, as if it's playing out on an LCD screen that's been fixed inside my brain. I kissed Ben, and then I sucked him off, and then I threw up all over his cock. I groan and turn over on my bed, burying my face in the pillow. The groan is only about 10% from the blinding pain in my head. The other 90% is the utter mortification. I let out a heavy sigh as I start to think the situation through. Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe I can just leave the country and never see Ben again. I hear Spain is beautiful this time of year. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I'll move to Spain and eat paella and drink sangria and never, ever come home. Ever. Good plan. My head pounds again as I slowly start to sit up. Okay, maybe I'll skip the sangria. The good news is I'll be able to make a clean getaway because I'm supposed to be heading back to school this afternoon anyway, so the chances of me running into Ben before then are incredibly slim. So I'll go back to school and then book my flight to Spain. Or maybe I'll try Australia. That's farther away, and I won't need to learn a new language. Genius! I tug on a t-shirt and slowly make my way down the stairs, walking carefully because I'm feeling a little dizzy. I'm just about to turn the corner into the kitchen area when I hear a voice that stops me in my tracks. Ben is still here. So much for a clean getaway. "Hey, where the hell did you get to last night?" Brenton teases once I manage to work up the nerve to step into the kitchen. "We lost you not long after Alana got the karaoke machine out." My face screws up, and I stare at him in confusion. There was karaoke? I totally remember the karaoke. "Jesus, how much did you drink?" Shay says with a chuckle. I shake my head and then immediately press my hand to it as the sharp pain hits me again. "I don't know. A lot. I guess. I woke up in my bed, though, so I guess I got myself there somehow." Across the table, I see Ben and Josh exchange a weird look, and internally I'm freaking the fuck out because I know Ben must have told Josh what happened last night, but I keep my expression as casual and indifferent as possible, not giving anything away as I ask in a conversational tone, "Hey, what are you two still doing here?" I know it's completely ridiculous to be acting like I don't remember anything, but my brain's clearly not functioning properly right now, and I guess I'm kind of feeling like maybe if I pretend as though I don't remember what happened, Ben will suddenly forget all about it, and then we can start with a clean slate or something. Like we'll get a do-over where our first magical moment together won't end up with me humiliating myself and ruining everything. "Not that you would know," Declan says with an eye roll. "But they stayed to help clean up last night, so we wouldn't have as much to do today." I glance around the living room and notice for the first time the house has indeed been tidied up quite a bit. "Sorry." I move toward the kitchen for a much-needed glass of water. "Just for the record," Shay says, "you're banned from ever drinking in this house again." Chapter 3. Present Day. Ben. I wouldn't consider myself an expert on relationships, but my guess is that coming home from work on a Friday night to find all your stuff packed up and neatly waiting by the door isn't the best indicator that things are going well. Frowning at the boxes and suitcases that have been neatly arranged there, I step farther into the apartment and go in search of my boyfriend. I find him in the kitchen, pouring himself a glass of what I'm assuming is Merlot. "What's with all my stuff sitting at the door?" Noel glances up, but doesn't answer right away, instead taking a moment for a slow sip of the wine. I see a soft kind of sadness in his dark eyes that makes my gut twist. "I've decided to set you free, darling," he eventually says in his smooth Texan drawl. I feel my brows drawing together in confusion. "What?" He shrugs. "Now you can go back to Austin. I know that's what you really want." I shake my head. "No. I want to be here." Lie. "I moved here to be with you. I love you." Noel just shakes his head sadly. "I know you want to love me, darling, but you don't. A man knows when a man looks at him and sees someone else." I stare at him in confusion. Did you just steal that from the notebook? "Who are you, the quote police?" He waves his free hand in the air. "Whatever. The sentiment applies." He takes another sip from his glass before pinning me with a level look. "Tell me the truth. When we were taking some time away from each other last year, you were with someone, weren't you?" I glance away, unable to meet his gaze as the memory of what happened at my best friend's wedding last December hits me with a sharp pang. It's a memory I've been trying to erase from my brain for 8 months, despite it being printed there with indelible ink. "I thought so." Snapping my eyes back to Noel's, I say, "That was 8 months ago, and we were broken up." He raises the hand not holding the wine glass in a placating gesture. "I'm not mad. This isn't about that." "What then?" I demand. I choose you. You asked me to move here with you, and I did. I uprooted my whole life, moved cities, left my family to be with you. Did you really do it because you want to be with me? He asks, sounding a little defeated. Because you can't imagine living your life without me? Because you love me more than you've ever loved anyone in your life? Because if you can look me in the eyes and convince me those are your reasons, we can unpack your shit and talk this through. But you can't tell me that, can you? I consider Noel for a long moment, taking in everything from his neatly styled hair to his tan skin to his navy polo shirt. I can't see below his waist because he's standing on the opposite side of the counter, but I know he's wearing khaki shorts and topsiders because that's his uniform for the summer months. On paper, he should be perfect for me. Handsome, smart, dependable, affectionate, all the things I should be looking for in the guy I want to spend my life with. But he's right. I don't love him as much as I might want to. Why now? I ask in lieu of answering his questions. Why after 8 months? I can't just go back to Texas. My job's here now. If you've been unhappy all this time... I haven't been unhappy, he interrupts gently, but there has been something missing. I know. I should have said something earlier. I guess I was just hoping for something to change, for you to realize you actually wanted to be here. Something stupid like that. He shakes his head and sets his glass down. Anyways, I've got that thing in the Catskills this weekend, so you can stay in the guest room the next couple days if you need. I'll be home Sunday. I nod. Okay. Thanks. And if you need to keep some of the bigger boxes in the storage unit downstairs, that's fine. There's plenty of space in there. God damn it. Why does he have to be so nice? His phone vibrates on the counter, and he picks it up, checking the text. My car's here. Moving around the counter, he picks up a duffel bag from where it sits on the kitchen table and slings it over his shoulder. Then he approaches me where I'm still standing a little dumbstruck in the middle of the living room. He presses a soft kiss to my cheek. Bye, darling. And as I watch Noel make his exit without a backward glance, I'm filled with a mix of sadness, remorse, and relief. And of course, it's that last one that makes me feel like the world's biggest asshole. I blink my eyes a few times, completely disoriented in my half-asleep state and confused by the unfamiliar surroundings. And then it hits me. Noel dumped me last night and I slept in our guest room. No. His guest room. It's no longer our apartment. It's all Noel's. And I'm just a guest that needs to be gone by the time he gets home tomorrow night. I slump back against the pillow, my hands reaching up to scrub over my face. What the fuck am I going to do? The chances of finding a decent, affordable, available apartment in Manhattan are slim at best. The chances of finding one within the space of one weekend are non-existent. There's only one thing I can think to do right now, and it's called the one person who has the power to make me feel marginally better, even if she doesn't have the power to fix my situation. I grab my phone from the nightstand and pull up my sister's contact details, hitting the option for a FaceTime call. She answers after a few rings, and I can't help smiling as soon as her scowling face comes up on the screen. What have I told you about FaceTiming me before 8 a.m.? Maddie grumbles. I don't have any makeup on. I chuckle. Well, it's nearly 9 here, and you look beautiful anyway. You don't need makeup. She merely rolls her eyes before saying, Hang on a second. She turns her attention away from the phone to yell into the background, Katie, stop pulling on Jelly's ears. He doesn't like it. How would you like it if I kept pulling on your ears all the time? I'm already shaking with silent giggles as I picture the scene. and it turns into outright laughter when I hear my niece's little voice asking, "Can I still pull his tail?" "No," Maddie says firmly. "Just leave him alone. He's trying to sleep." "He's being boring," Katie whines. "I want him to play with me." "He can play with you after. Why don't you come say hi to Uncle Ben?" I see a blur of movement in the background, and then my 3-year-old niece is popping up in front of the screen, dressed in her pale blue Elsa pajamas, her dark hair a complete tangle, and a bright smile on her face. "Uncle Ben!" "Hey, princess," I say with a fond smile. "You have hair on your face," I chuckle, countering, "Well, you have hair on your head." She rolls her eyes in a way she could only have learned from her mother. "I'm supposed to have hair on my head." "Are you being good for Mommy?" I ask. She nods adamantly. "But she says I can't play with Jelly's ears." "That's probably a good idea," I say, unable to keep the grin off my face. Katie's features form into a thoughtful expression. "Are you coming to visit soon?" A sharp pang hits my chest. When I left Austin for New York, it wasn't just my job or the city I'd come to love I was leaving behind. It was also my sister and her family. I nod. "Soon. I promise." Her eyes light up. "Can you visit tomorrow? I can show you my trampa..." She pauses for a moment as she tries to think how to pronounce the word. "Trampoline." "Trampoline," Maddie corrects gently. "Sorry, princess," I tell her, feeling absolutely gutted about having to let her down. "I won't be able to get there tomorrow, but soon. I promise." "Babe, why don't you watch some TV while I talk to Uncle Ben?" Maddie says to her daughter. "Do you want me to put Frozen on for you?" "Frozen 2, Katie specifies, before waving at me and trotting off toward the sofa in front of the TV. "Just give me a second to set this up for her," Maddie tells me, and then I wait for her to put the movie on for Katie before she takes her phone to a quieter part of the house. Once her attention's back on me, she eyes me with what can only be sisterly concern. "Well, you kinda look like shit, Benji," she says bluntly, using the nickname only she's allowed to get away with. 9 a.m. and you still haven't shaved. What's up?" "Noel and I broke up last night." Her expression is a mix of sympathy and concern, but she doesn't exactly look surprised. I let out a soft sigh. "You can say it." "Say what?" "The whole Noel and I weren't right for each other. I shouldn't have moved to another city for a guy. All of that." She offers a sad smile. "Okay, well, if you really want to hear it, I had absolutely nothing against Noel. I was the one who encouraged you to go for him, remember? He's a nice guy, and you seemed content with him." She lifts one shoulder in a small shrug. "For some people, that's all they need. But I just never got the impression you were one of those people." "You're not making any sense right now. You think being happy isn't enough for me?" "Being content and being truly happy aren't the same thing, Benji." I let her words settle over me as I realize this is exactly what Noel was trying to explain to me last night. "You knew me moving would be a mistake," I murmur. I want to ask her why she didn't try to stop me, but I already know the answer. It's because she knew if she asked me not to go, I wouldn't, and she'd want me to make that decision for myself. The fact is, I'd do anything my sister asked of me. She was in her second year of college when our parents died suddenly in a car accident, and she gave up everything to come home and take care of me. I'd been 12 at the time. I'll never be able to repay her for that sacrifice or for all the things she's done for me since. But the thing about Maddie is, she'd never ask me to. Who knows? Maybe it won't turn out to be a mistake, she says in her eternally optimistic manner. This could be an opportunity for you to shake things up. I glare at her. I am not the kind of person who likes to shake things up. Let's just say having your world completely ripped apart when you're 12 years old makes you pretty averse to big life changes. Or, if you'd prefer to go with something more your usual style, you can always come stay with us while you sort out an apartment and everything. I rub a hand over my face, letting out a soft groan of frustration. God, you have no idea how much I want to do that. So do it. I shake my head. It'll take me a while to figure out everything at work. I called in a lot of favors to get transferred here in December. I can't just ask to be transferred back less than a year later. There are other jobs, Ben, she says reasonably. Plenty of people need accountants. I like my job, I grumble. Remember what I said about change? I've been with the same company since before I even graduated from college. I guess I'm just lucky they have locations in several major cities. So when Maddie met her now husband and decided to settle in Austin, I was able to relocate without actually changing companies. And then in December last year, I was able to do the same thing when I decided to follow Noel to New York. I don't want to change jobs if I can help it. And I do have other people here in New York. My two oldest friends, Josh and Declan, both live in the city with their respective partners, so it wasn't all about Noel. But if I want to stay in New York while I work out my job situation, I'm going to have to find somewhere to live. Soon. Chapter 4. Aiden. I let the warmth blazing from the open fireplace seep into my bones as it heats the bare skin of my back. It's a little hard to believe. Only about 20 minutes ago, I was drenched in sweat and peeling off layers as I burst into the cabin after a day on the slopes. But it didn't take long to cool down to near freezing again, and for the drops of sweat to start feeling like little icicles on my skin. It never does in this kind of weather. I take a sip of my beer and watch with a smile as my best friend, Ellie, who's also one of the producers of the extreme travel show I host, plays back some of the raw footage we shot today. Damn, I'm on fire there. Look at that hair. I'm like Shaun White. Oh my God, could you be more full of yourself? She says with an eye roll. Yes, I deadpan, as if I didn't know her question was rhetorical. I watch the way her eyes soak in the footage of me on the slopes. They're full of the same kind of envy I know I feel whenever I see two guys expressing romantic affection for each other out in public. Wish you'd been out there with me, I say with a gentle bump to her shoulder. It's way more fun when it's the two of us. Yeah, well, someone has to get the B-roll, don't they? She says a little bitterly. I rest my head on her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. But she doesn't really see it that way. Ew, get off me. You smell disgusting. That's the smell of success, honey. Well, success needs to take a shower, like ASAP. This results in me wrapping both my arms around her and making sure she gets a really good whiff, because I'm a child, obviously. Oh my God, I hate you so much. You're such an asshole, she cries. No, you don't. You totally love me, I tease. Say you love me, Elle, and I'll let you go. Ugh, you are so fucking needy, I swear. If you two are done with whatever this is. At the derisive tone of my EP, Dave, I let Ellie go and turn to face him. What's up? We got some really good footage today. Yeah, I know, we were just watching it. But I think tomorrow we should add another boarder. The fans love seeing you interact with other people, and I think it'd be good to see you boarding with a friend. It'll make them feel like this is a trip they can take with their own friends. I smile, nodding enthusiastically. This is perfect. Ellie will finally get a chance to be on camera with me again. Maybe we can finally start to steer the show back to the direction we started with. Okay, great. Well, Ellie? Dave shakes his head. No, Ellie will need to produce the segment. I'll be the one participating. But the protest dies on my lips after one quelling glare from Dave. I turn to glance at Ellie, but she merely shakes her head. This is a big opportunity for you, Ellie, Dave says. You'll be producing a major part of the show. She nods. Thanks, I appreciate it. With the matter seemingly settled, Dave exits the room. Fuck that, I say, taking a fortifying sip of my beer. Aiden, just leave it. She sounds so defeated, it makes my heart ache. No way can I just leave it. Not happening, gorgeous. I set my beer down and drag my aching body out of its sitting position. Then I go in search of Dave. I find him in the kitchen, waiting for something to heat in the microwave. When he sees me, he gives an annoyed shake of his head, but says nothing. What the hell was that? I demand. I mean, no offense or anything, but you know damn well Ellie's a way better snowboarder than you. Hell, she's probably better than I am. Dave just shrugs. The segment's going to be about you teaching me the ropes. It makes sense to have someone less qualified. Bullshit. That's so not the reason. He finally turns away from the microwave to fix me with a steely look. Ellie's not on-camera talent anymore. You both just need to get used to it and stop acting like fucking divas every time something like this comes up. I'm grinding my jaw so hard I'll probably crack a tooth. I swear, this fucking guy. Do you know how often people email us or tweet or whatever wanting to know when Ellie's going to be on the show again? Dave offers a derisive smirk. No, they're not asking for Ellie. They're asking for Elliot. He knew this was going to happen before he went and did that. He raises an arm to gesture toward the living area where I left Ellie sitting by the fire. She, I say through gritted teeth, and before that it was they. I don't bother clarifying that point, though. With people like this, there's just no teaching them. Dave merely gives a dismissive shake of his head. Whatever. The microwave beeps, and he takes a no longer frozen meal out, peeling off the plastic and letting the steam explode out. I'm the EP. I speak for the higher-ups, and this is how they want it. You just need to get with the plan and do your fucking job. I leave the kitchen before I do something stupid like punch my EP in the face. As I stalk through the cabin toward the bathroom, I'm no longer cold. My body is burning with anger and resentment toward the fucking producers and all the other people involved in the show who insist on pulling my strings. 7 years ago, when our YouTube channel was picked up to be turned into an actual TV show, it felt like a dream come true. Now, it just feels like a curse. We knew when we signed on we'd be making sacrifices. No one wanted me being out as pan, and they sure as hell didn't want Elliot presenting themselves as genderqueer. But I naively assumed once we gained some success, we'd have more freedom to make our own decisions. Once Ellie came out as a woman and began the long process of legally and medically transitioning about 4 years ago, she was forced to agree to a new behind-the-scenes contract, where she'd still travel around with me and work as a producer, but she wouldn't be in front of the camera anymore. I should have thrown it all in then and there, but she made me promise not to. She couldn't stand the idea of me giving up my dream on her account. Some dream, right? Once I'm done with my shower, I head back to the kitchen, relieved to find it's now douchebag-free, and retrieve a pack of Doritos from the pantry. I then retrace my steps down the hall, taking the bag of chips to Ellie's room, where I find her sprawled out on her bed, once again checking over the footage from today. I flop onto the bed beside her and offer her the packet of tortilla chips. "Oh, I love you," she says gratefully, reaching into the bag and withdrawing a couple Doritos. I smile at her. There, now was that so hard for you to admit? But Ellie ignores me. She's staring at the packet of chips with a furrow in her brow. "These are the sympathy Doritos. Why have you brought me sympathy Doritos?" I let out a soft sigh. He wouldn't budge. "And for that, you're wasting my sympathy Doritos?" she demands, shaking her head. "What if you die in a freak snowboarding accident tomorrow? What am I going to eat to comfort myself, Aiden?" "Well, I'd hope you'd be too racked with grief to eat anything at all," I say with a shrug. She rolls onto her back, taking the bag of Doritos with her. "I could have told you he wouldn't budge. He never does." I stretch out next to her on my side, resting my head on her pillow. "Remember when it was just the two of us with a GoPro, traveling the world?" Ellie grins. You mean when we were broke and cleaning hostel toilets in exchange for free board? I mean when we were the ones making all the decisions. Before we sold out and people like Dave the douche started taking over. Ugh, I can't believe you ever let that guy put his cock in you. My face screws up at the reminder. I can't believe it either. I feel so dirty every time I think about it. I mean, I guess he's pretty attractive when he's not talking or looking all constipated, Ellie concedes. That's rare, though. To be fair, I was on the rebound. You're always on the rebound, she says with a groan. From the same fucking guy. Not anymore. I'm over him. She props herself on her elbow, and I'm pretty sure it's for the sole purpose of being able to raise a skeptical eyebrow at me. You're over him? Just like that? 15 years of being in love with the guy, and now you're just over him? 16 years, I correct her, remembering how I first realized how I felt about Ben when I was 15. Ellie rolls her eyes. Oh, sweetie, you are so not over him. I grab the bag of Doritos and stuff a few in my mouth. How about a subject change? She pins me with a curious look. What is it about him exactly that's had you so hooked all these years? Gee, great subject change. She slides a hand through her long, golden hair, shoving the strands behind her ear. I mean, apart from the fact, I'm pretty sure he's secretly Matt Bomer's slightly less attractive brother. My brows shoot up. Slightly less attractive? Try more attractive. Oh, sweetie, you are so not over him, she repeats. I let out a heavy sigh and shove my hand into the bag of Doritos again, retrieving a generous handful. Okay, don't bite my head off or anything, but are you sure it's really love? Ellie asks. I mean, how much do you really know about love when you're 15? Maybe you're hanging on to these feelings more out of nostalgia. You know, because he was the first person to make you realize you like boys as well as girls. I arch a brow at her. You're the first person to make me realize I like more than boys and girls, I say, referencing the time before Ellie's transition when she identified as bi-gender. For a good 2 weeks after we met in our Intro to Econ class, I was pretty obsessed with the idea of getting in their pants, but they weren't remotely interested in a hookup, and that turned out to be a good thing. No way would we have what we have now if we'd ruined it with sex way back then. I'm not in love with you. She rolls her eyes. Please, you're obsessed with me. Don't even try to deny it. I've never really been one to believe in all that karma stuff, but as I'm watching the EMTs loading Dave into the emergency chopper, I have to admit the thought crosses my mind that maybe this is his assholery coming around to bite him. That's kind of bad, right? I mean, I shouldn't feel any kind of pleasure in seeing someone in pain, but if anyone deserves it, it's definitely this guy. And he literally brought it on himself. If he'd actually followed my instructions instead of going off all half-cocked, trying to show off for the camera, he wouldn't be on his way to a Chilean hospital with a shattered femur right now. What are the odds of them sending a half-decent EP to replace him? Ellie muses as we watch the chopper take flight. I shrug. We only have a couple episodes left to shoot. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to wrap early rather than fork out the cash for a new EP. Chapter 5. Ben. Damn it, why did you give up your apartment? I demand of Josh the second he answers my call on Sunday morning. Needless to say, my apartment search yesterday didn't go well. He pauses for a moment, and I hear him murmur something, presumably to his boyfriend, Connor, who he decided to move in with a few weeks ago. Then he says to me, because I wanted to move in with the love of my life? And you couldn't have just waited an extra few weeks to do that? I don't blame him for wanting to move in with Connor and their little blended family, but the knowledge that I missed out on taking over his lease by a mere few weeks is grating. The fact that his old apartment is the one we used to share back when we were at NYU together makes it sting even worse. I'm sorry, man. I don't have any precognitive powers that would have allowed me to see your boyfriend would kick you out mere weeks after I gave up my apartment. He didn't kick me out, I say defensively. I mean, not technically, anyway. He's letting me stay here this weekend, isn't he? Ben, you came home to find your stuff all packed up and sitting by the door. What else would you call it? He was decluttering. Uh-huh. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I groan and toss my head back against my pillow. I've put in for a transfer back to Austin, but I kind of used up all my favors to get transferred here at the start of the year, so it's going to take a while. No way can I stay at a hotel indefinitely, because I've already decided that's where I'm going tonight, and maybe for the next couple days. But hotels in New York are expensive, and even though I'm not exactly broke, I'm not rolling in cash either. Hey, you know who has a great apartment and is hardly ever even in New York? Josh suggests. I know who he's talking about without him having to even say the name, and I toss my head back and forth in adamant denial. Nope, no way, no. I'm not staying at Aiden's. Beggars can't be choosers, Ben. Well, I'm not that desperate just yet. There's no fucking way I can stay in that apartment, not after what happened last December at Declan's wedding. A year ago, I'd have been hesitant, but probably could have sucked it up. Now, though, no fucking way. Are you ever going to tell me what happened with the two of you at the wedding? Josh asks for about the millionth time, his voice tinged with exasperation. Nope. I know he's worried about the fact I haven't told him what happened, especially considering he's the one person I've told basically everything else to regarding this me and Aiden saga from the time I first started crushing on him back in high school. But I can't tell him this. It's all still so raw. I start to apologize, but Josh cuts me off. Yeah, Ben, I've got to go. My fiance just got out of the shower and he's got this I want to fuck you into the mattress look on. What? Did he just say what I think he said? Wait, fiancé? Yep. Oh, and thanks for the birthday wishes, by the way, he says with obvious amusement in his tone. Okay, now I feel like an absolute jackass. Oh, fuck, sorry, man. I was a little preoccupied. Like the nice guy he is, Josh just laughs it off. It's fine. I'll forgive you if you promise not to bother me for the whole rest of the day. I have other plans. Gotcha. I end the call and throw my cell onto the bed beside me, deciding not to let my mind drift toward what plans Josh and his super hot fiancé have for today. For a brief moment, I consider calling Declan, but decide against it for the same reason I didn't text him on Friday night like I did Josh. If he knows anything about my situation, he'll go into fix-it mode, and will either offer for me to stay in his and Heath's guest room, or will want to foist me onto one of his many siblings. Considering Aiden is one of those many siblings, I'm not taking the chance of that suggestion coming up. And as for staying with Deck and Heath, well, I've been around them enough to know they can hardly keep their hands off each other in public. I don't really want to be a witness to what goes on behind closed doors. I managed to drag myself out of bed and go take a shower before getting to work on changing the sheets in the guest room and cleaning the kitchen. I might not have a place to go to yet, but I know I won't be staying here after today, and the least I can do is make sure I leave everything as tidy as possible for when Noel comes home. I'm just returning from taking some trash to the chute when I hear the sound of the apartment's buzzer. Yep. It's me and Heath, Deck says, prompting me to let out a frustrated sigh because I know Josh must have told them what's going on. Fine. Come up. I let them in, and a minute or so later there's a knock at the door. Oh, thank God. I really need to piss, Heath says, pushing past me and rushing toward the bathroom the second I let them in. Sorry, Deck says, offering a little shrug. I told him the venti wasn't a good idea. So I guess Josh told you? I ask wearily. Connor, actually. Well, that makes sense. Connor is yet another of Declan's many siblings. A horrifying thought occurs to me, and I rub a hand over my face, letting out a groan. Oh God, please tell me my love life isn't the current subject of your family WhatsApp chat. Deck chuckles. No, the hot topics are still Brendan and Wade's adoption, and Kate and Jeremy finally admitting how they feel. And I'm guessing Connor and Josh's engagement will knock them both aside once that gets out. He offers a smile and reaches out to gently rub my shoulder. Trust me, your love life's low-level news, man. I let out a soft breath of laughter, feeling both relieved and a little embarrassed about jumping to the conclusion. Of course, they're not talking about me when there's so much other stuff going on in the family. Why is there a giant framed poster of Dolly Parton in the bathroom? Heath asks, returning to the living area. I have to press my lips together to keep from bursting into laughter at his expression. Noel's a bit of a fan, and it didn't work out between you two? I'm floored. He deadpans. Be cool, I tell him. Dolly's an American icon. Although I can admit it'll be a relief not to have Jolene stuck in my head on a constant loop. So what are you going to do now? Deck asks, moving to sit on the sofa. I shrug. I don't know. I guess I'll stay at a hotel for a couple nights while I look for a new place. There's no point lying to him about that part of my situation. He'll only hear the truth from Josh if I do. Don't be ridiculous. You can stay with us, Heath declares, joining Deck on the sofa. I offer him a soft smile. That's sweet, but your apartment's not exactly huge. Between you two and the dog, I'm not sure a third person's a great idea. Heath frowns thoughtfully. You might have a point there. And we were planning to start setting up the baby's room soon anyway. Already? I ask, my brows shooting up. It's not due till January. Declan shrugs. You can never be too prepared. Oh, what about Blake and Owen? Heath suggests. They have a ton of room. Declan's youngest brother, Owen, is married to a literal billionaire and lives in a 6-story brownstone in the village, so yes, they do have a ton of room. But of all Deck's siblings, Owen, who has always been incredibly shy and withdrawn for being part of such a boisterous family, is probably the one I know the least. And while he and Blake are both great guys, I'm not sure how comfortable I am just foisting myself on them. Declan shakes his head. They're in Kurova for the wedding. I blink at Declan a few times. Pretty sure I've misheard. What wedding? Declan just grins. The royal wedding, obviously. Owen's Jay's best man. My jaw is pretty much on the floor right now. Up until last December, I doubt anyone in America could have said where Kurova even is. It's a tiny country in Eastern Europe, squeezed between Ukraine and Belarus. But then the king of Kurova came out as gay and declared his love for his children's American tutor, and our whole country kinda became obsessed. It was seriously just like, move over, Harry and Meghan, there's a new royal couple in town. Your brother is best man at a royal wedding and you didn't tell me, I demand? What kind of friend are you? Declan just shrugs. I didn't think you'd be that interested. It's honestly not that big of a deal. No, it's just the first reigning monarch to marry someone of their own gender. Not a big deal at all. We still need somewhere for Ben to stay, Heath points out. He's thoughtful for a moment, and then his face lights up. Oh, hey, what about Aiden's? I try very hard not to react as I see Declan's eyes light up at the suggestion. That's an awesome idea. I mean, he's not in town either, but that's completely different. Why is it different? Because he's hardly ever here. He basically just keeps that apartment so he doesn't have to stay in a hotel when he's at home, but seriously, he hardly ever even uses it. He'll probably be glad to have someone in there looking after the place. Yeah, somehow I doubt it. I'm not sure about this. He let me live there rent-free for 3 years, Declan points out. I only moved out because Heath and I got together. And now you're mooching off me, Heath says with an affectionate smile. Geez, you make it sound like I'm some kind of gold digger. Deck grumbles. I prefer sugar baby, Heath says, with the kind of look that makes me think I could just leave the apartment right now and they wouldn't even realize. But before I can put that plan into action, Deck manages to tear his eyes away from his husband and offers me a bright smile. So, let's get you moved into Aiden's place. Deck, I don't know. I feel my face screw up with hesitation. I just don't know how I feel about staying there without him knowing. Fucking hell. I'm running out of excuses here. He shakes his head. I'll call him and let him know what's going on. He'll be fine with it. Trust me. Besides, you'll be long gone before he gets back from wherever the hell he is right now. Colombia, I think, or maybe Cambodia. Finally, I let out a reluctant sigh and nod, knowing there's no way he's budging on this, and considering I can't explain exactly why the idea of staying at Aiden's place makes me so uncomfortable, I'm just going to have to suck it up. At least Aiden won't actually be there. That's one silver lining, I guess. Chapter 6. Aiden. This is just a suggestion, but you might want to use that blanket to cover yourself if you're planning to rub one out right here, mid-flight. Huh? I turned blurry eyes on Ellie to find her looking pointedly at my crotch, where my hand is rubbing over the very obvious tent in my sweatpants. So that's what felt so incredible. I quickly snatch my hand away and use my blanket to cover my lap like she suggested. Sorry. Dreaming. Let me guess. Mr. Big Dick? She says with a teasing smirk. How do you know he has a big dick? Please, you've been obsessed with him for 16 years. No way is he lacking. I hear a little cough from the row behind us, and turn to see an elderly lady in the seat behind Ellie who's clearly overheard our conversation. Her husband, I'm assuming, is sound asleep in the seat next to her. We're in business class, so there's a fair gap between our row and hers, but clearly she has good ears. I'm sorry, ma'am, I say with a sheepish smile. Didn't mean to offend. She waves me off. Not at all. Please, continue. I'd like to hear more about this Mr. Big Dick. I can feel my face burning red as I turn back to Ellie, who's shaking with laughter. I let out a heavy sigh and rest my head back against the seat. Why can't I get him out of my head? I ask. Even my subconscious won't let me forget him. I'm not exactly complaining about the dreams. They're the most action I've had all year. But I'd prefer if they weren't so damn realistic. I always wake up horny as hell, completely unsatisfied and feeling hollow from the knowledge that nothing like that is ever going to happen in real life again. You need to get laid, sweetie, Ellie says. When was the last time you had sex? Like sex, or any kind of sexual activity. She looks at me like I have two heads. I don't know, either. When was the last time you got off with the help of a partner and not just your hand? I sink back farther into the seat, already knowing her reaction's not going to be favorable. The wedding? Are you kidding me? She exclaims, bolting up like her ass is on fire. Shh, I hiss. People are sleeping. She settles back in her seat, her voice at a much more reasonable volume as she says, How is that even possible? I shrug. I don't know. I just haven't met anyone I feel like doing anything with. She arches a skeptical brow at me. Aiden, you're pan. You can literally be attracted to anyone, and you're telling me you haven't met a single person this whole year you've wanted to mess around with? Do you know how many beautiful and interesting and friendly people we've met this year? Yeah, I know. I just haven't really been interested in anyone. She lets out a heavy sigh. Sweetie, you're never going to get over Mr. Big Dick if you don't at least try to move on. Will you please stop calling him Mr. Big Dick? Are you saying he doesn't have a big dick? I seriously hate you, I grumble before putting my eye mask back on and attempting to get some more sleep. Once we land at JFK and clear customs, I pull Ellie into a fierce hug before she trots off to find her gate for her flight to Charlotte, while I head toward baggage claim. I'm so tempted to follow after her and join her for her visit home. I know she's not exactly looking forward to it, considering her family are tolerant at best about her transition, and she could use some moral support, but I also know my mom will likely disown me if she learns I'm in the States and haven't come straight to New York. So as much as I'd like to avoid the city now that a certain someone has moved back here, it's not really an option. And I know what you're thinking. Why would I want to avoid him so badly if I want to be with him? Well, the harsh truth is, it doesn't matter what I want, because he's made it pretty damn clear he doesn't want to be with me. All I want when I get to my apartment is to drown under a blazing hot shower for about an hour and then sleep for at least 3 days. I give Maury, my building's nighttime desk clerk, a wave as I pass through the lobby. He starts to call after me as I head toward the elevators, but I brush him off. I'll catch up on everything tomorrow, man. As I ride up the elevator, I adjust my pack over my shoulders, wondering how the hell I managed to hike up mountains with it on my back when it now feels like it weighs about 1,000 tons. Not going to lie, as much as I love my job and all the traveling I get to do, I'm looking forward to not living out of a backpack for a little while. It takes me a while to get the door open when I get to my apartment, mainly because it's been so long since I've been back, I've forgotten which key I'm supposed to be using. The sleep deprivation doesn't exactly help matters either. I eventually manage to get it open, though, and have just stepped inside when I feel my head split open with pain as something hard is brought down on it with quite a bit of force. What the fuck? Fucking hell, this is the absolute last thing I need, to come home and interrupt a robbery in progress. The smart thing to do would be to just run back out the still open door and call the cops, but of course my brain isn't really functioning right now, so instead of worrying about how many of them there are, or if they're armed with lethal weapons, I let my backpack slip from my shoulders and step farther into my apartment with the intent of taking them on like I'm fucking John McClane. I reach out and grab the guy who hit me, and as we struggle, I manage to knock whatever weapon he was using out of his hand, and it drops to the carpeted floor with a soft thud. Okay, at least that didn't sound heavy enough to be a gun. Not that I have all that much experience with guns, to be honest, but my attempts to overpower him and kick his ass become futile because he clearly has a fair bit of height and muscle on me. After a minute or so of struggling, he manages to pin my arms behind my back and drag me to the floor so I'm face down, with his larger body straddling me from behind. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he asks in a sexy growl I've heard several times before. And it's now I'm realizing I must have fallen asleep in the cab or something, because this is all clearly a dream. Of course it is. Wow. My subconscious is getting very creative. It even feels like my head is actually hurting right now. "Answer me," he growls, fisting my hair and pushing my face into the carpet in a way that's making my cock painfully hard. "What do you want?" "For you to put that big cock in me," I say with a groan. "What?" There's a hint of confusion in his voice, which I don't entirely understand, but whatever. I'll go with it. I push my ass back against him in invitation, repeating the motion several times as he lets out curses under his breath. "Come on, baby, fuck me. You know how I like it." I feel his body move from on top of mine, and I'm bereft at the loss. But then I realize he's probably getting supplies so he can fuck me nice and hard, just how I want. My dreams usually skim over the prep bit, but this one's particularly vivid, so I guess it makes sense. Bright light suddenly floods the room, and I curse myself for waking up so quickly. Fucking hell. "I missed the good part," I grumble. "Aiden?" I hear Ben say in a wary tone. And it's then I realize that even though I'm awake now, I'm still lying face down on carpet, and my head is still splitting, and Ben is still here. Oh no, 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 fuck, this cannot be happening. I slowly turn around so I can look up to where he's standing by the door, arms folded over his broad, bare chest. Please tell me this is still part of the dream. He shakes his head, and the fucker has the nerve to look mildly amused while I'm lying here dead from mortification. No dream. Fucking hell. Why couldn't it have been gun-wielding burglars? What are you doing here? I say in a gruff tone that I'm hoping will mask my embarrassment as I finally get to my feet and head toward the kitchen for some much-needed aspirin. What are you doing here? He asks, following after me. I live here. But you're supposed to be in Colombia or Cuba or something, he says, clearly trying to hide his distress that I'm not in one of those places. It was chilly, and we wrapped early. My producer broke his femur, and the powers that be decided it'd be too expensive to send out another EP for the last few episodes, so we're just working with what we have. I toss a couple aspirin into my mouth, wincing as I throw my head back to swallow them down with some water. Sorry about that, he says, motioning to my forehead. I thought you were a burglar with a key. I arch an eyebrow and then force myself to look away as an embarrassed blush tints his pale cheeks. You still haven't said why you're here. Declan was supposed to call you and let you know I was in the air. I haven't checked my messages yet. Oh, okay. Well, it's not a big deal. The only reason Dex suggested it is because he thought you'd be away, but I can find somewhere else. It's not a problem. I finally glance back up at Ben, and I can see the hesitance and vulnerability in his piercing blue eyes. It's a look I haven't seen for about 7 years, a look he hasn't let me see. And I know that no matter what bullshit he's saying right now, there's no way under the sun he'd be here in my house if he had anywhere else to go. It's fine. You can stay. I decide not to ask why he can't just stay at his own apartment, the one he shares with the guy he went running back to after what happened. I'm not sure I really want to know the answer. He lets out a breath of relief. Thanks. And it'll only be a couple days, just until I can figure something else out. I shrug. No worries. Stay as long as you want. Mi casa es su casa. Ben's brows shoot up in clear surprise. Okay. Thanks. Considering I've spent the last 8 months avoiding coming home just so I wouldn't have to see this man, I know letting him stay here is a bad fucking idea. But the fact is, I can't just turn my back, no matter how uncomfortable the situation might make me, and I've come to the decision that the only way I'm going to survive this arrangement is to simply act like I don't give a shit. As far as I'm concerned, that incident a few moments ago never even happened, and I'm prepared to swear that under oath, if need be. Deciding it's well and truly time for that shower and bed, I push past him out of the kitchen and go to retrieve my backpack from where I left it in the hallway. As I'm bending down to get it, I notice the cylindrical plastic item responsible for the egg on my forehead. Picking it up, I step back into the living room. I flip it over in my hand a few times, a wide smile curving my lips. Why do I get the impression this wouldn't be very useful in a blackout? Ben's eyes bug out comically when he spots the fleshlight in my hand. It's just... With a chuckle, I toss the sex toy to him before retrieving my pack from the hallway and heading for my room. Well, at least we're even on the mortification scale. As soon as I'm done with my shower, I collapse onto my bed. But I don't sleep straight away, as I'd intended. Instead, I grab my phone and send an SOS to Ellie. I know she had a couple hours to wait before her flight home, so it doesn't surprise me when she responds right away. Me. You have to drop everything and come help me, now. Ellie Fox. Are you trapped down a well? Me. No. Why would I be trapped down a well? Ellie Fox. You've been trapped weirder places. Me. Ben is in my house. Living here. Ellie Fox. Who's Ben? Me. What do you mean, who's Ben? Ben! Ellie Fox. Mr. Big Dick? My eyes roll at the nickname I know isn't going to be disappearing anytime soon. Not that it's entirely inaccurate. Me. Yes! Ellie Fox. Is his surname really Ben? Me. What? No, it's Ryland. Ellie Fox. You said it was Ben. Me. You are so annoying. Ellie Fox. Why is he living in your house? Me. I don't know. Apparently, Dex said he could because he thought I'd be out of town. I guess he broke up with his boyfriend or something. I'm not sure. I didn't want to sound too interested. Ellie Fox. Smart. Wink emoji. Me. So can you cancel your flight and come help me? I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Considering I was literally just begging Ben to fuck me, and he also knows I'm homo-romantic, this plan is incredibly flawed. But it's all I have right now. Ellie Fox. Yeah, I don't think so, sweetie. Me. Pretty please? Ellie Fox. Eye roll emoji. Don't you think your family might be a bit suspicious when their pansexual homo-romantic son brother brings a trans woman home as his girlfriend? Me. Yeah, about that. My family don't actually know about the whole pan-homo-romantic thing. Ellie Fox. What? Me. Why are you so surprised? You know I'm closeted. Shrug emoji. Ellie Fox. To the public, yeah. I figured your family knew, though. Don't you have about 15 queer siblings? Me. That's a slight exaggeration. Ellie Fox. Well, Mr. Big Dick must know, at least, considering you've got all bow chicka wow wow with him how many times? Me. I guess it depends what you define as bow chicka wow wow. Me. Okay, yes, he knows. But we had that conversation years ago. I can just tell him things have changed since then. Ellie Fox. Yeah, I'm not doing it. Me. Sad emoji. Why not? In lieu of a text reply, my phone starts ringing with an incoming call from Ellie's number. Hey, gorgeous, I say in my most charming voice. Okay, I will stay in New York and offer moral support because I'm amazing and I genuinely fear for what will become of you without me, but I will not pretend to be your girlfriend. I can practically hear her shaking her head in distaste. Geez, Kelly, I have standards. Chapter 7. 7 years ago. Aiden. Here's a question for you, Elliot says as they approach me at the bar. Why have I known you 5 years, and you're only just now introducing me to all your hot brothers? I glance around the bar where we've gathered for Brendan's karaoke birthday thing, which has become a bit of a Kelly family tradition over the years. I decide not to tell Elliot there are 3 more brothers who aren't here, either because they're not 21 yet, or they're not in New York. What does it matter? I ask. None of them are pan. 2 of my brothers, Shay and Declan, are gay. But while some assholes won't acknowledge it, there's a big difference between men and NBs who were assigned as male at birth. I can still look, Elliot says with a teasing smile that lights up their coal-lined sea-green eyes. Oh, who is that? At Elliot's words, I cast my gaze in the direction of the entrance to the private room we're using for the party. My heart starts beating 1,000,000 miles a minute, and my stomach swoops like I'm skydiving without a chute. Ben. His beautiful face is lit up with amusement as he chats to Josh, his head turned away from us. For a second, I just watch him, taking in every detail. Everything that's the same as I remember, and everything that's different. The hair's different. He's wearing it in that short at the sides, longer on top kind of style that's pretty popular right now. And he looks like he's filled out a little. Not that he wasn't in great shape already, but the creamy skin, those sharp cheekbones, those full, kissable lips, those piercing blue eyes with their ridiculously thick lashes, and that crooked smile. All that's the same. I haven't seen him in 4 years, and if you'd asked me yesterday, I'd have told you I was over him. I'd have sworn it up and down, back to front, on the damn Bible if necessary, but clearly I was just lying to myself, because all it's taken is one glimpse of him for every single feeling I've ever had to come rushing back. I managed to tear my gaze away and turn back to Elliot. Fuck, that's him. Him who? Ben, I hiss. Elliot's eyes widen, and they not so subtly lean around me to get a glimpse. Which one? The tall one. Wow. Before I can stop them, Elliot has moved from the bar and is stalking across the room to practically throw himself at a very alarmed Ben. I quickly follow after, managing to pull Elliot away before they've gotten to the point of climbing Ben like a monkey. Fuck. Sorry, I say to Ben, keeping a firm grip on Elliot's shoulder. They're not really trained for polite society. Can you really blame me? Elliot says, looking Ben over with obvious interest. Back off, I growl. Although I know they would never actually make a move, A, because they'd never do that to me, and B, because despite how much they like to flirt, they don't do one-night hookups. The blush that touches Ben's cheeks is fucking adorable, and it takes all my energy not to just launch myself at him, tackle him to the ground, and start dry humping him right here in the middle of the bar. Instead, I just smile at him and Josh, shake their hands, and introduce them to Elliot. We chat for a bit about my travels around the world and the YouTube channel Elliot and I have been hosting for the past 2 years before moving on to their experiences at college and what they're up to now they've graduated. It's all very friendly and nice, and not at all flirty. I have another question for you, Elliot says to me a little while later. Shoot. I'm happy for anything that'll take my mind off Ben right now. I've barely been able to stop staring at him, and I'm not sure I've managed to be subtle about it. Why can the rest of your family carry a tune, but you can't? They motion to the stage where Brendan's singing Foreigner's Jukebox Hero, and sure enough, he sounds half-decent singing it. I groan. I just wasn't blessed with that gene, okay? Neither was Bridie or possibly Owen. Although no one's ever heard him sing, so it's hard to tell. To clarify, my siblings aren't exactly sopranos, but at least when they sing, it doesn't sound like someone's swinging a bag of cats against a wall like it does when I do. Interesting. So, what are we going to sing? They ask, flipping through the songbook that had been sitting on the bar, as if we weren't just talking about my horrible voice. No? I don't sing at these things. Well, you've never had me here at one of these things before. They reason. I shake my head adamantly. It's not happening. Completely ignoring me, they say, oh, look, they have Elton John's Blue Eyes, and there's Behind Blue Eyes. Or, ooh, how about Pink's You Make Me Sick? I reach out to cover Elliot's mouth with my hand so they can't spout off any more song titles. For fuck's sake, if I sing with you, will you stop? They nod their heads slowly in agreement, and I let go of their mouth. Then they offer me a teasing smirk. Knew you'd come around. Okay, how about Ain't No Mountain High Enough? I shake my head adamantly. Nuh-uh, no way. Their brow furrows. Okay, fine. I've had the time of my life. Stop picking songs with such challenging vocals, I growl at them. I don't think you're comprehending how bad my voice is. Hey, I've heard you sing before. It's not... They shake their head. Okay, it's pretty bad. But this is karaoke, not Idol. It's supposed to be bad. Pick something else. They let out a heavy sigh. Okay, fine. What about I Got You, Babe? They suggest. You could pretty much talk the sunny parts if you wanted to. Fine, I relent, knowing full well Elliot's not going to give up on this duet thing. I can hear the groans from my siblings when I get up on the stage, but it only takes a few moments of watching Elliot prancing around singing Cher's part of the song for me to loosen up and ignore the teasing. It's later in the night, when everything is wrapping up and we're all getting ready to leave, that Elliot comes rushing up to me with a beaming smile on their face and seeming very proud of themselves. Good news. We don't need to go back to that crappy hostel tonight. I feel my brows drawing together in confusion. Why? Did you know Josh and Ben have a place right here in the village? They ask, their tones seeming suspiciously innocent. They're going to let us stay with them. I see Josh and Ben approaching us, and I yank Elliot's elbow, drawing them close to me so I can hiss in their ear, "What did you do?" They smirk at me. I'm giving you an opportunity." "I hate you," I mutter so Ben and Josh can't hear as they draw closer. "Please, you love me." "You guys ready to go?" Josh says, smiling at us. "I should probably warn you, we only have one air mattress, so one of you will have to take the couch." "Dibs on the mattress," Elliot cries, prompting me to shoot them an annoyed look that only seems to make them more amused. When we get to Ben and Josh's, they set up the air mattress for us and provide us with linens before each disappearing into their respective bedrooms. I settle on the sofa and attempt to get some sleep, but that proves impossible when Elliot keeps punching me in the shoulder. "What?" I finally answer after the fourth or fifth punch. "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to sleep. So if you could stop punching me, that'd be great. I didn't maneuver this whole thing so you could just sleep on the couch," they say in a surprisingly quiet voice. "Why aren't you sneaking into Ben's room? Because I'm not a creeper?" "You don't have to do anything, although I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to, but don't you at least want to talk to him? You said you guys used to have these long, deep conversations. Don't you miss that?" "I do miss that. So fucking much. We've exchanged texts every now and then over the last 4 years, but we've always kept things light and very much surface level. He used to be someone I'd confide things to that I wasn't comfortable telling anyone else, and I like to think it went both ways. I'm not sure if that's what happened 4 years ago, or the amount of time that's elapsed since then, or that I have Elliot now, or the fact I've been so determined to get over him. But for some reason, we've lost that closeness, and I really want it back." "Just go talk to him," Elliot prods. Knowing they won't let me get a wink of sleep until I do, and also knowing I won't get another chance at this for God knows how long, I rise from the sofa and take hesitant steps toward Ben's room. "Aiden?" His voice is full of confusion as I step inside and close the door behind me. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asks, his tone a little wary as I slip into the bed. "Come on. I've been sleeping on bedrolls and crappy hostel beds for the past 2 years. Are you really going to deny me a good night's sleep in a decent bed?" He lets out a soft chuckle. "Fine. Why my bed, though? Why didn't you sneak into Josh's room? After he nearly gave me a concussion that time we shared a tent? No thanks." The mattress shakes a little, and I can only guess it's from Ben's silent laughter at the memory of Josh punching and kicking me in his sleep when I was his tent mate one time when I joined him, Ben, and Declan on a camping trip. "Yeah, that's why Deck and I were usually happy to let him have his own tent," Ben says, and I can hear the smile in his voice. "We wised up early. Smart." I'm quiet for a moment before saying, "That was a fun trip." "Yeah." "I've missed you, I admit. Sorry I haven't done a better job of keeping in touch." He's quiet for a long moment before saying, "The occasional text message isn't really the same, is it?" I let out a soft sigh. "Nope." I shift my hand a little farther to the left until I find his. I hold my breath for a moment as I hesitantly slide my fingers between his, but he doesn't pull away. He squeezes gently and holds on. "So, you and Elliot seem, I mean, are you guys—" I chuckle at the undisguised curiosity in his tone. "No, definitely not. I mean, yeah, I can admit I find them very attractive, and meeting them and thinking that is definitely what tipped me off about being pan. But, you're pan?" he cuts in, and I feel his fingers twitch against mine. "Yeah. Well, sort of. Ish." I sense Ben shifting around on the bed and realize he's turning onto his side so he can face me. He doesn't let go of my hand, though. "Ish?" "It's complicated," I tell him, turning my head so I can meet his sapphire gaze. It took me a long time to figure out because it was just so fucking confusing how I could be totally attracted to anyone, no matter their gender, and totally want to have sex with them, But when it came to actually dating anyone other than guys, I had zero interest. Do you get what I'm saying? I've only ever had romantic feelings for men. One man, to be exact. But I'm not about to clarify that. Huh, I didn't realize that was a thing, he says. But it's not in a dismissive way. More out of interest. Neither did I. But Elliot and I joined an LGBT plus group in sophomore year, and there were a couple people there who helped me figure it out. Like I said, it took a while, but I'm pretty clear on it now. I'm pansexual and homo-romantic. He gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm glad you were able to figure it out. Are you going to tell your family? I let out a heavy sigh. Yeah. Eventually. I'm just not sure when. You know they won't mind? I nod. I know. It's not that. There's an agent who's approached us about the possibility of turning our channel into an actual TV series. He offers a broad grin. Holy shit, that's amazing! Yeah, it's an awesome opportunity for us. We'll basically be able to do what we're doing now and actually make money from it instead of making us broke. But he thinks we'll be more marketable if we're more mainstream. As in, not queer? He asks with a raised brow. Apparently, if we were simply gay, that'd be fine. But a pansexual, homo-romantic guy and a genderqueer person would be too complicated for audiences to get their head around. Ben lets out a heavy sigh, and I can tell he's trying to keep his judgment at bay. Aiden, this agent doesn't sound like the best guy. What would you do if someone was willing to hand you your dream? And it's not like it'd be forever. Who knows if the show will even get picked up? And if it does, who knows if it'll be a success? And if it is a success, well, we'll have leverage. His sapphire eyes are full of concern. I just don't like the idea of you compromising yourself. I bring our joined hands to my lips, gently kissing his knuckles. I like that you care so much. I watch as his tongue sneaks out to slide over his plump bottom lip and barely manage to contain a shudder of desire. Honestly, my memory of the last time we, is a little fuzzy around the edges. But one thing I know with certainty is I fucking loved kissing those lips, and I'm desperate to taste them again. Can I kiss you? I ask in a raspy voice. He nods, and I lean forward to touch my mouth to his. Jesus, his lips are so fucking soft. I briefly wonder what he uses for a lip balm, but the thought doesn't linger for long because he increases the pressure and slips his tongue inside my mouth, and God, I'm in fucking heaven. I end up on my back with Ben on top of me, pinning me down with his larger body. As I glide my hands over his back, I just can't get enough of all the hard muscle that's developed over the past 4 years. He was always pretty athletic, but in the time since I last saw him, he's gone from high school boy to college man, and I'm already completely addicted. I groan against his lips as he thrusts his hard cock into mine. Gah, fuck yes. Fuck, do that again. He obliges, and we continue to rut against each other, exchanging hungry kisses until I'm so fucking desperate I can't hold it in anymore. Fuck, I want your cock in me, I groan. You sure about that? He asks with a teasing smirk. Fuck yeah, want you deep in my ass, baby. He slams his mouth back against mine in a harsh, greedy kiss. Fuck, you're sexy when you're begging for cock. What are you talking about? I'm sexy all the time. That's very true, he murmurs. Well, except for when I'm hurling all over your cock, I say with a chuckle. That couldn't have been all that sexy. Ben freezes in the action of kissing my jaw, before slowly lifting his head to look me in the eye, his expression anything but amused. You said you didn't remember that. I blink at him in confusion. What? He backs away from me, putting some distance between us, way too much distance. You said you blacked out and didn't remember anything that happened after Alana started the karaoke. I'm frantically searching my brain for any clue of what he's talking about, and then I find it, and wish I hadn't. The morning after the throwing up incident, I told Shay I couldn't remember a thing from the night before when he asked me where I'd disappeared to. I thought it would be easier. You mean you wanted to forget it? Ben says, his expression dark, and I can almost hear the thought pounding in his brain. Forget me. I want to tell him no. That wasn't it at all. I could never forget what happened or forget him, even if I tried. But when I open my mouth to say that, what comes out instead is, I was really drunk. Yeah, I kind of figured that out when you spewed all over my dick. That only happened because of all the Jell-O shots. Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing to me, mouth? That wasn't what I meant to say. His face shudders, his expression going blank. Yeah, I get it. You were drunk, just like you are now. He climbs off the bed and starts moving toward the bedroom door. I scramble over the bed to follow after him, yanking at his arm. No, I'm not drunk. I'll do a sobriety test. CZYXW. Oh, what the fuck comes after W? T. You missed a couple. Okay, that's not fair. Saying the alphabet backwards is really hard, even when you're sober. Which you're not. He shrugs off my hold of his arm and opens the bedroom door. I think you should go. Ben. Come on. You're blowing this out of proportion. I didn't lie because I regretted what happened. He lets out a heavy sigh. It doesn't matter why you lied. It's that you did. And I'm not talking about the white lie you told your family to avoid questions about your orientation. You lied to me. You made me believe you didn't remember. You made a conscious choice to erase that whole encounter without my permission, and... He glances away, swallowing hard as he hesitates to speak. You made me feel like I'd somehow manipulated you. Because if you were blackout drunk, how could you have possibly been on board with what happened? My eyes widen in horror as guilt and shame twist in my gut. I shake my head adamantly. No, it wasn't like that. I only drank so much because I was so nervous. I beg my lips to form the words, but I just can't seem to get them out. Instead, I lift my hand to his face, rubbing my thumb along his jaw. Please don't ever think that, I whisper before touching my lips to his. He lets me kiss him, but only for a moment before pulling away and shaking his head. How am I supposed to trust you? I trusted you, I tell him, motioning toward the bed to indicate the conversation we had earlier. He's quiet for a long moment, and I think maybe I might be gaining some ground. But then he says, I need you to go. Ben, please. If you respect me, you'll go. With a defeated sigh, I let my hand fall from his face and offer a nod of acceptance. I lean in to press a soft kiss to his cheek before making my exit, stopping briefly in the living room to get Elliot, who is fortunately not asleep yet. When I get into the hallway outside Ben and Josh's apartment, I pause for a moment to lean against the wall, letting out a heavy sigh as my head falls back to hit it with a soft thud. I feel Elliot's arms come around me as they wordlessly pull me into a tight hug. How is it humanly possible to fuck up so badly with the same guy twice, I say, barely managing to hold back tears. Elliot presses a soft kiss to my temple, their hand gently threading through my hair in a comforting gesture. I'll come around, sweetie. Just give him some space. Chapter 8. Present day. Ben. On a disaster scale of 1 to 10, Aiden coming home to find me squatting in his apartment would pretty much be a 15, maybe a 20. Almost giving him a concussion with my fleshlight? Yeah, that probably ramps it up to 25. For the record, I hadn't actually been using it when I'd heard someone trying to get into the apartment, but it was sitting on my nightstand because I'd been in the middle of a kind of argument with myself, debating whether I should use it or not when the whole thing happened. I didn't even think about what I was doing when I went to the door. I just grabbed the nearest weapon, which of course happened to be a sex toy, and went to meet the intruder, who turned out to be Aiden. Oh, my whole body thrums as I remember what happened after the bashing him on the head with a sex toy thing. To say I was confused when the intruder started begging me to fuck him is a bit of an understatement, but when I realized it was Aiden and he started pushing his ass back against my groin, it took every bit of inner strength I had not to give him exactly what he was asking for. I knew there must have been something weird going on, and I was right. He'd thought he was dreaming. It makes me wonder if he's had sex dreams like that before, and whether I've been in any of them. I shake my head sharply to banish the thought. I can't be thinking like that. Rolling over onto my stomach, I bury my face in my pillow. I don't even want to think about what time it is now, or how few hours I have before I need to be up for work in the morning. The whole reason I had the fleshlight out in the first place was because I'd been too wound up to sleep, and I figured jerking off would be a good release. Now the situation's even worse. But I can't bring myself to do it. Not when Aiden's right there across the hall. God damn it, why couldn't he have been attacked by a shark or something? Not a lethal attack, obviously, or even a very vicious one, but a few nibbles out of his face would be good. Instead, he's looking as sexy as ever, even with the lines of exhaustion marring his face. I let out a soft groan and turned back over on the mattress. Who am I kidding? Even if he suddenly started to resemble the Elephant Man, Aiden would still be beautiful. It was never his good looks that drew me to him. That was just a bonus. Somehow, I eventually managed to fall asleep, although it feels like no time at all before my alarm is waking me again. I move slowly as I take a shower and dress for work before heading to the kitchen for some coffee. As I'm downing my second cup, I'm joined in the kitchen by another person, but I'm surprised to see it's not Aiden. The woman is quite tall and absolutely stunning, with long golden hair, sharp cheekbones, and a smile that seems to light her whole face. It's a smile I'd know anywhere, despite the fact she looked quite different the last time I saw her. Wow. Have your eyes got bluer? She asks me, a little wonderment in her tone as she stares into my eyes from her perch at one of the stools across the counter. I glance away, a little uncomfortable at the way she seems to be inspecting me. I don't think so. I guess you never know, though. You never do, she says, offering a sly smirk. So, Benjamin, what brings you here? I didn't realize Aiden had a roommate. I let out a soft chuckle as I place my coffee cup in the dishwasher. If she's aiming for casual curiosity, she's badly missed the mark. From memory, Ellie and Aiden are about as close as friends can get, so I very much doubt she doesn't know the details of my history with Aiden. Declan went into fix-it mode when he found out I needed somewhere to stay, I say with a shrug. It won't be for long, though, just until I figure something else out. She offers me a knowing smile, and I decide it's time to make my exit. With a quick nod goodbye, I pull on my suit jacket and collect my briefcase from the counter before making my way out of the apartment. Once I'm in the elevator, I dig my phone out of my inside breast pocket and check my texts, seeing that Josh has finally responded to my SOSs from last night. Me. Oh my God, I'm pretty sure I just gave Aiden a concussion with my fleshlight. Me. He's not supposed to be here. Deck told me he was in Cambodia or something. Me. Why aren't you answering your phone? Me. Get Connor's dick out of your mouth and help me. Josh Donovan. First of all, I didn't have Connor's dick in my mouth last night, unless you meant mouth to be another word for ass. Wink emoji. Josh Donovan. Secondly, see the previous text for why I wasn't answering my phone. Eye roll emoji. Josh Donovan. Thirdly, what the actual hell? What do you mean you gave Aiden a concussion? I noticed this last text was only sent a few moments ago, so I hit the call option instead of texting back. What the hell is going on? Josh demands as soon as he answers the call. I don't think it was an actual concussion, I clarify as I burst onto the bustling Manhattan sidewalk. But I got him pretty good on the forehead. I thought he was a burglar trying to break into the apartment, but he was just having trouble with the key. You gave him a key to your apartment? What? No, of course not. It's his apartment. I'm so confused right now, Josh says, and I can just picture him shaking his head in bafflement. Well, Connor told Declan about me and Noel breaking up, and then Declan, of course, tried to fix everything, and I ended up at Aiden's place last night, I explain. I thought you said you weren't desperate enough to stay at Aiden's, he points out, quoting our conversation from yesterday morning. Yeah, well, I couldn't exactly say that to Deck, could I? I growl into the phone as I dash across the road and down into the subway. Besides, he was certain Aiden wouldn't be home, but apparently they've wrapped the show early or something, so he'll be home for a while now. Huh, interesting. It's not interesting, I grumble. It's the opposite of interesting. Josh lets out a bark of laughter. To you, maybe. Not to anyone else who knows the story, which is basically just you and Ellie, I say, stepping onto the crowded train. Who's also at the apartment, by the way. Jesus, it's like a real-life reboot of Three's Company. That's exactly what it feels like. Although, at least with Ellie there to serve as a buffer, things might not have to be so weird between Aiden and me. Chapter 9. Aiden. When I drag myself out of bed on Monday morning and make my way to the kitchen, I find Ellie sprawled on the sofa watching TV. But fortunately, Ben is nowhere in sight. Of course, it's mid-morning on a weekday, so it would have been unlikely to find him home. But the same thing could be said about finding him here when I got home last night, so I guess you never know. I fix myself a bowl of cereal and join Ellie on the sofa, noticing she's watching some kind of TV special about the Corvin royal family. No doubt whatever network this is building up the hype in the lead-up to the big wedding this weekend. This is still really weird, I say, stuffing a spoonful of Cheerios in my mouth. Why? My brother's best friend is marrying a king. Owen's going to be best man at a royal wedding that'll be televised all around the world. How is that not weird? Ellie just shrugs. Honestly, I think it's weirder no one had even heard of this country until the king decided to marry an American. Was it like Wakanda, hidden under a secret dome or something? I chuckle. I don't think so. I just think we're not that great at geography, and it used to be part of the USSR. A lot of people have trouble keeping track of all those countries. We should go there, she says excitedly. You have an in with the royal family now. Yeah, I'm not sure Kurova is a huge destination for extreme sports or adventure activities, I say dryly, reminding her of the whole point of the show. She frowns. It'd still be pretty awesome to meet the first openly gay reigning monarch. The viewers would love it. I let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, just try telling the producers that. Later in the day, I decide to go visit my little sister, Kate, who had a baby in January that I haven't had a chance to actually meet yet. I also need to meet my brother, Connor's son, but I know he works from home on Tuesdays, so I'll leave that for tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't believe you're here, Kate says, wrapping her arms tightly around me the moment she lets me into her Brooklyn apartment. What are you doing here? When did you get back? Why didn't you tell anyone you were coming home? She finally lets me go, stepping back to pin me with an annoyed look. Wait, does everyone else know and I've just been kept out of the loop for some reason? It's good to see you too, Katie. I say with a chuckle, giving her an affectionate pat on the shoulder before slipping past her into the apartment. And don't worry, you're not out of the loop. No one else knows I'm back yet. Why not? I didn't get back until late last night. I didn't want to fuss. Kate offers a wry smile. You've been gone for 8 months. People are going to fuss. She wanders into the kitchen and starts fiddling with the coffee machine. Glancing around the apartment, I can see several obvious signs of baby. Toys, a high chair, a pack-and-play, but no actual baby. Where's the rugrat? He's down for a nap. He should be awake soon, though. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the birth, I tell her. I should have tried harder to get back. Or at all, but let's not go there right now. Kate lets out a little snort, shaking her head. Don't worry about it. Mom and Da weren't there either, so you're definitely off the hook. I spend most of the afternoon at Kate's, and while I'm getting to know my baby nephew, she regales me with the story of how she met and ultimately fell in love with her boyfriend, Jeremy. Apparently, they couldn't stand each other when he first moved into the apartment next door, but I guess there's a fine line and all that. I guess I'll have to meet him soon, I tell her as I'm preparing to leave. See if he passes muster. She grins. Well, I took him to Shay's birthday last month, and he didn't run for the hills after meeting everyone, so I guess that's a positive sign. Sounds like a keeper. I'm just getting back to my apartment when I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket. I withdraw it to see a notification from our family's WhatsApp chat and can't help smiling. It's been a long time since I was in the right time zone to see one of these unfolding live. Connor Kelly. Big news, everyone. Josh and I are engaged. Declan Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. That's awesome, man. Congrats to you both. Brendan Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. Wow, that was fast. Congrats, though. Shay Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. What are you talking about fast? They're living together and have a kid. Brendan Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. So are me and Wade. Eileen Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. And it wouldn't hurt the two of you to make it official. Brendan Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Mom. Although things are moving forward with the adoptions. Alana Martin Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Adoptions? Plural? Brendan Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly. Bax and the new baby. Smile emoji. Aiden Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. That's awesome, Bren. Congrats. Aiden Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. You too, Con. So happy for you guys. Aiden Kelly. By the way, I'm home in New York and will be for the foreseeable future. We wrapped filming early. Eileen Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly. And I'm only hearing about this now? Aiden Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly. Calm down. I only got in last night. Declan Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly. Did you get my message about Ben? Aiden Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. No, but I figured it out when I found him in my house. I decided not to mention the part about him attacking me with the sex toy, and I can only hope he'll keep the part about me begging him to fuck me to himself as well. Declan Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly. My bad. Gritted teeth emoji. Aiden Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. It's fine. Smile emoji. Kate Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. Why is Ben staying at Aiden's place? Declan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. It's a long story. Shay Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. Did he and Noel break up? Declan Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. Yes. Alana Martin Kelly replied to Declan Kelly. That's not a very long story, brother. Connor Kelly. Well, it seems we've got a lot to celebrate. I'm assuming Mom will want to do something at the house at some point, but Josh and I were thinking of having some casual drinks on Friday for anyone who's free to come. Declan Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. Sounds good. We'll be there, or at least I will. Heath might be working. Shay Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. We'll be there. Liam Kelly replied to Connor Kelly. Melinda wants to know if this is going to be a big thing. Will it be worth cashing in a babysitting credit with her folks? Connor Kelly replied to Liam Kelly. I guess it's a risk you'll just have to take. Bridie Coughlin. I think we might sit this one out. It's going to be a nightmare organizing the kids on a Friday night on such short notice. We'll celebrate with you all at Mom and Da's. Liam Kelly. I think we might skip it as well. We have Brendan's karaoke thing next month. Can't miss that. Kate Kelly. Dibs getting Mom to babysit. Alana Martin Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. No, I was going to ask Mom. Haley's dad and stepmom are in Hawaii this weekend, so they can't do it. Brendan Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly. No way, we were going to ask Mom. Amy's busy with a big case this week. No way will she make it home in time on Friday. Besides, we're way closer to Mom and Da. It'll save her the hassle of going all the way to Brooklyn. Connor Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Hello, what about us? If anyone deserves Mom's babysitting services, it's us. It's our celebration. Eileen Kelly. Oh, for heaven's sake. Brendan, drop Baxter off with Liam and Melinda. He can have a sleepover with Wyatt. I'll watch the 3 little ones at Connor's place. Your father can help me. Liam Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly. I'm not running a daycare, you know. Eye roll emoji. Alana Martin Kelly. Did she just say Da would help with the kids? He knows they're not old enough to play rugby yet, right? Finn Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly. I don't know. I think Chase could give Kane Healy a run for his money. Wink emoji. With a chuckle, I close out the chat and toss my phone onto the kitchen counter. I already can't wait to see them all on Friday, and I'm starting to kick myself for staying away so long. Chapter 10. Aiden. Oh, sweet Lord, who is that? Ellie asks me as she tugs at my sleeve, trying to get my attention. I shift my gaze to where she's looking to see Finn's just arrived at the bar and is chatting with Deck. That's my brother, Finn. Another hot brother you've been keeping from me? Ellie exclaims. Where the hell do you hide them all? Have you got a creepy closet somewhere? No. I'm guessing you just didn't meet Finn last time because he was touring with the USA Sevens team at the time. Okay, I have no idea what any of those words mean, but I can only assume it's some kind of professional abs collecting thing because, rawr. Did you just growl? I ask incredulously. And oh my God, are you drooling right now? God, you're disgusting. No, you're disgusting. Now, tell me what his deal is. She gives a toss of her hair, and I swear half the eyes in the bar turn to stare at her as if she's a Vila from Harry Potter. I shrug, taking a sip of my beer. As far as I know, he's straight. Straight as in exclusively cis women, or straight as in he doesn't differentiate? She asks, biting nervously at her lip. I hate the fact that someone as confident and sure of herself as Ellie still has this kind of hesitation. But unfortunately, this is a far from perfect world, and there are a ton of assholes out there. I have no idea, but I do know if you ask him, he won't be a dick about it. She smiles at that, but then she seems to hesitate again. Would that be weird for you? My face screws up. Yes, it's completely gross, but I'm not going to stop you. I should warn you, though, Finn doesn't live in New York. He's based in Connecticut, and he honestly doesn't have a great track record with relationships. Ellie shrugs. We can still have some fun. Whoa, what happened to your no casual sex rule? I ask. Isn't that the reason you never wanted to hook up with me? She offers a teasing smirk. Sweetie, if you ever had abs like those, I might have felt differently. Ouch. Come on, you can introduce me. I roll my eyes, but nevertheless guide Ellie over to where Finn and Deck are engaged in conversation. When he sees me drawing closer, Finn offers a bright grin and steps forward to wrap me in a bear hug. Good to have you back, little brother. I've been receiving this sort of treatment for most of the night, and it's filled me with a mix of warmth at being home amongst my family and guilt at being away so long. This is Ellie. You guys haven't met yet." Finn offers her a megawatt smile.
"Nice to meet you. So, are you guys—"
Ellie gives a dismissive wave of her hand. "God, no." "Always nice to feel appreciated," I say dryly.
"Well, that's a relief,"
Finn says to her, his eyes glittering flirtatiously. I roll my eyes and turn my attention to Declan. "I'm sorry about the confusion with Ben," he says. I shrug. "It's fine. Not a big deal." That's a lie, obviously. Living in such close quarters with someone I desperately want but can't have is a very big deal, and I'll be amazed if I come through this unscathed. But I'm not about to kick Ben out on the street because I'm a little uncomfortable. I wake late on Saturday morning to the sound of Queen's "Another One Bites the Dust," and it takes me a moment to realize my cell phone is ringing. When I retrieve it from the nightstand, I see it's Ellie calling. I wonder briefly why she's calling me instead of just bursting into my room without warning like she'd usually do. But then it occurs to me she's probably not at home. "Hello, beautiful," she chirps into the phone after I answer. "Oh my God, you're way too chipper," I groan. "You totally screwed my brother last night, didn't you?" "Well, technically." No, I don't need details." She lets out a dreamy sigh. "Aiden, that man is like a stallion. And those muscles, oh my God. Have you ever tried licking whiskey off those abs?" My face screws up in disgust, and I shake my head a few times as I try to fathom how I can possibly respond to that. God, no. Do you even hear yourself? For the love of God, please don't ever ask me something like that again. All right, that may have come out wrong, but seriously? Rawr. Yeah, you really need to stop with the growling, I tell her sternly. And you're not allowed back in my house until you can stop reliving it every 5 seconds. That's going to be a while. Then I'll see you in a while. Go jump in the Hudson or something. It'll cool you off. I end the call and toss my phone onto the bed. Then I slide off the mattress and retrieve a pair of sweatpants from the floor, tugging them on. When I get to the kitchen, I find Ben there making himself a smoothie, and judging by the sweat-soaked athletic gear he's wearing, he's just come from the gym. "Morning." He glances up, and for a second I feel his eyes lingering on my naked torso. But he returns his attention to the smoothie, and I'm left feeling like I might have just imagined it. "Morning," he says, although there's not actually much morning left. I chuckle, running a hand over my hair. I guess it's a good thing Ellie called and woke me up, or I'd have slept till dinner. And I can't even blame the change in time zones. We were only an hour ahead when we were in Chile. "Ellie called you?" Ben asks curiously. I assumed she was still asleep as well. I shake my head. Nope, Ellie did not sleep here last night. There must be something in my tone, because Ben scrutinizes me carefully, his dark brows drawn together. "Are you upset about that? That she was with someone?" I let out a wry laugh. No, definitely not. I just prefer not to be regaled with all the specifics, considering the person she was with last night was Finn. Ben. In the wee hours of Sunday morning, I manage to drag myself out of bed and into the living room. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the TV is already on, and Ellie is curled up on the couch in front of it. "Has anything good happened yet?" I ask her. "No, they're just replaying interviews and bio packages, but they're going live to Vleeland soon." "That's the capital, right?" I ask as I sink into the sofa next to her. "That's where the palace is?" She nods. "Yeah, it's apparently really lovely." I remember Aiden's brother, Owen, telling me about his trip to Vleeland's at Deck's wedding last year. He said the city was absolutely stunning, although I imagine it will look a little different now that it's summer. I still can't believe Owen Kelly's agreed to be best man in a wedding that's being broadcast to a quarter of the world's population, I say. The guy doesn't even like having his picture taken. I have no idea why, Ellie says. He's gorgeous, just like the rest of them. They all seem to have been beaten by the pretty stick, that's for sure, I concede. Is the pretty stick a thing? She asks. I thought it was an ugly stick. I figure if there's an ugly stick, there must be a pretty stick as well, I reason. Although, now I think about it, the idea of someone having their looks beaten into them is kinda gross. I guess there's no prize for guessing which one of the brothers you think is the best looking, Ellie teases. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one, I say dryly. She lets out an annoyed grunt. You're no fun. Of course, the answer is just as obvious as she implied. All the Kelly brothers are incredibly attractive, but as far as I'm concerned, none of the others can hold a candle to Aiden. It's been a special kind of torture living in the same house as him this past week, having him so close, but not being able to do anything. It took a long, cold shower to cool myself off after I caught him shirtless yesterday, with my brain being constantly bombarded with memories of the last time I'd seen him naked and all the dirty stuff we'd gotten up to that day. But I know nothing good would come from giving in to that temptation. Nothing's changed since our last disastrous encounter, and let's face it, nothing ever will. If I were the kind of person who could do a casual fling, maybe we'd be able to find a way to let off some steam and deal with this attraction. But I'm not. That's just not me. So the only thing we can do is accept it's not going to happen for us and maybe try to salvage some remnant of the friendship we used to have.
What's going on?
It's Aiden's voice, and I look up to see he's emerged from the hallway and is crossing the living room toward us. We were just talking about how gorgeous all the Kelly brothers are, Ellie says. And thank God it's dark in here, because my face must look like a tomato right now. Aiden lets out a soft chuckle.
Well, naturally.
He turns to glance at the TV.
Has it started yet?
No, but the guests have started to arrive, so it won't be too long, she tells him. Come sit down. I bet Owen will be on soon. I'm expecting him to sit on Ellie's other side, but he doesn't. He sits right next to me. As the heat of his body seems to radiate against me, I can only think one thing. At least he's wearing a shirt this time. Chapter 11. 5 years ago. Ben. He's the last person I expect to find on the other side of my apartment door on a Friday evening in late October, and I'm speechless for a moment as I just stare at him, not entirely sure he's actually real.
Sorry,
Aiden says a little awkwardly, tugging at the hem of his t-shirt.
I hope this is okay.
Deck gave me your address. I can go if you want. I finally managed to snap myself out of my stupor, giving a sharp shake of my head. No, it's fine. Just a little unexpected. That's one word for it. I haven't heard from him for 2 years, not since that night we fell out, I guess you could call it. To be fair, I haven't tried to contact him either. I was never sure what I would say. What are you doing here? I don't mean for my tone to be harsh, but I think it comes across that way because Aiden flinches a little.
Work. We're shooting an episode here in Austin.
My brows shoot up. Seriously? He nods, the corner of his mouth curving up in a way that hits me right in the heart.
Rodeo.
He shakes his head slightly. Well, I guess that part's not technically being filmed here. There's a competition a couple hours away that we're going to tomorrow, but the other part of the show we're doing here. I nod in understanding. His show is usually broken up into two parts. The adventure part, where he and Elliot do some kind of daring adventure sport, like scuba diving or parasailing or something like that. And the part that's more like your standard travel show, where they meet the locals and try the cuisines and talk about the customs and all that. I can definitely see why Austin would have been chosen for that segment. So, you're going to ride a bull? I ask. Not sure if I'm successful at keeping the horror out of my voice or off my expression. Aiden chuckles. Not a real one. Apparently that's too dangerous, even for my extremely comprehensive insurance. We're going with a mechanical one instead. And that's actually why I'm here. It is? He nods. Yeah. I thought you might want to come and watch, if you're not busy on Sunday. There's a good chance I might fall off and break an arm. Figured you might want to see that. His tone is full of levity, but I can't help wondering if he's actually serious. Does he really think I'd enjoy watching him hurt himself? I decide to brush past it, though, taking his lead and keeping the conversation light. Sounds interesting, and I'm free on Sunday. It's then that I realize I'm still just standing in the doorway with him outside. Fuck, I'm rude. Do you want to come in? I haven't eaten yet if you want to grab a pizza or something. He offers a soft smile. I'd love to, but I actually have a ton of work to do for tomorrow. But I'll see you Sunday? I nod. Yeah, just text me the details. Once he's gone, I close the door and rest my forehead against the cool, polished wood. I draw in a deep breath and let it out slowly. For 2 years, I've regretted the way we left things the last time we saw each other. I'd been hurt and upset, and I'd felt betrayed, but none of that made my feelings just magically go away. I kept waiting to hear he'd come out to his family, but he didn't. Instead, I heard he'd signed with that jerk agent who wanted him to stay closeted, and I couldn't help thinking maybe if I'd been more understanding, maybe if I hadn't pushed him away, he wouldn't have done that. But that's just me being selfish, because if Aiden hadn't signed with that guy, he probably wouldn't have the success he does now. He wouldn't be living his dream. I didn't question it at the time, because my shock at seeing Aiden seemed to sap most of my brain power, but after he was gone and the surprise wore off, I began to process the complete randomness of the mechanical bull thing. This might be Texas, but Austin isn't exactly that kind of town, and I'm not even sure I can even think of a bar that actually has a mechanical bull in it. But when Aiden texts on Sunday morning with the details, I see the address is for a warehouse outside the city the show must have hired for the day's filming. When I get to the warehouse, I'm surprised to see there are only a few people milling about inside rather than the large production crew I was expecting. But then I remind myself this is a crew that's used to filming in completely random and remote locations all around the world. A shabby warehouse outside Austin must feel like a luxury to them. There are 2 mechanical bulls set up in the center of the warehouse, and I can only assume some kind of competition is planned. Sure enough, when Aiden sees me, he rushes over and offers a bright smile. You're just in time. Elle and I are about to go head-to-head. As if summoned by the mention of their name, Elliot wanders over to greet me. Well, hello, Mr. Blue Eyes. You're looking handsome as ever. I offer a broad grin. Thanks. I love the hair, I tell them, motioning to the Miley Cyrus-style white blonde pixie cut with pink-tipped bangs. Thanks, they say, bitterness clear in their tone. I'm glad someone does. As they wander off, I can't help noticing the difference between the Elliot I met a couple years ago and the one I'm seeing now. Back then, they seemed so lively and carefree, whereas now, they seem defeated. I don't want to draw conclusions, but I have a definite feeling it has to do with the fact they're being forced to present themselves as cisgender for this show. Are they okay? I ask Aiden as my eyes follow Elliot across the other side of the warehouse. She, he corrects so quietly I can barely hear. And no, but she will be. I never imagined I'd be this nervous watching people riding mechanical bulls, but I also wasn't aware of just how wild those things could get. The competition is a pretty simple one, with each of them needing to stay on for 4 seconds before proceeding to the next speed. It doesn't sound like a long time, but it must be, considering how much trouble both Aiden and Elliot have with staying on their respective bulls once they really get going. I can't help feeling incredibly glad the producers decided not to let them ride actual bulls for this episode. That would have definitely spelled disaster. Once the competition ends with them calling a tie, the crew quickly pack up all their equipment and start exiting the warehouse. A guy who Aiden introduced me to earlier as Dave, one of the producers on the show, comes over to him and hands him a key. "We're going back to check over all the footage. Can you guys lock up here?" Aiden nods.
Yeah, no worries.
"So, do you guys want to get out of here?" I ask Aiden and Elliot once all the crew is gone. "Get something to eat?" "Actually, I'm going back to the hotel so I can soak in the tub for about 3 years," Elliot says. "You two have fun, though." She gives us a wink and then follows after the crew. "Okay, so I guess it's just us," I say, aiming for a casual tone that I don't think I achieve. Aiden smiles softly.
Yep.
Before my brain has a chance to panic too much, he links his hands around my neck and pulls me toward him, claiming my lips with his. Fucking hell. How have I forgotten how incredible his kisses are? "What are you doing?" I ask warily as we break the kiss.
What I've been dying to do since the second you opened the door the other night.
"Aiden."
"Are you going to tell me you haven't been thinking about me for the past 2 years?"
he asks.
Cocky bastard. 'Cause I've sure as fuck been thinking about you.
I pause in thought for a moment, and it gives him the opening he needs to kiss me again, and this time I don't pull away to say something. I just let him kiss me, and I kiss him back. I wrap my arms around him and guide him backward until I have him pinned against a concrete pillar, our bodies molded together. I can't seem to stop myself from just completely devouring him, my fingers digging into his skin, my mouth attacking his, my hard cock rutting against him.
"Fuck, I want your cock in me,"
he all but moans, finally tearing his lips from mine.
"Please, baby, get inside me."
Fuck, I want to. I want to so fucking much. I must say that thought out loud without meaning to, because Aiden says,
"Then do it."
He slides his hands into my hair and pulls me back down so he can murmur in my ear,
"Come on, baby, fuck me. Make it hard and dirty."
When I don't respond right away, he adds,
"You can even hate me while you do it if you want. Come on. Don't you want to punish me?"
My hands fly back to grip his wrists, and I pin them to the pillar above his head. I stare at him for a long moment, convinced I'm about to step back and just walk away. That's what I should do, of course. But it seems my dick's taken control of things now. "Get the fuck out of these clothes, now," I growl. He just smirks at me, his jade green eyes full of a mix of heat and humor.
My hands seem to be a little out of action.
Fucking hell, how did I not realize I'm still restraining his wrists? I manage to let go and step away, but it's only so I can watch while he strips off his shirt and then tugs down his jeans. Jesus. My mouth is dry, and I'm finding it difficult to swallow as inch after inch of his lean, tan body is revealed with every item of clothing he sheds. I have to physically stop myself from dropping to my knees and licking his abs and rubbing my nose all over his dark, blonde, happy trail, and when he tugs down his briefs and I get my first ever glimpse of his gorgeous cock, hard and leaking with pre-cum, the effort to restrain myself from wrapping my lips around it is almost painful. "Over there," the bull I rasp out, directing him toward the mechanical bull he was riding earlier today. He complies, offering a sexy smirk as he goes. The bull is just the perfect fucking height for Aiden to drape his torso over the saddle while his feet are still planted on the ground, his perfect round ass presented to me like an offering. You gonna fuck it? Or just stare at it? He asks with a chuckle after I've clearly been contemplating his ass for a little too long. Actually, first I want to eat it. And that's exactly what I do. I get to my knees behind him and place my palms over his cheeks, spreading him and making room for my tongue. He lets out a harsh groan, bucking back against me in obvious surprise. I loose a breath of laughter and keep going, teasing him and torturing him until he's turned into a whining, begging pile of need. Honestly, this isn't something I usually enjoy all that much, but making Aiden come apart like this is turning me on like crazy. Fuck, I'm gonna come. I draw my mouth away as soon as I hear the words, "Not yet, you're not." He lets out a grunt of frustration, but I ignore it, getting to my feet and withdrawing my wallet from the back pocket of my jeans. I take out a condom and a single-use package of lube, and then I quickly unzip my jeans and free my straining cock, rolling on the condom and slathering on some lube. You need any more prep? I ask him. Just get your fucking cock inside me, he growls, pushing his ass back toward me and wiggling it a little. Fucking hell. I lean over him so I can whisper in his ear as I line myself up. Just remember, baby, you asked for it hard and dirty. And then I thrust into his tight hole, bottoming out in one hard stroke. I take a rough grip of his hip with one hand and place my other firmly in the center of his back, shoving him farther into the saddle of the bull as I fuck him in hard, deep, relentless strokes. The groans of pleasure and the words of appreciation falling from his lips have to be the sweetest sounds I've ever heard. And the creaking of the bull as it rocks a little with every hard thrust has to be a close second. Fuck yes, Aiden gasps out. So good, make it fucking hurt. I move my hand from his back, bringing it down with a hard smack across his ass cheek. Aiden lets out a strangled groan at the contact before shouting, "Fuck yeah, again!" Fucking hell. All those times I used to daydream about my first time being with Aiden Kelly, I never could have imagined anything as hot as this. Well, this is far from my first time with a guy, but it's doing a pretty good job of erasing all those other experiences from my mind. Jesus Christ, I'm in trouble. This is supposed to just be a one-and-done kind of thing. I'm supposed to be able to walk away once we're finished here and put the whole thing out of my mind. Fuck, Ben, I need to come. You don't come until I let you, I tell him. He lets out a keening whimper that hits me right in the balls. No, please, baby, please, I need to... I grab a fistful of his hair and tug tight, leaning over so I can growl in his ear. Not until I let you. As it is, I'm barely holding my own release back. Being inside him like this just feels too fucking good. But despite his taunting words from earlier, I'm not using this as a way to work out my hate and anger. That'd be kinda hard, considering I don't feel any hate or anger toward him. There are only two people in the world I could forgive any crime, and one of them is this man right here. So if anything, I'm more angry and frustrated at myself for letting him have that kind of influence over me. I feel the pressure building and building to the point I can't hold it back any longer. I pull out and rip off the condom just in time to paint that perfect ass with my cum as I hurtle over the edge. Once I'm completely spent, I grab Aiden by the waist and spin him around so his back's against the bull. Before he has a chance to comment, I'm on my knees, taking his thick, pulsing cock in my mouth all the way to the back of my throat. I suck him hard, swallowing around the head and swiping my tongue over the shaft. I can feel when it's about to happen, with his cock pulsing even harder in my mouth. It's just as well, because Aiden's attempted warning of "fuck, coming" turns out to be a little redundant. I swallow every single drop of his cum, lapping at his cock until he's completely spent. And then I let it fall from my mouth, feeling a tad regretful about having to do it. Because that's it now. It's over. I drew it out as long as I could, but we've both come, rather spectacularly, and now it's time to let common sense take control again. Fuck, Aiden says through heavy breaths as he slides down to collapse on the floor. Please tell me you have more condoms. Okay, so maybe common sense can stay on the back burner for just a little longer. Chapter 12. Present day. Ben. Oh my God, are you Aiden Kelly? At the sound of the excited female voice, I pause in my tracks and snap my head toward the other end of the grocery aisle where I'd left Aiden scanning the shelves of cereal while I ventured off to get some fruit and vegetables. Shopping together definitely wasn't my idea, but considering we're basically roommates now, I'm still not entirely sure how that happened. I didn't see the point in making a big deal out of it. I'm not sure things are entirely normal for us. Not that I really know what normal for us is anymore, but we're at least amicable, so I guess that's a start. Aiden turns around at the woman's question, flashing his megawatt smile to someone who is no doubt a fan. Hey, how's it going? The woman's eyes get even wider than they already were, and she starts bouncing on the balls of her sneakered feet. Oh my God, it's really you. I'm such a huge fan of your show. It's hard to tell because she's wearing makeup, but I'd put her age at about 40, so it's honestly a little embarrassing to witness her bouncing around and fawning all over Aiden like a tween at a One Direction concert. Thanks, I appreciate it, Aiden says genially. I grab a random packet from the shelf behind me and pretend to be studying the box while I watch the interaction between Aiden and his fan. Super spy, right here. Can I get a selfie? She asks. Aiden shrugs. Sure. She holds up her phone and they take a picture in front of the shelves of cereal. I really just love your show, she reiterates once they're done with the photo. But I've got to say I really miss Elliot. What happened to him? Is he going to come back? I see Aiden's jaw tense at the barrage of questions about Elliot, and he visibly flinches at the woman's use of the he pronoun. She doesn't seem to notice, though, as she continues with her stream of both praise for Aiden and the show and disappointment about Elliot's departure. After a few more moments of Aiden politely nodding along while she chatters away, he's able to extract himself when another shopper approaches to view the cereal selection. The megafan disappears via the other end of the aisle, while Aiden makes his way toward me. Something you want to tell me? He asks, smirking at the box in my hand. Confused, I glance down to find I'm holding a box of pregnancy tests. I quickly replace it on the shelf behind me and continue down the aisle. Why the hell is that in the breakfast aisle? I grumble. And why would someone need 6 in a pack? You're the one who was reading all the instructions, you tell me. I send him an annoyed look, but don't comment, instead focusing on selecting my vegetables. Does that happen a lot? I ask quietly. Being recognized, I mean. He shrugs. Depends what you mean by a lot, I guess. It's not as bad as all those mega celebrities in Hollywood or anything, but yeah, it happens every now and then. I have a sneaking suspicion he's underplaying it, but I decide not to comment. And asking about Elliot? Is that common? He lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, that's pretty common. Not just when people meet me. They're always asking on social media and stuff as well. Why can't you just tell them about Ellie? His jaw tightens in the same way it did earlier, and I regret asking the question. I'm not legally allowed to. What? He shakes his head.
Look, can we just drop it for now? It's all to do with contracts and shit, and I just really don't want to get into it.
I hold up a placating hand. It's fine. We don't have to talk about it. I get back to selecting my vegetables, and he does the same. After a few minutes, our companionable silence is broken when he asks,
"Why are you glaring at the tomatoes?"
"I'm not glaring," I counter. "It just always annoys me when I see tomatoes sorted with the vegetables when they're actually a fruit." He clutches a hand to his heart, loosing a dramatic sigh.
"Oh my. Pregnancy tests in the cereal aisle, tomatoes in the vegetables section. What is the world coming to?"
I let out an annoyed groan. "You're the worst."
Aiden.
"Oh my God, there's a pile of dog shit in the kitchen."
At my sister Bridie's frantic cry, I share a confused glance with Ellie and Ben before beelining toward the backyard, making sure to avoid the kitchen. My confusion is compounded when Owen brushes past us without so much as a hello, a crazed expression on his face as he heads in the direction of the kitchen. It doesn't take long for the bafflement to clear, though. As soon as we get to the backyard, I see Blake seated on one of the lawn chairs with a tiny gray fur ball in his lap. Several of my siblings, as well as my nieces Erin and Eden, are clustered around him, cooing over the puppy. We're at my parents' place today for the official family celebration of Connor and Josh's engagement. But if we're being honest, it's really just an excuse to all get together and catch up. "Who's this little guy?" I ask, approaching Blake. He glances up at me, offering a gentle smile. "She's a girl. Her name's Em." "Em, like Emily or Emma?"
"Like MJ."
Declan provides with a hint of exasperation in his tone. Blake lets out a soft sigh. "Okay, officially her name's MJ, but Owen and I have agreed that I can call her Em. It's a win-win." Okay, things are starting to make sense now. I can only assume the puppy was adopted from the shelter in Brooklyn where Declan and Owen both volunteer. They have a kind of tradition there where all the dogs are named after Marvel comic characters, so I guess that's where MJ comes from. Blake's insistence on calling the puppy M can only stem from his James Bond obsession. Jesus, if you can't even agree on what to call the puppy, what the hell are you going to do when you have kids? I ask. Blake chuckles. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I think the puppy is enough to be dealing with for now."
"Can I hold him, Uncle Blake?" asks a little voice belonging to Baxter Anderson, the 6-year-old son of Brendan's boyfriend, Wade. Trotting up alongside him is his partner in crime, Liam's 5-year-old son, Wyatt. "Actually, I think she's pretty much done with her nap and wants to play," Blake tells my nephews. "Why don't we go on the grass and I'll show you some of the games she likes." Both boys nod eagerly and scamper off to play on the grass, Blake following after them with the puppy held under one arm. I take advantage of the opportunity and slump into Blake's abandoned seat, which puts me next to Shay. "Can I ask you something?" he says, leaning closer to me, somewhat conspiratorially. "What?" I ask warily. "What's going on with Finn and Ellie?" I follow his gaze to where my brother and best friend are engaged in what appears to be very flirtatious conversation. I have no idea. They hooked up a couple of weeks ago, but I don't know what's happened since then. "Do you think it could get serious?" I shrug. I don't know. It's Finn, so I doubt it. Shay eyes me curiously, taking a sip of his beer. "Would it bother you if it did?" My brows shoot up at that. Why would it bother me? I mean, apart from having to listen to Ellie's way too graphic recaps. I don't know. I thought maybe you and Ellie... I let out a burst of laughter at the ridiculous notion. Definitely not. It'd be like you and Blake getting together.
Shay's face screws up in distaste, and I laugh even harder. See? Yes, but you're talking about my boyfriend's father, he points out, and my brother's husband. I roll my eyes. Please, he was your best friend way before he was either of those things. True, Shay admits. Or, well, I guess he was technically Jamie's father before we became best friends. He just didn't know at the time. He takes another long sip of his drink before turning his attention back to me. So, not Ellie then. Is there anyone else? I shake my head. Nope. No one else. No one who will have me, anyway. Chapter 13. 3 years ago. Ben. I got my hair done yesterday. Thanks for noticing, by the way. I glance over at my sister to see her flick a sliver of her long, dark hair out of her face. As far as I can tell, it looks exactly the same as it did when I saw her a week ago. It looks nice. Thanks. She takes another sip of the non-alcoholic eggnog we're all putting up with again this year because apparently alcohol's still a big no-no while breastfeeding, and Maddie's husband, Jared, and I thought it would be a good idea to show our support with the non-alcoholic stuff. I can't remember why we ever thought that now. Anyway, Rita, that's my hairdresser, was telling me about her cousin who's finally ready to start dating again after a breakup a while back. He sounds like a really sweet guy, Benji, she adds with an encouraging smile. Why are you telling me about your hairdresser's cousin? I ask, as if I don't already know the answer. I'm actually a little surprised we got all the way through the gift opening and Christmas dinner before she finally brought up the topic of my love life. She's the most amazing person I know, but sometimes I'm incredibly tempted to throw nearby objects at her head. Because he sounds like he'd be a good fit for you. She gave me his number to pass on to you. So she's just giving his number out to random strangers? That's creepy. Maddie fixes me with an imploring look. Ben, come on. I know you've been focused on work and everything, but you need to have some balance in your life. I roll my eyes, slumping back farther into the sofa. You're making it sound like I have no life outside of work. It's not like I don't go on dates. Yeah, but the people you date are always so wrong for you, she points out, her face screwed up in annoyance. It's like you're deliberately sabotaging yourself or something. I think you're being a little paranoid there, sis, I mutter. Oh, really? When was the last time you got beyond the first date with someone? I think about it for a moment before lifting a hand in triumph. Erica, we were together for like 6 months. Maddie rolls her eyes. Oh, please. She was a regular booty call. You guys never actually dated. I shrug. Maybe that's all I want right now. Her expression clears into a soft smile. If I actually believed you, I wouldn't be pressing this so hard. The baby starts squawking from the nursery, and Maddie moves to go to her. But Jared moves quickly from where he'd been leaning against the kitchen counter behind the sofa. I've got her, he tells Maddie, touching a gentle hand to her head to keep her in place on the couch. You should at least just give Noel a chance, Maddie reasons. Who's Noel? She lets out a sigh of frustration. My hairdresser's cousin. Shaking my head in exasperation and knowing this conversation won't end until she gets her way, I decide to concede a little ground. I'll think about it. And if I do decide to act on it, I'll get you to set it up through your hairdresser. I'm not just going to take his number when he might not even know it's been given out. Maddie nods in satisfaction. That's all I ask. A moment later, Jared returns to the living room with my beautiful 6-month-old niece in his arms. I think she's hungry, Mommy. Watching as Maddie reaches for the baby girl she named for our mom, I'm hit with the overwhelmingly aching sensation that my sister's right.
I'm never going to be happy just messing around with someone. I want it all. The problem is, I have no idea how to go about getting it when the only person I've ever loved isn't someone I can have it with.
Hey, remember that time you fucked me over a mechanical bull?
I slammed the brakes so hard, I skid and almost run us into a pile of snow that's been plowed to the side of the road. To say I was surprised to show up at the Kelly family house on Staten Island for a long-planned New Year's weekend trip to find Aiden there is putting it mildly. And for us to now be alone in the way too small space of my rental SUV after he selflessly volunteered us to run to the store for some vodka when Shay realized the usual supply was low is pretty much my worst nightmare come to life. Sure, my car was the last in the drive, but this is so not a two-man mission. Yeah. I remember that. I finally managed to say, 'Cause, sometimes it seems like you don't. It's pretty much the only thing I can get out of my mouth right now, because my entire brain is going haywire, partly from the onslaught of memories from that day, and partly from being put on the spot like this. Yeah, I figured with how you've been ignoring my texts for the past 2 years, you must have just forgotten the whole night happened. Probably forgot who I was as well. Aiden. So you do remember my name, he says dryly. I let out a heavy sigh and am about to get the car back onto the road when he says, Are you seriously still mad about something I did 8 years ago? I'm not mad, I say with as much nonchalance as I can manage before pulling back onto the road and driving a little more carefully. I'm not too worried about the conditions of the road. The streets have been thoroughly plowed. But I know Aiden far too well to know he's not going to drop this, and to say the conversation is distracting is an understatement. So you've been avoiding me for fun, then? He asks, and there's a hint of something bitter in his tone. Fucking hell. How can I possibly explain the only way I've been able to maintain my sanity regarding this situation is to just cut him off cold turkey? Why haven't I responded to any of his texts or emails? Because I delete them before I even read them. And it's not because I'm mad at him for something he did when he was 20 years old. It's because I value self-preservation. Thinking about all the what-ifs and maybes and if-onlys surrounding my relationship with Aiden physically hurts. So I don't let myself go there. Ever. But he wouldn't understand that. He'd be happy with a kind of same time, next year arrangement where he could just fly in whenever it was convenient for him, have some super hot sex, and then leave as soon as his next adventure called. And I just couldn't do that. I can't live my life as someone's standby. I want the whole fucking package. And that's something he'll never be able to give me. I've been busy, I say lamely. Seriously? You're going with that? He huffs. I pull into a quiet side street and park the car. Then I turn to him. What do you want me to say, Aiden? Fuck, I don't know. He thrusts a hand through his hair in clear agitation. You could start by admitting you're mad at me and telling me how to fucking fix it. Is it still about me lying to you? Or is it some other thing I've done to piss you off that I don't know about? You haven't done anything. Fucking hell, I'm not mad. Well, you seem mad. I'm mad that you keep telling me I'm mad. So you are mad, he says triumphantly. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not really sure how it happens. It's like someone else has control of my body as I unclasp my seatbelt and hurtle over the center console so I'm straddling Aiden's lap and attacking his mouth with my own. Okay. Wow, this is... What? He stutters out after we break the kiss. It was the only thing I could think of to shut you up. Oh. Okay. Good plan. Seriously, shut the fuck up, I growl, slamming my mouth back against his. This is bad. This is so bad. I'm going to regret this so much later, but right now, with his tongue clashing with mine, and his hands gripping my shoulders, and his thick erection pressing into me. I can't bring myself to care. Get in the back, I tell him, before somehow managing to climb off him and wedge myself through the center console space, ending up sprawled across the back seat. I hear the click of Aiden's seatbelt coming undone, and then he's following after me, crawling onto my lap and reclaiming my mouth. I can't help groaning against his lips as he rolls his hips around, making sure our cocks grind against each other with the most unbelievable, intense friction imaginable. Fuck, we need to stop. We're rapidly reaching the no-going back point, and we need to put an end to this before we get there. Just one more kiss. Just one more.
Need you in me?
He murmurs against my lips as he continues to rub his groin against mine.
Want this big, fat cock inside me so fucking bad.
Fuck. Well, the point of no return has officially been reached, and I can't even bring myself to care anymore. I don't care that it's broad daylight, or that this car is parked on a public street. I don't even care that only a few minutes ago I was trying to convince both myself and him there's nothing between us anymore. All I know is right now I need him like I need air to breathe. And I'll deal with whatever consequences come my way later, because there will be consequences. I'm sure of that. Up, I tell him. Face the back. He does what I ask, climbing off me and positioning himself so he's kneeling on the seat with his back toward me. I quickly unfasten his jeans and tug them and his briefs down, bearing that perfect ass I've tried so hard to forget about. My cock is just about bursting out of my jeans, and I know I won't last long once I get inside him. The plan is to suit up and get the prep out of the way as quickly as possible, but as soon as I go for my right back pocket where my wallet is usually kept, I know we have a problem. Because my wallet is currently sitting on top of the dresser in the bedroom Declan showed me this afternoon. I wasn't really expecting to need it when I hadn't planned on even leaving the house for 3 days. Fuck, I don't have my wallet, I say with a groan. Do you have anything on you? Nope. Damn it. I stare at that beautiful ass for a long moment as I try to tell my cock it's just not going to happen. I know there's a ton of other stuff you can do without condoms, but seriously, damn. Okay, we're getting creative then. I spit on my hand and add that to the pre-cum already coating my dick before lining up behind Aiden. I won't go inside, I promise him before pushing between his thighs. Oh, Jesus Christ, he says on a harsh groan as I rub against his taint, hitting his balls with the tip of my cock. It might not be the tight, perfect grip of his ass, but damn, it still feels fucking incredible. And the grunts and groans and strings of curses that fall from Aiden's lips with every one of my thrusts are just the most incredible sounds. I suck my middle finger into my mouth, giving it a good coating of saliva before pulling it out and using it to push inside Aiden's tight little hole. Fuck, 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 he gasps out, his head falling forward to hit the headrest. I wrap my arm around his chest in a tight grip, thrusting against him even harder as I continue to fuck him with my finger, making sure to brush over his prostate. Jesus, I'm gonna come. Let me come, baby. I need to come, he babbles desperately. As much as I'd love to deny him his orgasm and stretch this out, I'm still pretty aware we're in a public place where anyone could walk by. Grab your cock, baby. Make yourself come. I feel his ass clamp around my finger as he reaches his climax, his head tossed back against my shoulder as mumbled curses fall from his lips. Once he's done, I pull out from between his thighs and start jerking myself in hard, fast strokes. It doesn't take long before I'm toppling over, spurting hot cum into my waiting hand. I glance around the car for something to clean my hand with, but there's nothing, so I ultimately settle for just wiping it on the upholstery of the back seat. Seriously? Aiden asks with a quirked brow, holding his own cum-covered hand in the air. I shrug. I'll get it cleaned before I take it back to the rental place.
Okay then.
With a shrug, he adds his own cum stain to the one I just made. We both adjust our jeans and cover up before sitting and taking a beat.
Well, I've got plenty of supplies in my room we can make use of later, Aiden says, breaking the drawn-out moment of quiet, although I'd be more than happy to just get creative again.
I stare straight ahead, my chest still pounding, his words just rolling around in my head like I can't figure out what to do with them. No, I finally say.
Huh?
I finally manage to glance at him, my gut tightening at the sight of his flushed face and the eyes that are still lust-filled, although now with a hint of confusion as well. We're not doing this again, I say in a firm voice that I know must be tinged with the emotional exhaustion I feel. We're going to stay out of each other's way for the rest of the weekend. You're not going to text me anymore. You're not going to come to Texas. This isn't happening again. Before Aiden has a chance to respond, I open the door and start to step out into the frigid air. The keys are in the ignition and the money Shay gave us is in the console. I'm going to walk for a bit. His brows shoot up.
It's below freezing outside.
I ignore him and slip out of the car, closing the door behind me. As I walk away, I tug my phone out of my back pocket and hit my sister's contact. "Hey, Benji," she says after a couple of rings. "So, that guy you were telling me about last week? Noah, or Nolan, or whatever. You can go ahead and set that up."
Chapter 14. Present day. Ben.
I hear music when I step out of my room a little later than usual for a Wednesday morning. The Rolling Stones' "I Can't Get No Satisfaction" is playing from the direction of the kitchen, and as I reach the hallway and peer around the corner, I see a sight that stops me in my tracks. Aiden is strutting around the kitchen shirtless, doing his best Mick Jagger impression and using a spatula as a pretend microphone. I duck farther behind the wall that blocks the hallway from the kitchen, biting down on my lip in an effort to hold back my grin, but it's completely futile. I'm not even sure I can count how long it's been since I've seen this goofy side of Aiden break loose, and I know it's because he doesn't want me to see it, because he's not comfortable around me anymore. My heart hurts with the knowledge that my actions have made him feel insecure in any way. But I don't know how to change that. I don't know how to go back. The song ends, and it's replaced by Run DMC's "It's Tricky," and I just barely manage to stifle a bark of laughter as Aiden starts to rap. As much as I hate to turn away, I decide it's time to leave before he catches me watching him, and I ruin this tentative peace we've managed to establish over the past few weeks. I'd planned to grab my lunch from the fridge before leaving, but I figure it's best to let Aiden think I've already left for the day. I can just buy a bagel or something on my break. As I turn to head for the door, I spot Ellie, who's watching me with a shit-eating grin on her face. "Busted," she says in a quiet sing-song. "Don't tell him I saw," I murmur. She arches a brow. "Why not?" "I think you know why." She offers a soft smile and nods. And as I walk past her and toward the door, I hear her muttering, "Fucking hell, the two of you are going to send me to an early grave." I shake my head with amusement as I exit the apartment before making my way down to the busy street. I have a meeting downtown at 9:30, which is why I'm leaving so late. I figured there wasn't much point going into the office beforehand when it's completely out of the way. After my meeting, I head straight back to my company's building, and as I stroll across the 24th floor toward my tiny office, I'm surprised to be intercepted by the secretary I share with 3 other CPAs at the firm. "Gavin's waiting for you," Jenna tells me. "In your office." I stare at her for a moment, taken aback by her words. He's waiting? How long has he been waiting? She gives a quick shake of her head. "Not long. He came down to talk to you, and I told him you were on your way back." She gives a little shrug. "He decided to stay and wait." Still a little baffled, I move past her and into my office, where I find Gavin Dawson, one of the senior partners at the New York branch of our firm, leaning casually against my desk. "Gavin! Hey, I'm so sorry. I hope you weren't waiting long." He waves me away as he straightens to a standing position.
"Not long at all. I just wanted to talk to you about your transfer request."
"Oh, I thought HR would be handling that." He nods.
"Yes, but I wanted to discuss your options."
"Okay." I shrug off my jacket and hang it on the coat rack behind my desk. Then I take a seat at my desk and gesture for him to sit opposite. "So, tell me, what are my options?" He crosses one leg over the other and places his hands in his lap before he starts talking. Neither his expression nor his tone instill me with much hope, if I'm being honest.
"Well, I'm just going to say it because I don't think there's any point dragging it out. Austin's not one of them."
I let my eyes fall closed for a moment, taking a second to master my disappointment before refocusing my attention on Gavin. I know he's not telling me all this to be a dick. If anything, it's the opposite. He was my boss back when I first started working here about 9 years ago, and while I could never consider us friends, there's definitely a high level of professional respect there.
"I'm sorry,"
he says, and there's genuine sympathy in his expression.
"But it's just not possible. It's not common knowledge yet, but it will be very soon. There are a number of cutbacks being made at several of our smaller locations, and Austin's one of them. To be honest, it was a good thing you got out when you did."
"Shit," I mutter under my breath, thinking of all my former colleagues, any one of whom could be losing their job soon.
"But that's not happening everywhere," Gavin says, clearly eager to put a good spin on things. "So, if you wanted to change your transfer request, I can see that it gets approved. Atlanta might be a good option," he suggests. "Or Cincinnati. They're making some changes there, too. A lot of the old guard are moving on. It could be a good avenue toward a partnership for you."
I can't lie. The thought of a partnership is obviously tempting, but I'm not going to Cincinnati to get it. I offer Gavin a warm smile. "I appreciate it, but it's either here or Austin. I won't be moving anywhere else." His brows shoot up in curiosity.
"So the request wasn't because you're unhappy here?"
I shake my head. No, that's not it. It's... the personal circumstances that brought me here last year have changed, so I was looking to move back home. That's all it is."
"Well, for what it's worth, I hope you'll seriously consider staying here," he says, getting to his feet.
"Thanks." I spend the rest of my workday in a bit of a fog. It was one thing to think my transfer back to Austin would take a while to happen, but now I know it's not even an option. I somehow can't help feeling both boxed in and out of control at the same time. I know I'm overthinking things. Starting at a new firm if I moved back to Austin wouldn't be terrible, even if it did put a halt to my career progression for a little while. I've never been all that obsessed with corporate climbing anyway, and likewise, it wouldn't be the worst thing to get my own apartment and settle permanently in New York, this time on my own terms. Although it would mean staying far away from Maddie and her family. For the life of me, I just can't seem to figure out where to go from here.
Chapter 15. Aiden. As soon as I walk through the door of my apartment, I'm hit with the sweet scent of cookies baking. And not just any cookies. Madeline's. I do a quick mental check, making sure it's definitely still September and we haven't somehow time jumped to late November without me noticing. Then I pad down the hallway and make my way to the kitchen, taking a seat on one of the stools at the counter.
Ben offers me a cursory glance to acknowledge my presence, but doesn't actually say anything before returning to carefully folding flour into the whipped egg mixture for what I'm guessing is another batch of cookies. I watch him work in his precise, methodical way as he finishes adding the flour and then the melted butter to the delicate mixture before finally I can't help myself from asking, "What's wrong?" He pauses in the motion of gently stirring the now silky mixture before getting back to work, asking, "Why would you think something's wrong?" "Because you're making madeleines," I say with a wave at the mess he's created in the kitchen. "You bake those when you're upset." It's something he used to do with his mom when he was a kid, and now he does it every year on the anniversary of his parents' deaths and on his mom's birthday, or at least I'm assuming he still does. Neither of those special dates apply to today, however, so there must be something else going on here. Ben finally lifts his head to look at me, and I see his jaw tick as if he's mad at me for remembering this about him. I merely arch an eyebrow in challenge, prompting him to deflate a little as he lets out a soft sigh. "I'm not upset. I'm just frustrated. This is helping me think." I nod. "Do you want me to go? So you can think?" He shakes his head. "It's fine. You can stay." "Can I have a cookie?" He lets out a soft chuckle and waves toward the wire rack sitting on the stovetop where a bunch of the freshly baked cake-like cookies are cooling. "Yeah, have at it. I haven't sugared them, though." I slide off my stool and rush around the counter to grab a couple madeleines. I know one's not going to be enough. Once I'm seated on the stool again, I bring one to my lips and take a bite, my eyes just about rolling back in my head as the airy, buttery sweetness explodes into my mouth. "Oh my God," I say with a groan. So fucking good. At first, I think it's my imagination. The change in the energy around us as the air seems to crackle with electricity, but then I see the way Ben's looking at me, with a familiar heat in his piercing eyes that makes my heart speed up and every nerve in my body thrum with anticipation. I deliberately sneak my tongue out to collect some stray crumbs that have gathered on my lips, and as I do, I see Ben visibly swallow, the hand holding the wooden spoon clenched tight. Blood rushes to my cock as I remember how fucking incredible that fierce grip of his could feel digging into my hips, or yanking on my hair, or shoving down against my back. That, of course, leads to thoughts of him fucking me, and all I want to do is scramble across the counter and beg him to bend me over and make it hurt. Yanking his gaze from mine, Ben clears his throat and returns to stirring the batter. "So, what did you do today?" It takes me a moment to answer the question because my imagination is still running wild. But then I slam back to reality and issue a harsh reminder to myself that nothing like that is ever going to happen with us ever again. We're just friends now. Or friends adjacent, I guess would be more accurate. I went to Owen and Blake's. The puppy peed on the carpet at least 5 times while I was there, and thankfully that image is enough to help deflate my cock. Ben looses a soft chuckle. "Yeah, they do that." He covers the bowl of batter with cling film and takes it over to the fridge. I'm not surprised when he retrieves another cling film-covered bowl and brings it to the counter. I remember back when he was a teenager, he'd spend those 2 days each year making 4 or 5 batches of these things, and then bring them over to our place for all us Kellys to devour. "So, what are you frustrated about?" I ask as he spoons the chilled batter into the madeleine pan. Ben shrugs, muttering, "It's nothing." "Seriously?" I ask skeptically, waving my hand around the kitchen before bringing another cookie to my lips.
He lets out a huff and glances up at me. Okay, fine. My transfer request was rejected today, so I need to decide whether I want to stay in New York permanently or leave my company and get a new job in Austin. The delicious cookie suddenly becomes all stodgy in my mouth as it hits me how badly he must want to leave if he's resorting to this method of dealing with his frustration. I want to beg him to stay, but I know how much he loves Austin. I saw it plain all over his face that time I visited, and his family's there. It's his home. Besides, who am I to be asking him to make sacrifices like that? We're just friends. Ish. Nothing more. And it's not like I'm going to be around much once shooting starts again and I'm back on the road, so it's a moot point anyway. Well, whatever you decide, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need, I tell him. He offers a soft smile. Thanks. I decide to leave it at that, heading into my bedroom to change into some workout clothes before hitting my building's gym. When I return from my workout, I see the kitchen is empty, but my bedroom's not. Ellie is sitting on my bed, munching away on a plate of madeleines. Can I help you? These are the best things ever, she says, moaning around a bite of the cookie. I mean, is it a cookie? Is it a cake? Who the hell knows? We've always called them cookies, but I'm honestly not sure. Why are you lurking in my bedroom, exactly? Her mouth forms into a frown. I'm not sure I like the word lurk. It makes me sound creepy. But I was waiting for you. Why? She offers one of those charming smiles. Do I need a reason? I arch an eyebrow at her. Now we're getting into creepy. She tosses her half-eaten madeleine at my head, and I manage to catch it, leveling her with a stern look. Not cool, Ellie. We do not waste madeleines. What are you going to do about Ben moving back to Texas? She asks bluntly. The hand holding the madeleine to my lips drops like lead to my side, my eyes staring desperately at Ellie. He told you he's going back? He's decided? No, he said he's still trying to figure it out. But we both know that's where he wants to be. Her face scrunches up in confusion. I don't get why he didn't just go back there after he broke up with his boyfriend. He didn't want to leave his company, I explain. He's never actually told me that, but I know that's the reason. He's not great with big changes. Ellie lets out a wry laugh. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I grab some fresh clothes from my dresser and disappear into the ensuite for a shower. When I return to my bedroom, now feeling fresh and clothed in a pair of old sweats and a t-shirt, I'm not surprised to see Ellie is still on my bed, and that the plate of madeleines is half as full as it was before my shower. So, she presses. So what? So, what are you going to do about Ben? I let out a heavy sigh and flop onto the bed next to her, stretching out so I can lie on my back with my head at the foot of the mattress. What can I do? If he wants to go, he should go. It's not like I can ask him to stay. We're not together, in case you haven't noticed. You could go to Austin, she suggests. I let out a choked sputter of laughter. You're joking, right? What? You liked Austin that time we went there. You seem to be forgetting the part where he told me never to come to Texas again. That was ages ago, she says with a dismissive wave. Things are different now. Things are bearable now. She places the plate of madeleines to one side and settles down next to me on her stomach. Sweetie, I know what happened last year was excruciating, I supply. Devastating? Humiliating? She offers a sympathetic smile. All of the above, yeah. But if you want this with him, it's going to have to be you who makes the move. My mind flits back to that charged moment in the kitchen. It was like, for the briefest instant, Ben let me see what he was actually feeling.
and I'm not entirely sure how much I like it, because I know now he does still want me. There's still something there, but I also know he doesn't want to feel that way, and that hurts just about as much as thinking he was over me completely. I can't keep making an ass out of myself, Elle, I say in a harsh whisper. Ellie shifts closer to me, resting her head against my shoulder. You didn't think you could handle having that Burmese python wrapped around you when we were in Myanmar, but you managed it after only about 3 hours of freaking out and a couple Xanax. It was a python, Ellie, I growl. Those things kill their prey by literally squeezing it to death, and you all wanted me to give it a head start. My point is, you didn't think you could do it, but you did, and you survived. I'm not sure I'll survive watching him walk away again, Elle. What if he doesn't walk away again?
Chapter 16. Last December. Aiden. I'm not sure what I'm expecting to happen tonight. When a guy tells you you're not allowed to set foot in the biggest state in the continental United States just because he lives there, it's a pretty clear indicator he wants absolutely nothing to do with you. And maybe if Declan hadn't mentioned in passing that Ben and his boyfriend are taking a break right now, I'd be strong enough to stay away from him, despite the whole being paired up as groomsman thing. But Deck did mention it. And now that relentless optimism that's kept me hooked on the same guy for 15 years is back in full force. I finally managed to free myself from my mom's pre-ceremony family photo shoot to find the wedding guests have all arrived and are mingling in the room that's been set up for the ceremony. Across the room, I see Ben standing by the bar with Josh, who's wearing a look of frustration at whatever Ben's saying. As Josh is distracted by something else in the room, I catch Ben's eye, and almost wish I hadn't. I've seen that heated look before, but there's something different there this time. It's almost desperate. Even guilty. It makes me wonder if whatever's going on with his ex is more complicated than I thought. I draw in a fortifying breath and let it out slowly before moving through the room toward Ben. As I approach, Josh gives a little nod of greeting and then peels away, no doubt to mingle with some of the other guests. "Hey," I say to Ben once I'm right in front of him. "Hey, it's been a while." He arches a brow at my comment. "We saw each other last night." I let out a rueful laugh. No, he didn't. I don't know if it was pure coincidence or if Ben somehow orchestrated it, but we ended up on complete opposite ends of the 25-person table at the rehearsal dinner last night. He gives an almost reluctant nod. "Fair? I guess we've both been busy." "Yeah. Taking classes in small talk, apparently." He lets out a bark of laughter, his face splitting into the kind of grin that sends a whoosh through my stomach. Maybe the situation's not as far gone as I'd thought. By the time we get to the part of the reception where the wedding party is supposed to dance, I realize the situation is actually even further gone than I'd thought. "I hope you don't mind spinning this old codger around the dance floor," Heath's grandpa, who also happens to be his best man, says to me. "I know you were supposed to be partnered up with that Ben fella, but he asked if he could dance with Lila. I think he might be sweet on her," he adds with a wink. My eyes drift to where Ben is indeed partnered up with Heath's sister, Lila. I must tense up a little, because Grandpa asks, "Everything all right, son? You're not uncomfortable about dancing with the man, are you?" I shake my head adamantly. "No, of course not. I'm just a really terrible dancer." Grandpa offers a kind smile. "Well, lucky for you, I'm an excellent dancer.
The ladies at the retirement home all line up to partner with me on disco night. You have disco night at your retirement home? He nods enthusiastically. First Friday of every month. We have cocktails as well. But we can't have umbrellas anymore because Frida Carmichael got one stuck in her dentures and ruined it for everyone. I give a wry shake of my head as I attempt not to burst into laughter. I hate it when that happens. The song ends, and we take our seats at the main table just as the food is being served. "You okay, little brother?" Shay asks, sliding into the chair next to me. I nod. "Yeah, fine. Just a little tired." It's not exactly untrue. I flew in from Greece only yesterday, and I haven't quite adjusted to New York time just yet. He gives me an encouraging slap on the shoulder. "Don't worry. You'll perk up once the party really gets going. Maybe just steer clear of any Jell-O shots," he adds with a teasing smirk. I roll my eyes. "I am never going to live that down," says the guy who got high at a family barbecue only a few months ago. Hey, I was the innocent victim in that. If it was anyone's fault, it was Jamie's. He brought the pot cookies. "I didn't know they were pot cookies," Jamie says from Shay's other side. "It was a right laugh, though. Shame you missed it, mate," he says to me. As the night goes on, I find that Shay's right. It's kind of hard to be gloomy and brooding at a Kelly party, even if I am still put out by Ben's insistence on avoiding me. But when I run into him on his own, just outside the ballroom, I find I'm not able to hold back my frustration. "You told Grandpa you have a thing for Lila so you could dance with her instead of me?" He averts his gaze, but not before I see the guilt in his eyes. "Yeah, well, she's a really nice girl." "Cut the bullshit," I say, folding my arms across my chest and narrowing my eyes. "Can you please at least admit you were avoiding dancing with me?" He lets out a sigh of resignation. "Okay. Yeah. I didn't want to dance with you." Jesus Christ. Do you seriously hate me so much you can't even put up with me for a 3-minute song? His eyes widen. "Hate you? Fuck, Aiden, I don't hate you. Why would you think that?" I shrug. "I don't know. How about the fact you banned me from ever coming back to Texas?" "Okay, I'll admit that wasn't my finest moment." I roll my eyes. "You think?" "You also told me not to contact you anymore. And you've avoided me at all opportunities. You've basically cut me out of your life. I needed to move on," he practically shouts, throwing his hands in the air. I'm silent for a long moment, just taking in the weight of his outburst before asking, "Did you?" "Move on, I mean." He lifts a hand to rub at the back of his neck in a gesture that's so familiar. It hurts. "Obviously not." "I heard you had a boyfriend," I say. He nods. "Yeah." "And I heard you're on a break right now." "Yeah." "Is it a Ross and Rachel break, or more of a conscious uncoupling?" I ask. He looks at me in confusion. I don't really know how to answer that. I step closer to him, looking deep into those gorgeous eyes as I say, "I guess I'm asking, if I kissed you right now, would it be cheating?" He stares at me for a long, drawn-out moment, his throat bobbing as he hesitates on the answer. "No," he eventually says. "It wouldn't be cheating." But I don't wait to hear the but. I just wrap my hands around his face and draw his lips to mine. I'm relieved when he doesn't hesitate. Instead, he wraps his arms around my waist and opens his mouth to deepen the kiss. After what feels like both a lifetime and not nearly long enough, we break apart, both breathing heavily. "We should probably... someone might see," Ben says.
Let them, I want to say. I'm so over hiding this. I don't care who knows anymore, but clearly Ben does. So I nod and move my hands from his face. I can't seem to tear them away from his body, though, instead bringing them to rest on his shoulders. Come to my room. His eyes fall closed, and I can see the indecision plain as day on his face. I don't know, he whispers. Please, I say, my voice hoarse. Please, just give us tonight. Just one night. Finally, he nods, and I reluctantly step away from him so we can make our way through the hotel to the elevators. It seems everyone is still in the ballroom enjoying the party, so we manage to make it back to my room without encountering anyone we know. And the second we get inside and close the door behind us, there's no holding back. Our tuxedo jackets drop to the floor, and our shirts come untucked as our hands rush to find bare skin to slide over. With every kiss, every touch, I want to tell him how much I've missed him, and how many times I've thought about him these past couple years. But of course, I can't. Because he hasn't been thinking about me. He's been with someone else. But tonight, he's mine. And I guess that'll just have to do. Before I can even register what's happening, my belt is undone, my pants are around my thighs, and Ben has his large hand wrapped around my hard, throbbing cock. I dig my fingers into the ridges of his back, letting out a groan as he strokes me with an expert touch. I can't help thrusting into his hand, loosing another groan of pleasure as he nuzzles at my neck, placing fiery kisses against my skin. Fuck, I want to taste you, he says in that sexy growl. God, yes, I all but moan. Get your mouth on me. Without further preamble, he drops to the floor in front of me, ducking his head so he can swipe his tongue over the head of my cock. Jesus Christ. As he takes me into his mouth, I reach out to run my fingers through his cold, dark hair. It's shorter than it was the last time I saw him, but still long enough for me to grab onto, and still smooth as silk, and just so goddamned beautiful, just like the rest of him. The mere sight of him on his knees, swallowing my cock as if it's the best thing he's ever had in his mouth, is almost enough to make me come embarrassingly quickly. But I manage to hold it back, wanting to enjoy this for as long as possible. Open your eyes, baby, I manage to rasp out, gently trailing my hand over his cheek. I want to look at you. He does what I ask, opening his eyes and locking his sapphire gaze with mine. There's so much heat there, it burns me up from head to toe, and this time I can't hold back the orgasm. I just barely manage to utter a warning before I'm exploding into Ben's mouth. He takes it all, swallowing it down like he can't get enough. Once I'm completely spent, he lets my cock fall from his mouth and gets to his feet, pulling me against him for a heady kiss. I can taste myself on his tongue, and it's hot as fuck. Fuck, you're good at sucking cock, I think as we exchange kisses. Just one of the reasons I love you. And it's only when Ben draws away from me and I see the look on his face that I realize I've gone and fucking said that out loud.
Chapter 17. Last December. Ben. My ears are ringing from the words, and my brain is struggling to compute the meaning behind them. But as my mind clears a little, I manage to finally parse the statement Aiden uttered just prior to those 3 little words. Wow, that's flattering, I say awkwardly, taking a few steps back. I bet sucking cock was why Jack loved Rose as well. I said that was one of the reasons. Aiden counters. I cross my arms over my chest, arching an eyebrow in curiosity. This should be good. So, what are the others? My ability to find your prostate? He looks away, his face formed into a scowl. You're being an asshole now,
I don't think you deserve to know. I nod slowly, lifting a hand to rub at the back of my neck. What was I even thinking coming in here to begin with? Why did I kiss him? Fucking hell. How many times do we need to go down this road before my brain finally gets veto power over my dick in these kinds of situations? Yeah, I think it might be time for me to go. I take a few steps toward the door, but his voice halts me in my tracks. You gave Kate your cotton candy, he says quietly. What? I can feel my brow furrowing in total confusion as I turn to face him again. At the St. Matthew's School Carnival. It was the first time I met you properly. You and Deck had only recently become friends, but you came with us to the carnival, and Kate... He lets out a sigh, shaking his head in exasperation. Of course, she was looking around at everything except for where she was actually going, and she tripped and dropped her cotton candy. You didn't even think about it. You just gave her yours. I was just being nice, I managed to say, although my head is spinning from the knowledge that he even remembers that. You didn't have to be. You could have joined in with the rest of us teasing her. But you didn't. And when you smiled at her and your eyes lit up the way they do, it was pretty much the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Still is, he adds softly. That's when I realized. Realized what? He finally lifts his gaze to look directly at me. That you're someone special. I swallow hard. Not even sure what I'm supposed to say to all that. Well, that was 15 years ago. How do you even remember all that? He looks at me, almost like he's disappointed. Don't you get it yet? Before I can ask for clarification, he steps toward me, reaching out to gently grip my hand. Your favorite band is Green Day, and your favorite song is Hitchin' a Ride. You're allergic to shellfish. You're not a vegetarian, but you only eat veggie pizza. The one place in the world you're dying to go to is Germany. His gaze is penetrating as he says, when it comes to you, I remember everything. I feel like the breath has been knocked out of me. Everything he just said is true, and most of it I don't even remember telling him. He just knows. I love you, he says, giving my hand a little squeeze. I probably shouldn't have blurted it out like that before, but it's true. I've loved you since I was 15 years old, and no matter how many times I've tried to make it go away, it just won't. I let my eyes fall briefly closed at his words, before opening them to examine his face, taking in every single feature, the sweep of his eyelashes, the curve of his lips, the light layer of blonde stubble across his jaw, the intensity in his gorgeous jade eyes. As I stare at Aiden, I see two very clear but very different paths before me. There's the ridiculous path, where I just wrap my hands around his face and kiss the life out of him. It'd feel amazing for a night, or maybe a few days, or a few weeks, even. But then the instability and unsettled nature of being with someone who's hardly ever around would start to take its toll. I'd end up like a military spouse, always waiting for a random phone call or a surprise visit home. And there's the secrecy. The fact we could never tell anyone about us. Could never be a real couple out in public. How could I ever live like that? The other path is the logical one, where I walk out the door and get my ass back to Texas so I can work things out with the stable, dependable guy I've been taking for granted for far too long. We may not have the electrifying chemistry I have with Aiden, but I've been happy with Noel, and I could be again, even if that means moving my life to New York. We could have a life together, one without all the complications. I pry my fingers from Aiden's and bring my hand up to brush over his face. Leaning down, I place a gentle kiss to his cheek before stepping back out of his reach. I have to go, I finally say, turning for the door. Ben, I glance back, but regret doing so as soon as I see the hurt and remorse lingering in his beautiful green eyes. It hits me right in the gut, and it's a miracle I manage not to stumble over. I'm sorry. It's all I can manage to get out. And it's true. I am. I don't like hurting him, but it's better this way. There's no way we'd ever actually work. I bend to swipe my tuxedo jacket from the floor and make myself place one foot after the other in the direction of the door. Ben. His voice is a hollow rasp, desperate and pleading, but I don't turn around this time. I keep walking for the door as I try to convince myself my heart's not shredding into pieces. I manage to make my way back to my own hotel room, and as soon as I get inside, I make a beeline for the bathroom and drop to the floor in front of the toilet, heaving up the contents of my stomach. With shaky hands, I strip out of my tux and turn on the shower, standing under the scalding water for a good half hour. I press my forehead against the smooth, tiled surface of the shower wall as the water pounds against my back. I take in a deep breath of the steamy air before letting it out slowly. I could still go back. I could make a different choice. I could step out of this shower right now, get dressed, go knock on Aiden's door, and just take him in my arms and make love to him. But of course, I'm not going to. Nothing's changed. Nothing ever changes with us. Aiden.
Wow, someone had a big night last night.
My head throbs at the sound of Brendan's chirpy voice as he comes to join me in the line for the breakfast buffet. I narrow my eyes at the knowing smirk spread across his face. My hackles rise at the thought of how much he might know about what happened. What are you talking about? Why would you say that? His brows creep into his hairline.
Because it looks like you didn't even get to bed?
I bite down on my jaw and don't bother responding, pushing past him toward the buffet. Contrary to whatever scenario my brother's cooking up in his head right now, I did manage to get to bed last night. I just didn't manage to get very much sleep, and not for the reason I'd been hoping for this time yesterday. I fill my plate up with food and join Brendan at a table with Connor and Kate, my stomach churning as I fix my gaze on the door to the restaurant, waiting to see if Ben will walk through it. I don't know if I want him to or not, to be honest. Part of me is pretty sure I never want to see him again. But the other part thinks if we can just talk through this properly, he'll change his mind. Finally, I've had enough. I'm not hungry anyway, and my siblings are starting to irritate me. I decide to get out of there before I do something rash, like throw a plate of food across the restaurant. I make my way back up to my room and am just swiping my key in the lock when I hear Heath and Deck emerging from a room across the hall and a little farther up.
So what? He just left?
Heath is saying, clearly affronted.
Without saying goodbye to us? The grooms? That's kind of rude. I guess he had to get home,
Deck says in a more reasonable tone.
Apparently he's decided to move here, though, so I guess he's working things out with Noel.
I slip into my room without greeting them, not exactly in the mood for a sassy comment from Heath right now. I lean against the closed door, letting my head fall back with a soft thump. I bring my hands up to scrub over my face, letting out a heavy sigh. So, I guess that rules out the talking it all through thing. It'd be hard to do that with Ben back in Texas with his ex. Or current, I guess it would be if Deck's assumption is accurate. I pad over to the bed and flop down onto the mattress, reaching out to retrieve my phone from the nightstand. Me. What are the chances of me convincing you to ditch your family Christmas this year and come away with me? Ellie Fox. Hi. You know I hate being around my family. Me. Excellent. Pack your bags. We're leaving tomorrow. Ellie Fox. What? Ellie Fox. What's going on? Me. It's a pretty long flight to Australia. I'll catch you up on the way. Ellie Fox. Australia? Wait a minute. Are you telling me we're about to enact your getaway plan? Me. Yes. Ellie Fox. Shocked emoji. Ellie Fox. Just so I can prepare, are we ever planning on coming back? You were always a little sketchy about that part of the plan. Despite still feeling completely gutted about what happened with Ben and the knowledge he's gone running back to Texas, I can't help grinning at Ellie's texts. God, I love this girl. I have no idea what I'd do without her. Me. Let's call it a play it by ear kind of thing.
Chapter 18. Present day. Ben. Josh stares at me with a look of absolute horror on his face, and I can see the judgment brewing in those hazel eyes. This is exactly why I've held off telling him what went down at the wedding for the better part of a year now. That's what happened at the wedding? He finally manages to say, "That's what you wouldn't tell me? He told you he loved you and you just threw it in his face?" I didn't. It wasn't. I don't bother finishing the thought, instead letting out a heavy sigh and dropping my head into my hands. I've replayed that moment so many times over the past 8 months, it's practically tattooed on my brain. I know there are a million ways I could have handled it better, but at the time I'd just been so caught off guard. What the hell was I supposed to do? I don't know, maybe you could have told him you love him back? Maybe you could have jumped into his arms and told him you wanted to be with him and grow old together and have babies. You know, all the things you want. But I don't want that. Not with him, I say. That's bullshit, and you know it. I narrow my eyes at my so-called best friend. What happened to you being Switzerland? I am. This here? He gestures at himself. This is called armed neutrality. I roll my eyes and bring my beer to my lips for a generous swig. Despite having kept this to myself since last December, the whole being in constant, close proximity to Aiden thing has brought it all rushing back to the surface from where I'd buried it. I finally cracked tonight and ended up on the train to Brooklyn after work, instead of making my way back to Aiden's apartment like usual. "He's a big dummy, isn't he, Chase?" Josh says to his almost 1-year-old future stepson, who's currently sitting in his high chair and seems to be having a ton of fun smearing spaghetti all over the place. With Connor at rugby practice and Chase's mom, Laura, at work, it's Josh's night for watching the Rugrat. Not that he minds one bit, considering how obsessed with kids he is. At Josh's words, Chase picks up a handful of spaghetti and launches it across the table, straight at me. Fortunately, I manage to duck out of the way before I end up with red guck all over my white business shirt. I think he agrees with me, Josh says with a chuckle. "What you and Chase, I guess," I add with an eye roll, "seem to be ignoring is the fact that it doesn't matter what we actually feel or don't feel or whatever. Aiden and I are just never going to work." I hold up a hand before he has a chance to argue. "No, I'm serious. Don't try to sell me on all that love conquers everything bullshivers," I say, managing to just barely catch myself before the curse slips out. That sort of stuff doesn't actually happen in real life. What are we supposed to do, huh? Should I just jump back into the closet? Should we keep it a secret from everyone we know? Should I just give up my life and follow him around the world, or demand he give up his dream and keep him chained here? I throw my hands up in frustration. Nothing about us works, Josh. "Except that you love each other," he says gently. "Yeah. Well, it's not enough." I take another long sip of my beer. Besides, he's probably over it by now. Josh stares at me with so much pity in his eyes. It's as though I've just told him I have some kind of terminal illness. Then he sighs and starts cleaning Chase up with a washcloth. "Romeo and Juliet had warring families and they made it work," he reasons. My brows shoot up.
I'm not sure I'd call joint suicide making it work. Okay, that's fair, he says with a wry grin. What about Jack and Rose? No, wait. He pauses in the motion of cleaning Chase's face, looking thoughtful for a moment. Then his entire face lights up. I've got it! Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. Now, if a hooker and a millionaire businessman can make it work, you and Aiden definitely can. They at least lived in the same city, I point out. He lets out an aggravated huff. Baby and Johnny? We don't know they actually worked out. What happened once Baby went off to the Peace Corps? He shakes his head, letting out a frustrated sigh. You're impossible! Remind me never to watch a rom-com with you again. When I get home from work on Tuesday night, I find Aiden in the kitchen cooking something that smells absolutely incredible. Wow, that smells amazing, I tell him, setting my briefcase down and shrugging off my suit jacket. What is it? It's slam tangine, he says a little distractedly as he checks over the pots he has sitting on the burners. I can't help noticing his movements are a little fidgety, and he's tugging at the hem of his t-shirt the way he does when he's nervous. Everything okay? He glances at me over his shoulder, offering a soft smile. Yeah, of course. Just don't want to mess this up. Couscous is one of those things that's super easy but can go wrong if you get distracted. I nod in understanding, despite the fact I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't think I've ever even eaten couscous, let alone cooked it. I'll get out of your hair, I tell him, picking up my jacket and briefcase and moving toward the hallway. Before I get there, I'm stopped by a question from Aiden. Do you like Moroccan food? I spin back around to face him. I don't think I've ever tried it, to be honest. Well, this is your chance, he says with a gesture toward the stove. It'll be ready in about 10 minutes. I stare at him for a moment as the question rolls around in my head. Has he made dinner for me? For us? I know Ellie isn't home tonight, and until I got home and found him cooking, I'd assumed Aiden was out with her. But obviously that's not the case, and I'm left wondering if she's somehow gotten herself out of the way so Aiden can do whatever this is. Or maybe I'm just reading way too much into it. Thanks, I'll just go quickly change. When I get back to the kitchen after changing into a t-shirt and jeans, I see Aiden has set the rarely used table with cutlery and plates for each of us, and steaming dishes of green beans, roasted bell peppers, couscous, and what I'm assuming is the tangine are sitting in the center. Wow. I can see why you thought you might need some help, I joke as I slide into one of the places at the table. Aiden snaps the caps off 2 beer bottles before handing one to me and taking the seat opposite me. He offers a wry smile as he says, yeah, it's definitely the kind of meal that's better when it's shared with someone. This is amazing. I barely manage to contain a moan of appreciation as the spiced lamb touches my tongue. Thanks. Aiden's cheeks flare pink as he ducks his head to attack his own dinner. It's definitely not as good as anything you'd get in Morocco, but it'll pass. I'm assuming Morocco is one of the many places you've visited? It is. Yeah. It's an amazing place. What's your favorite place you've ever been to? I ask, finding myself mildly astonished that I've never asked him this before. Aiden sits back in his chair and lets out a heavy breath. Jesus, that's a hard one. Come on. There must be somewhere. After a long moment of thought, he finally says, well, if I have to choose one, I guess the Himalayas were seriously amazing. Oh, and Egypt was incredible too. God, diving in the Red Sea. I can't even begin to describe it. And Vietnam? I cut him off with a burst of laughter. I thought you were going to pick just one. He shrugs. What can I say? You set me on an impossible task. What about somewhere that wasn't for the show? I ask. Somewhere you loved just because. He shoves a forkful of food into his mouth, contemplating the question. Then finally, he answers, Tunisia. My brows shoot up. Really? The only thing I really know about Tunisia is that it's where the Arab Spring started, I say. Oh, and that Harrison Ford got dysentery while he was filming Raiders of the Lost Ark there. Aiden's face splits into a broad grin. Star Wars was filmed there as well, although I'm not sure if anyone got dysentery that time. It's a really amazing place, though, he says more seriously. There's so much natural beauty there, incredible desert oases, and ancient rock formations and vast salt flats, and the sunset over the desert, it's absolutely stunning. It's easy to see why he's such a popular TV personality. He's so passionate about all the places he's been. It's completely enthralling, even for someone like me, who's not overly interested in world travel. Hearing him talk with such awe and fascination almost makes me want to pack my bags and jump on a plane. But you didn't go there for the show? He shakes his head. No. Ellie and I spent a few weeks there after we finished up in Morocco. I tried to convince the producers to add it to the list for future episodes, but they thought we'd already done enough of Northern Africa. You must think I'm pretty boring, I say quietly. His brows draw together in confusion. Why? I shrug. I've never even been out of the States, and I don't really have much interest in travel, except for Germany, he says, cutting me off. He offers a warm smile. Bavaria, right? You want to see where your ancestors came from? And once again I'm hit with that sharp pang, brought on by the reminder of just how well he knows me. My great-great-grandparents came to America at the end of the 19th century. Then, after World War I, my great-grandfather decided to change the family name from Reimer and move to the East Coast. And considering the way German Americans were treated during World War II, I guess it proved to be a sensible move. I'm not sure if it has something to do with losing my parents, but my ancestry has always interested me, and one day I definitely want to see the country my father's side comes from. Yeah, that's right. Although I'm guessing it's changed a hell of a lot since my ancestors were there. Not wanting to travel much doesn't make you boring, you know, Aiden says, a heavy dose of conviction in his tone. People have different interests, that's all. And you are anything but boring. We get back to the food, eating in silence for a while as that declaration hangs over us. Finally, Aiden sets his cutlery down, clearing his throat. Nothing's changed for me, you know, he says, those jade green eyes boring into me with the kind of intense desperation that takes my breath away. Everything I told you last year, it's all still true.
Chapter 19. Aiden. The bungee free fall from Blokren's bridge was nothing compared to the squirming anticipation I'm now feeling as I wait for Ben's response. He's quiet for a long moment before saying one word in the kind of pained tone that makes it feel like the bungee cord is snapping back and pulling all my insides along with it. Aiden. Before I have a chance to respond, he's shaking his head slowly. His features formed into an agonized expression. Don't do this. Please don't start this again. Start what? Ben rises from his chair and starts pacing around the carpet, the hand rubbing at the back of his neck, a sure sign of his agitation. This, he says, as if that somehow explains everything. All this stuff about you loving me, I can't do it again. Is it really that horrible for you to hear how I feel about you? I ask a little bitterly. Do you hate me that much? Jesus Christ, I don't hate you, he growls, almost as if he's angry at me for even thinking he could. Then what is it? Why don't you want to hear this? I ask, almost at the point of desperation now. He lets out a heavy sigh, his eyes falling closed for a long moment before they open to look at me intensely. Aiden, this, us. He waves a hand between us. It can never work, You need to accept that.
Why not? I demand.
Because you've made it impossible, he cries, throwing his arms up in frustration.
Perhaps sensing how much his outburst has shocked me, he lets out a heavy sigh and steps slowly toward me, his voice gentle as he says,
I'm sorry. That wasn't fair. But Aiden, you haven't even told your family you're queer.
That's complicated. He nods.
I know. And I'm not saying you have to come out to prove something to me or anything like that. It's your decision when to come out. I'd never make it an ultimatum.
He shakes his head sadly.
I just find it hard to believe you could ever put us above your career when you haven't even been able to do that for yourself.
He moves so he's right in front of me. Placing his palm against my face, he gently grazes my jaw with his thumb. His piercing eyes are so gentle, it hurts.
I care for you, Aiden, I really do, and I always have. But we both know this will never work. It was never going to.
I shake my head in stubborn refusal. We don't know that. Ben's hand slips from my face, and he starts to move away, but I don't let him. I can't let him. In a desperate effort to keep him close to me and to somehow prove what I know is possible between us, I tug him toward me and slam my lips to his. Fuck, his lips are so soft. And so fucking familiar. He's hesitant at first, and for a split second, I think he's going to push me away. But he doesn't. Instead, he grabs hold of my shirt and tugs me closer to him, opening his mouth and deepening the kiss. Fuck. How many times have I told myself I didn't need this? That Ben was just some guy I'd get over eventually. One day. But I won't. Because I can't. I don't believe in all that there's one perfect person for everyone crap. People are free to have as few or as many loves of their lives as they want. But for me, that's kinda how the cookies crumbled. Ben's far from perfect. In fact, he's a pain in my ass most of the time, and not in the good way, or at least not as much as I'd like in the good way. But he's mine. I have his name seared onto my soul, and I know no matter what happens between us, it's going to stay that way for the rest of my life. My challenge right now, convince him to let me be his. And the only way I can think of doing that is to just keep kissing him. He walks me back toward the wall, caging me in with his larger body, and there's that familiar dominance I'm so fucking addicted to. I thrust my hips up and grind our hard cocks together, satisfied with the groan he pushes out against my lips. Fucking hell. Tell me it's like this with someone else, I murmur as he begins to ravage my neck with heated kisses that send fire crackling all over my body. It's not, he whispers. You know it's not. Then why the fuck do you make it so hard? You're the one making it hard, he says with a chuckle, thrusting his cock against me. I hiss through my teeth at the contact, half from pleasure, half from frustration. Diversion. Avoidance. That's Ben's M.O., all right? He crashes his lips back against mine, and it seems to work as a magic mind-erasing spell, making me forget I'm annoyed at him. Instead, all I care about is the taste of his tongue as it tangles with mine, the feel of his hands roaming my body, and the incredible friction of our cocks rubbing together. I barely even register the whole t-shirts coming off thing. It's like 1 second we're clothed, and the next, our bare chests are flush against each other, my fingers digging into the hard ridges of his back before delving farther south and beneath the waistband of his jeans. Fuck. Need you inside me, baby. So fucking bad, I say against his lips. No supplies, he breathes. Damn it. What the hell's the opposite of a Boy Scout? 'Cause that's what Ben and I are. I shake my head, casting away the disappointment. There are plenty of condoms and a bottle of lube in my bedroom, but I don't suggest we go there. I feel like if we move from this exact spot, whatever spell that's put the overthinking part of Ben's brain to sleep will suddenly stop working. And that can't happen yet. As naive as it sounds, I'm hoping once he feels the genuine, true connection between us, the one that's more than a physical attraction and hot sex, the one I've known has been there since I was 15 years old, he'll realize the roadblocks in front of us aren't impossible to overcome, and maybe he'll stop running. Pipe dream, perhaps, but it's all I have right now.
You want me to suck you off, baby?
He whispers in my ear as his hand makes quick work of the fastenings on my jeans, pushing them down and letting my hard cock spring free. I shake my head. No. Fucking hell. I must be absolutely insane to turn down a BJ, especially when I know how talented Ben is in that arena. Ben's brows shoot up as he turns to eye me curiously. No? I shake my head again and wrap my hand around his neck so I can pull him as close as possible. You don't need to be inside me to fuck me. I want you to pin me to this wall and fuck my cock. His mouth curves up in a sexy smile, eyes glinting with anticipation, if that's what you want. I make quick work of shoving my jeans down the rest of the way and kicking them aside, and Ben does the same with his own pants. You'd better hold on tight, he warns. You know I don't go easy. I can't help smirking at that. I'm counting on it. Without any further hesitation, Ben grips my ass and hauls me off the ground, slamming me against the wall as I wrap my legs around his waist and grip tight to his shoulders. A sharp snap of his hips as his cock rubbing against mine with the most delicious friction, our pre-cum providing just the right amount of lube. Fuck yes, I hiss through my teeth as Ben continues to fuck against me. I tug at his dark hair, pulling his face to mine so I can claim his lips. He groans against me as our tongues do battle, fucking in time to our rutting dicks. Fuck, baby, fuck. Jesus, this feels so fucking good. He presses the words against my lips before thrusting his tongue right back into my mouth as if it missed being there or something. And he's right, it does feel so fucking good. The way his cock is slipping and sliding against mine with every one of his thrusts. The feel of our balls tapping together. Fuck, even the repetitive slam of my back against the wall. It's going to bruise tomorrow, but it feels so fucking good right now. Letting go of Ben's hair, I reach between us and take both our cocks in my grip. He groans against my lips again, fucking into my fist even harder. Jesus, I'm so close. I can feel the climax building, but I can't let myself come yet. There's something he needs to understand first. Look at me. Aiden, look at me. He slowly moves his gaze to mine, his piercing blue eyes full of just everything. Only you, I tell him, attempting to sear the truth into him with the force of my gaze. Only with you. We stare at each other for a long, heated moment, and then he slams his lips back to mine. I have no idea if he's agreeing or deflecting, but I can't ponder it now because I can't keep the orgasm at bay any longer. I taste blood from what I'm pretty sure is a bite of Ben's lip as I tense up and come in a rush all over my hand. He comes pretty quickly after, digging his teeth into my neck, payback, I guess, as the orgasm takes hold. He keeps his head buried in my neck for a while after he's come, and when he finally looks at me again, I see his eyes are a little shiny. I have no idea if it's a reaction to me biting his lip or if it's something else. Stay in my room tonight. It's more of a plea than a request. Ben sets me back on my feet, letting out a soft sigh. Aiden, just please. Eventually, he nods. Okay. Chapter 20. Ben.
The moment I agree to spending the night in Aiden's bed, he's grabbing my hand and tugging me toward his room. I could still stop this. I could easily pull away. But I don't. Because I'm just so damn tired of fighting this. I might have brushed off his comment earlier, but he's right. It's never felt like this with anyone else, and I doubt it ever could. I drag him down onto the bed with me, my lips finding his again as his body wraps itself around me in the most absolutely perfect fit. And his lips, God, I could just kiss them forever. I roll onto my back, bringing him with me so he's straddling my waist, his lips trailing frantic, desperate kisses all over my jaw and neck before returning to my mouth. We're interrupted by the blaring of Aiden's cell phone ringing with the tune of Queen's Another One Bites the Dust. He pauses for a moment, but I shake my head at him. Ignore it. I can already feel our cocks starting to perk up again, and now that we're in his bedroom where I have no doubt there are some supplies nearby, I'm desperate to get inside him. He seems more than happy to ignore the call, his lips leaving mine as he starts to crawl down my body until his mouth is hovering over my dick. Fucking hell. He spits out when his phone starts blaring again. This time, he reaches over to the nightstand and grabs it, growling, "What?" upon answering. He listens for a moment, his expression dark before saying, "You've got to be fucking kidding me." No. There's another beat as he listens some more before he grinds out through clenched teeth, "I'm not doing it." I watch as his demeanor turns from one of blistering anger to one of defeat as he lets his eyes fall closed, his hand coming up to scrub through his hair. "Yeah. I'll be there. See you tomorrow." Once he ends the call, the fiery anger comes back as Aiden hurls his phone across the room, spitting out a string of curses. As if only just remembering I'm still here, he turns to me, offering a look full of regret. "Fuck, I'm sorry. I have to go to LA so I can sort this shit out." "When do you have to go?" "Now." I bolt upright, my mouth falling open in horror as I watch him scramble off the bed and hastily get dressed. Now? It's after 7 p.m. He rakes a hand through his hair in frustration. "I know, but my agent wants me there at 8 tomorrow, and there aren't any east to west red eyes. If I leave now and book the flight in the Uber, I'll make the last flight out of the night." "But—" He turns to glance at me, and I can see the genuine regret written all across his face. "I'm sorry. I'll explain everything when I get back, but I really need to go." And all I can do is sit there, completely dumbstruck as I watch him shove his feet into a pair of boots and sling on a leather jacket before he retrieves his phone from the floor and his wallet from the dresser. And then he leaves, traveling to the other side of the country without even packing a bag. When I hear the front door close, I fall back against the mattress and just lie there for a while. I know I should probably get up and get dressed, at the very least return to my own room, but I'm just a little too overwhelmed to move right now. As I lie there, I try to think of what changed between the time I told Aiden we'd never work to the time we got off against the wall, and I realize nothing did. He kissed me, and that's all it took for me to lose my head. And now my earlier conviction has been validated in the most gut-wrenching way, and I'm left feeling just so totally wrung out. I'm not mad at Aiden for taking off like that. I know how much his career means to him. He's living his dream, and I'd never hold that against him. But it kind of proves my point that he's not ready to prioritize anything above that just yet, and I can't wait around until he is, no matter how right it feels when we're together. I finally managed to drag myself out of his bed and make my way toward the bathroom I've been using since I moved in here. As I stand under the hot spray of the shower, I come to a decision.
I'm not sure how long Aiden intends to be away, but I need to be out of here by the time he gets home. I just can't do this anymore. I wouldn't say I'm planning to hide from Aiden, but I do need a little space, and considering both my best friends are part of his family, it really only leaves me with one option. As I knock on the door of my old apartment, I squash down any feelings of apprehension. It's not like Noel and I parted on bad terms or anything, and the worst that can happen is he says no, in which case I guess I'll just go to a hotel for a few days. Noel's brows are practically in his hairline when he opens the door to find me standing there. Ben, you have absolutely no reason to say yes to this, but can I crash in your guest room for a few days? I must look truly pathetic because he merely runs his gaze over me, loses a heavy sigh, and steps back to let me into his apartment. I'll make us some margaritas and you can tell me what's going on. I should know better than to drink Noel's margaritas. I'm pretty sure the things have truth serum in them, judging by the information he's able to extract from me. As for work tomorrow, yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to pull that off. You're telling me you're involved with a closeted celebrity? He asks, his mouth open so wide I can practically count his teeth. We're not really involved, I clarify. I let out a heavy sigh. I don't know what we are. Is it Ryan Gosling? Noel asks. What? No. Ryan Reynolds? Well, no. Ryan Seacrest. I roll my eyes. For the love of... No, it's not anyone named Ryan. Noel runs a hand over his jaw. Well, that does narrow it down a bit. Ooh, is it Matt Bomer? I shake my head in exasperation. Matt Bomer's out, in case you've forgotten. He nods. Oh, right. Yeah, probably just as well the two of you aren't together. How on earth would you ever tell each other apart? It'd be like having sex with the mirror. I roll my eyes. Apparently all you need is dark hair, pale skin, and blue eyes to be declared as the third triplet of Matt Bomer and Ian Somerhalder. So you're in love with this mystery guy? He asks. The question's not accusatory, like you might expect from a recent ex. Merely curious. I set my glass down and lie back on the sofa, as if I'm a patient in a therapist's office. Yeah, I say softly, finally admitting what I've known for a long time. But he doesn't feel the same way? I shake my head. No, he does. Told me so tonight. And last year. So what's the problem? I sigh. Maybe he loves me, but he loves his career more. I see. And you'd want him to give that up? All the limelight and whatever? I shake my head adamantly. No, I'd never ask him to do that. He loves what he does. He's so passionate about it. I draw in a deep breath and let it out, but it makes things pretty impossible. Why? Noel presses in a gentle voice. I turn my head so I can look at him. What am I supposed to do? Jump back in the closet? Lie to everyone I know? I shake my head. I can't live my life like that. But you're prepared to just lie to yourself for the rest of your life? He asks with an arched brow. Prepared to lie to anyone you might try to share your life with? Ouch. I manage to meet Noel's gaze, but he doesn't appear upset or hurt or even bitter. Instead, all I see is genuine concern. I'm sorry. I treated you badly, didn't I? He offers a kind smile. You might not have loved me, darling, but I think we can agree. You never treated me badly. I wasn't aware I'd been carrying around guilt over Noel until it eases at his words. I find myself feeling a little better, but only a little. I'm going back to Austin, I tell him, a little surprised by the conviction in my tone. Are you sure? I nod. Yeah. It'll be annoying to have to change jobs, but I can stay with Maddie while I figure everything out. When will you go? I think about it for a moment. Honestly, now that I've officially made the decision, I'm tempted to just rush to the airport and jump on a plane right now, but that's not exactly feasible, is it? I'll have to give notice. And I have a thing next Friday night I said I'd be at, Declan's brother's birthday, so a couple weeks, I guess. And are you gonna see him before you go? Probably. If Aiden's back from L.A., he'll no doubt be at Brendan's karaoke thing, but I decide not to mention that. I can't tell Noel about Aiden's connection to Declan, or he'll easily figure out who my closeted celebrity is. It's not that I don't trust Noel to keep the information to himself. It's just that it's Aiden's secret to share.
Chapter 21.
Aiden. I'm not doing it, I say to my agent in a tone I'm hoping sounds more assertive than petulant. Marcus sits back in his chair, peering at me from across the desk in his LA office. Aiden, this is good for publicity. Think of it as an honor her reps have chosen you and not Dan Radcliffe or someone. I roll my eyes. They probably did approach Daniel Radcliffe, and he told them to fuck off just like I'm doing. I'm not going to lie and say I'm some girl's boyfriend just so she can launch her career riding my coattails. Where is this woman's self-respect anyway? Doesn't she want to make it on her own? It's one thing to use a connection or call in a favor. It's a whole other thing to set up a charade like this. You've been lying your whole career anyway, Marcus points out. What difference would this make? And there's the cold dose of reality that hits me right in the gut. Not that I had much choice in the keeping closeted thing. At least, that's what I tell myself. That's different, I grate out, shifting my body around in the uncomfortable leather chair. People are starting to talk, you know, Marcus says, clearly trying a different tack. You haven't had a girlfriend the whole time you've been doing the show. Between that and Elliot's sudden disappearance, well, people draw conclusions. Let them, I say with a shrug. You know I don't give a shit if people know I'm pan. And you know how I feel about Ellie having to give up her on-camera role. Look, Aiden, I'm on your side here, he says in that condescending way agents must need to be able to master before they can qualify for their jobs. But the producers are really pushing for this. They think it'll bring a whole new audience to the show. And don't forget, you've only got a year left on your current contract. He leaves the statement hanging like bait. I'll think about it. I finally manage to spit out before rising from the chair and moving toward the door of my agent's office. They want an answer by the end of the week, Marcus calls after me. Great. So I have 3 days to figure a way out of this whole shit show. I exit and give a brief wave to the secretary outside Marcus's office before striding toward the elevator and making my way out of the building as quick as I can manage it. As soon as I get to the street, I feel like I can breathe a little more freely, but I'm still feeling weighed down by the decision I have to make. I try calling Ben, although I don't expect him to answer considering it's the middle of the workday back on the East Coast, and sure enough, it goes straight to voicemail. I still feel like absolute shit for leaving things like I did last night, but I know now there won't ever be any chance for us unless I can get the hot mess that is my life together. Once I get back to my hotel, I make a phone call that I know I should have made years ago. My oldest brother might spend 90% of his time goofing around, but when it comes to the serious stuff, there's no one better at giving advice. I should have asked for his input all those years ago before I ever signed with Marcus. Maybe I just didn't want to hear what I knew he'd say. Hey, man, Shay says after picking up my call. Hey, I say, unable to keep the emotion from my voice. There's a slight pause before he says, Shit. Is everything okay? Do you need me to come over? I'm not in New York right now. I thought you were planning on being here for a while, he asks, clearly confused. Didn't you say your season had wrapped? Yeah, it's not that. Okay.
I draw in a heavy breath and let it out slowly. I have a lot to tell you. By the time I'm done telling him the whole story of working out, I'm Pan, only to be shoved into the closet by my agent and producers. Tears are streaming from my eyes, and my nose is dripping snot. It's a good thing this isn't a FaceTime call, because no one deserves to see me looking this disgusting. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I say. I should have been able to come out to my family, especially this family. That's okay, Shay says gently. It's completely up to you when to come out. I just didn't want you to have to lie for me. I ramble on as if he'd asked for an explanation, and I didn't want you to be disappointed. Why would we be disappointed? I frantically wipe at my face with the only thing I have on hand, the sleeve of my sweater. Because I sold out. I lied about who I was to further my career. You're hardly the first person to do that, Aiden. Shay reasons, and I let them treat Ellie so badly. I should have fought harder for her. I should have left once they made her agree to that stupid off-camera contract. Shay's silent for a long moment before gently asking me, what do you want to do now? I don't know. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Do you want out? He asks bluntly. Do you want to quit the show? Do something else? I think about it for a moment before shaking my head. I don't think that's an option. I still have another year left on my contract. There's another brief pause before Shay says, look, I have a buddy who used to be an entertainment lawyer in LA, but he does something else here now. I'm not sure what exactly. I know he'd be able to help you, though, or at least put you in touch with someone else who can. I don't, Aiden. Listen to me, he says firmly. I nod, even though he can't see me. Yeah, I'm listening. Whatever you decide to do, I'll support you. All of us will. But if you want to get away from these people, I can put you in touch with Cole, and he'll help you. What about Ellie? Shay chuckles. Well, I always thought of you two as kind of a package deal, so I'm assuming she'll be on board with whatever you decide. Of course she will. She'll be over the frickin' moon if I decide to leave the show and take her with me. Knowing that makes me feel even worse for staying these past few years when I know how badly they've treated her. I meant, what about her contract? I'm sure Cole will be able to help with that as well, Shay assures me. I let out a heavy breath. Okay. Can I have his number? By the time I leave for the airport that afternoon, I'm in a much better mood. Ellie and I have a meeting set up with Shay's friend tomorrow, and I'm feeling a whole lot better about everything. All I want now is to just get home and crawl into bed with Ben so he can hold me while I apologize and talk him through everything that's happening. It's close to midnight by the time I actually get home, and I briefly consider going straight to my own bed, considering how early I know Ben has to be up tomorrow. But my feet seem to have minds of their own as they make their way to his bedroom instead of mine, so I decide to just go with it. I don't turn the light on. Instead, just crawling onto the bed, figuring I can just cuddle with him without actually waking him up. But it doesn't take me long to realize the bed's empty, and as I finally turn on the light, I notice the rest of the room is empty as well. Empty of any trace of Ben, at least. Well, it's not like I could just wrangle him as he was walking out the door and tie him up till you got home or something. Ellie hisses from the subway seat next to me. First of all, I have terrible aim with a lasso. You've seen this. Secondly, Finn still has my rope, so I couldn't have used it anyway. And thirdly, I'm not going to be party to felony kidnapping. I roll my eyes, shaking my head in exasperation. I'm not suggesting you should have tied him up. But you could have at least tried to convince him to stay. He wanted to leave, Aiden. There was nothing I could do. I slump against the seat, letting my head fall back to hit the glass of the train window. I can't seem to stop my mind racing or my gut churning, It's been nonstop since I got home last night to find Ben had moved all his stuff out of my place and disappeared to God knows where. And apparently my so-called best friend had come home just as he was leaving and hadn't attempted to tackle him and keep him in the apartment until I got home. Some friend, right? Did he at least say where he was going? This has been plaguing me all day. I assumed he would just go stay with Josh, or maybe Declan. But I called both Connor and Declan this morning, and neither of my brothers appear to be harboring Ben. For the last time, no, Ellie says in an exasperated tone. The train rattles to a halt at our station, and we get out, rushing up the crowded steps to exit onto Fifth Avenue. But I can kind of see why he would leave, Ellie says as we take the elevator up toward the suite of offices Shay's friend Cole McCaffrey keeps on the 17th floor. Ouch. I stare at my best friend, who will henceforth be known as Benedict Arnold. What? She sighs. The other night was supposed to be about you convincing him of how much you love him. But then you left him lying naked in bed so you could jet off to L.A. I hear a little snorting noise and look around to see a woman in a designer skirt suit smirking as she glances down at her phone. I didn't just jet off, I say irritably. You know I didn't have much choice. If I hadn't gone to L.A., Marcus would have just told Carrie Bailey's reps I was on board with the whole stupid plan, and then it'd have been too late for me to do anything about it. I know that, Ellie says. But does Ben? How much does he really know about how shit things are for you? We reach floor 17, and the doors open for us. Not a lot, I say a little distractedly as I step off the elevator and move toward reception. Before we get there, Ellie tugs my hand and urges me to face her. With sympathy in her eye, she says, "If it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure he loves you. He wouldn't keep pushing you away if he didn't care so much." I let out a heavy breath, nodding. Thanks. She starts to move away, but I pull her back. Before we go in there, how far are you willing to go for us to get clear of these contracts? She fixes me with a fierce look, her jaw set in determination. Whatever it takes. The meeting with Cole goes even better than I expected, with him assuring us we'll be able to get free of our contracts. He offered to look into loopholes regarding discrimination law and things like that, but we decided we'd rather just hand over some money and have it done with, and now we can start fresh. Of course, once the meeting is over, it's time to get on with the other part of getting my life together. Once, I probably would have considered coming out to be a face-to-face thing, or at the very least an over-the-phone thing. But several of my brothers have come out via our family chat over the past couple years, so I figure it's safe to follow their lead. Aiden Kelly. I have something to tell you all. I'm Pan. Brendan Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly. As in Peter? Finn Kelly reply to Brendan Kelly.
No, dipshit, as in sexual. At least, I'm assuming.
Aiden Kelly reply to Finn Kelly. That's correct. Wink emoji. Aiden Kelly reply to Finn Kelly. Also, you really need to stop taking Brendan's dumb jokes so seriously, dude. Brendan Kelly reply to Aiden Kelly. Hey, my jokes aren't dumb. Shay Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Bro, your jokes are the worst. Alana Martin Kelly replied to Shay Kelly. It's classic middle child syndrome. Sad, really. Brendan Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly. Finn's a middle child too. The twins count as one person. Everyone knows that. Finn Kelly. He means all the little people inside his head know that? Eye roll emoji. Brendan Kelly. When did this turn into Gang Up on Brendan Day? Kate Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. Is that an actual day? Because I could get on board with that. Brendan Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. Ouch. Katie, that's harsh. Kate Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly. You just said I was half a person. Bridie Coughlin. Can we go back to the Aiden being Pan thing?
when did that happen?
Alana Martin Kelly replied to Bridie Coughlin.
What do you mean, when did it happen? Things like that don't just happen.
Brendan Kelly replied to Alana Martin Kelly.
Sometimes they do.
Alana Martin Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly.
This is completely different. Pansexual people are attracted to people of every gender. That's not something you just magically realize overnight.
I let out a heavy sigh as I prepare myself to explain how I've been lying to all of them for half my life. Aiden Kelly. Alana's right. This didn't just happen. I figured out I was into guys when I was about 15, and I figured out I was into other genders in college. I took some bad advice and chose to stay closeted when my show got picked up, and I didn't tell any of you because I didn't want you to have to lie for me. Eileen Kelly replied to Aiden Kelly.
Oh, honey, I wish you could have told us, but I'm glad you feel like you can now. Your father and I both love you very much. Is there anyone special?
Yes, so special it hurts to think about him. I can't tell my entire family that, though, and fortunately, I'm saved by my sister. Kate Kelly.
What about Ellie? You guys would be really cute together.
Aiden Kelly replied to Kate Kelly. No, we're just friends. Finn Kelly replied to Kate Kelly.
Ellie's a woman.
Kate Kelly replied to Finn Kelly.
So, pan people are attracted to all genders.
I decide not to clarify the homo-romantic part of the equation. I figure that just might confuse everyone further. Although, from the sound of things, Finn might already know about that. Brendan Kelly.
One of the teachers at Wade School is Two-Spirit. We could totally introduce you.
I roll my eyes, and here it goes. Alana Martin Kelly.
There's a trans femme person in my yoga class. They're so sweet and very bendy. Wink emoji.
Declan Kelly.
Stacy, the receptionist at the vet clinic, is genderqueer and single. We also know a lot of single cis men and women, just FYI.
Seriously? Declan, too?
Aiden Kelly.
Okay, I'm leaving the chat now. If any of you hound me with setup offers, I'm leaving the country again, and this time I won't be back for at least a year. Eileen Kelly.
For the love of all that's holy, no one tried to set him up with anyone. We just got him back.
Chapter 22. Ben. Despite the fact that Jamie and Kate somehow managed to rope me into doing a Spice Girls song with them, tonight's karaoke party has so far been a lot of fun. But as Aiden gets to the stage for a solo number, I decided it might be a good time to take a break.
Where do you think you're going?
Declan asks as I rise from my chair. Bathroom.
Nope. No way.
He tugs on my arm and forces me to sit back down.
If we all have to suffer through this, so do you.
A collective groan ripples through the party as the song title pops up on the screen. Callum Scott's You Are the Reason.
No, not cool,
I hear Alana shouting as she slaps her hands over her ears.
I know you've only been out for a week, Aiden, but this is not how you treat queer musicians' songs.
The opening bars of the song seem to fade away for a moment as my brain replays those words at full volume. You've only been out for a week. He came out. When? How? Who else knows? I shake my head sharply to try to clear my mind of all the confusing thoughts running rampant right now. I return my gaze to the stage, and I notice Aiden's not using the words on the screen to help him with the lyrics, because his eyes are fixed directly on me. Once I catch his gaze, I find it impossible to look away. The emotion swirling in those jade green eyes is just so overwhelming. There's vulnerability, and hope, and regret, and pain, and love. It's like everything I've ever felt for this man is being reflected right back at me, and as I listen to the lyrics he's singing, as badly performed as they are,
I can't help feeling like every single line has been written specifically for us. I can't believe he's doing this. Here, in front of everyone. But of course he is. He's always been the brave one. I'm the one who keeps running away. As he finishes the song, I'm stunned into immobility for a moment, but I'm snapped out of it as soon as I see Aiden lower his eyes, a dejected look on his face. Noel's words from the other night come into my mind, and I ask myself, am I prepared to lie to myself for the rest of my life? No. No, I'm not. And I'm not prepared to lie to Aiden anymore either, or anyone else for that matter. I rise to my feet and stalk toward Aiden, not stopping until I've wrapped my hands around his face and slammed my lips to his. His hands come up to grip my wrists, but it's not to pull me away. It's as if he needs something to hang on to. As if from a very long way away, I hear one of Aiden's brothers, Liam, I think, call out, "What the fuck?" But we ignore him and the rest of the people gathered for the party who all seem to be having similar reactions. When Aiden and I finally break apart, I feel his breath of relief hot on my face. No one's ever butchered Caleb Scott for me before, I say wryly, pressing my forehead to his. He chuckles. "You weren't returning my calls. I figured it was time for drastic action." I release his face from my grip, sliding my hands down to wrap around his waist and pull him closer to me. He loops his arms around my neck, and I feel his thumbs grazing over the sensitive spot just below my hairline, prompting me to hum against his lips before kissing him again. "God, you could at least get off the fucking stage," Brendan calls out. "You're hurting my eyes." We break apart again, grinning at each other. "You want to get out of here?" Aiden asks. I nod enthusiastically, definitely. We don't bother with goodbyes. Aiden simply grabs my hand and leads me out of the bar and to the street, where we jump in the first cab we see. We manage to mostly keep our hands to ourselves for the drive back to Aiden's Midtown apartment, but once we finally get inside, it's a completely different story. The second the door closes behind us, I have Aiden pinned against it, my hands working frantically at the buttons of his shirt as I kiss him thoroughly. As soon as I get it open, I'm gliding my palms over the heated skin of his torso, prompting him to groan against my lips as I tweak one of his nipples. I can feel his hard cock pressing against my thigh as he tries to rub against me to create some friction. My own cock is damn near bursting out of my pants, and I know it'll take a mammoth effort not to embarrass myself once we're naked. Fuck, we need to get the rest of these clothes off, I growl, scraping my teeth along his jaw. Yep, good plan. I manage to pull back from him long enough to start working on my tie and shirt buttons. It's only now I'm realizing I must have left my suit jacket at the bar, but whatever. This is worth it. Aiden works faster than I do, and by the time I have my shirt and tie off, he's down to just his briefs. He moves to tug them down as well, but I put a hand out to stop him. At his inquiring look, I explain, "If you take those off now, I'm gonna blow before we even get to anything." It's bad enough those briefs leave exactly 0 to the imagination. He offers a sexy smirk and reaches out to help me with my belt. "Better hurry up and get you indecent then, 'cause I'm not waiting much longer to have you inside me." Oh, he'll be waiting a little longer. I have something else planned for us tonight. I don't mention that just yet, though. Instead, I toe off my shoes and work down my pants until I'm wearing nothing but briefs as well. At the sight of the erection tenting my briefs, Aiden's eyes go all glassy, and his tongue sneaks out to run over his lips. I nearly lose it then and there, but I manage to get a grip and pull him into my arms, claiming his lips once again. "Come on, baby. Bedroom." He lets out a little gurgling sound that I'm assuming is some form of agreement because he lets me tug him toward his bedroom and drag him onto the bed with me. Something strange seems to happen the second we hit the bed, though. It's as though everything just slows down, and the frantic rush we were in just a few moments ago has completely gone. The need to be constantly touching each other is still there, but it's different. It's better. We lie on the bed, completely tangled up in each other, exchanging long, languid kisses that seem to touch every single part of me, right down to my toes. My cock is still aching with desperate need for him, but I need this more, this closeness, this connection. This isn't about sex or getting off together. This is about us. I love you, I murmur against his lips, realizing I haven't said it yet, despite the fact it's been there, carved into my bones for years. Well, it's about damn time, Ryland, he says with a wry grin. I'm sorry, I didn't... He cuts me off with a gentle hand to my mouth. Shh. Let's not go there tonight. I nod and we go back to kissing. I let my hands roam over his body, slipping one under the waistband of his briefs to palm his ass. He groans against my lips and presses back farther into my touch. God, I want you inside me, baby, he says, pressing a kiss against the underside of my jaw. I let out a shuddering breath and lift a hand to his face so I can guide his gaze to mine. Actually, I was hoping it could be the other way around tonight. Aiden's brows shoot up in almost comical surprise. Seriously? I nod. Yeah, unless you don't like that. I've always had the impression he has a preference for bottoming, so maybe he wouldn't want to... My thoughts are cut off by his firm head shake. Verse. I just always kind of assumed you weren't. Well, technically I've never actually bottomed, I admit, averting my gaze. And you want to start now? I glance back at him, seeing a mix of apprehension and anticipation in his gaze. He wants to do this, but he's also worried I won't like it. And knowing Aiden, he probably thinks if I'm not 100% happy with how things pan out tonight, he'll wake up to find me gone in the morning. I guess I can't blame him for thinking something like that, considering how many times I've pushed him away over the years. It's not that I haven't thought about it, I tell him. It's just all my partners liked bottoming, so it never really happened. And also, I trail off, not sure I want to admit the other reason. Also, I shake my head. It's stupid. I can feel my face flaming, and no doubt Aiden can see my embarrassment because he leans down and presses a soft kiss to my lips. Nothing you ever say to me could be stupid. I draw in a fortifying breath, letting it out slowly. Okay, well, back when I was in high school, I had just seriously the biggest crush on you, and I had this fantasy that you'd be, my first. Well, my first with a guy, anyway. Obviously, that didn't happen. But I think I held on to this one thing because there was a part of me that thought if I was ever going to let a guy inside me, I wanted it to be you. Aiden's speechless for a long moment as I watch a number of different emotions play over his face. When he finally talks, his words absolutely gut me. But you hated me. I lift my hand to his face, grazing my thumb gently over his cheek. No, baby, I never hated you, I tell him, putting as much sincerity as I can muster into the words. I was just too scared to love you. I draw his face toward me, and he doesn't hesitate to return my kiss. But I can tell he's still a little shaken. Please, I whisper. Make love to me. He nods. You know I'll give you anything you ask for. Always. Chapter 23. Aiden. I'm still reeling a little from Ben's confession, as well as his request for me to make love to him. If I'm being honest, I've been kind of on a knife's edge for days now,
ever since I came home to find Ben had packed up and moved out of my apartment. And when I heard from Deck he's planning to move back to Texas, I figured I had nothing to lose, which is why I decided to torture everyone in the fucking bar with that song. And by some miracle, it worked. I know we still have a ton of shit to work through, but right now I just want to focus on this moment. Us. Together. Making love. I managed to tear my lips away from Ben's and reach toward my nightstand for the supplies we need while he tugs down his briefs and slips them off. I position myself between his legs and just take a moment to absorb the sight of his hard, pulsing cock as it lies against his hip, the head shiny and wet with pre-cum. Damn, could it look more delicious? As I lower my mouth for a taste, I realize with a jolt this will be the first time I've had my mouth on him since that fateful night 11 years ago. I won't throw up on you this time. I promise, I tell him. He offers a soft smile and reaches out to thread his hands through my hair. Even if you did, it'd still be perfect. He lets out a soft hiss as I close my mouth over the head of his dick. My taste buds just about explode as his pre-cum hits my tongue, and all I want is more. I want to swallow him down and suck him dry. But I remind myself making him come isn't the point of this, BJ. He asks me to make love to him. He wants me to be the first man he's ever taken inside his body, and I'm sure as hell going to give him that. While I make lazy motions with my tongue, just enough to tease and drive him insane, but not enough to actually get him off, I coat my fingers with lube and start to gently push one inside his body. I glance up to check his face and see his eyes locked on me, his features a little strained. He gives a quick nod that I take as encouragement to push deeper. So that's what I do. As I push inside, I feel his ass clamp tight around my finger before it relaxes a little. It eases further as I continue gently pushing in and out, and I see Ben's expression clear of any trace of strain. You ready for another finger, baby? He nods, and I add a second slicked-up finger, once again moving slowly and gently, and I push in and out, letting his body adjust. He lets out a sharp hiss as I brush his prostate. Fuck, do that again? I do as he asks, this time earning a groan of pleasure and a little jut of his hips as his ass pushes down against my hand, actually seeking further contact. Is that... I can't help smiling. That's your prostate. Jesus, no wonder you like this so much. I don't comment on that, instead returning my mouth to his cock as I continue stretching him out, brushing over his gland every now and then. If he's never felt prostate pleasure before, it's because he's either never tried any kind of anal play, or because whatever he's tried hasn't been done right. It means preparing him for my cock will take a while. But I don't care. I'm going to make this perfect for him, no matter how long it takes. After about 20 minutes of me teasing his cock and fingering his ass, Ben is a writhing, whimpering mess. I have 3 fingers inside him now, and he just keeps begging for more. I let go of his cock and move my body so I'm leaning over him, looking directly into those piercing eyes. Do you think you're ready for my cock, baby? I ask. Or I can make you come like this if you want instead. He shakes his head. No, I want you. I nod and remove my hand so I can reach for a condom. As I'm moving to do so, Ben's hands come up to cup my face, holding me in place right in front of him. Aiden... The way he says my name is almost desperate. I want your cum in me. He must read my disbelief as hesitation. Because he says, I'm negative, I promise. I got tested right after Noel and I broke up. I nod. I trust you. And I'm negative too. I get tested every 6 months like clockwork, although the last one seemed a little redundant, considering I hadn't had any sexual activity with anyone since that blowjob at Declan's wedding. He pulls my face down so he can kiss me. It's a heady kiss, and when we break apart, he whispers, Come in me, baby. I want to feel you. All of you. I want to tell him he already has all of me.
But instead I simply nod and press a soft kiss to his lips before crawling back down his body to retrieve the bottle of lube I tossed aside earlier. I quickly scramble out of my briefs and coat my dick in lube before positioning myself between Ben's bent legs. I hesitate as I gaze at his glistening hole. I know I've prepped him as well as I possibly can, but this is still his first time, and it will be his body's instinct to tense up as I enter him. A little pain and discomfort is obviously par for the course, but I don't want to cause too much of it, if I can help it. I brush my lips against his bent knee, grazing my hand gently over the bristly hairs on his thigh.
Can you do me a favor, baby?
Anything?
I need you to clench your ass.
Clench it?
He asks, sounding bewildered. I nod. Yeah. Clench it for as long as you possibly can. Then let go. He still looks confused, but he nods and does what I ask. I watch carefully as his ass muscles tighten, my cock in position for when the moment comes. Finally, when he can't hold it anymore, he relaxes, and I push into his body. He lets out a little oomph, but his face doesn't look too pained, and his body is reasonably relaxed, so I keep going. I stroke his cock as I continue pushing inside, going slowly and stopping every now and then to give him time to adjust to the breach. It's taking every ounce of willpower I have to not just thrust in hard and bottom out in one stroke, because oh my God, I don't think I've ever felt anything more incredible than the sensation of being bare inside this man. Maybe having him bare inside me would be comparable. Guess we'll have to try that later. Once I've finally bottomed out, I lean forward so I can claim Ben's lips.
You better start fucking moving, baby, he murmurs. Just give me a second.
I drop my forehead to rest against the side of his face.
Fuck, you feel incredible.
His legs come up to wrap around my body, and I start to move in slow, gentle strokes. It's all I can manage right now. Anything more, and I'll blow in 5 seconds.
Fuck, you're gonna kill me,
Ben groans, tossing his head back. That'd be a little counterproductive, I say with a chuckle, lowering my lips to his neck and sucking hard enough to leave a mark, my mark. Is it cheesy to say being inside Ben like this, feeling his body wrapped tight around my cock, knowing there's nothing between us, feels like home? Yeah, that's super cheesy. But whatever. I don't care. One of his legs starts to slip off me, and I reach down to slide my hand up his thigh, holding him in place. I need him wrapped around me. I need us joined in every way we can be. This, I tell him.
What?
I lift my head up a little so I can gaze into those gorgeous eyes. I've been to so many places, all over the world, but nowhere's ever felt like home. It's because this is home. Right here.
With your cock in me?
He asks wryly before letting out a groan as I change the angle. Yep,
I can get on board with that.
I slam my mouth to his, kissing him hard and deep as I increase the intensity of my thrusts. I feel his hands on my ass, urging me on, and his thick cock pulsing as it slides against my abs with every stroke of my dick. It's always been intense with us, but this is different. This is so much more. Fuck, I love you, I whisper against his cheek.
Aiden.
He lets out another groan, his chin knocking against my cheek as he tosses his head back.
Oh, fuck, baby.
I feel his hands leave my ass, and then they're wrapped around my face, and he's kissing me again.
Look at me,
he says breathlessly, drawing back so he can look into my eyes.
Only you, baby, only with you.
I feel tears springing to my eyes as I hear my words from last week spoken back to me. Undone by the emotion of it all, I bury my head in the crook of Ben's neck as I continue to thrust inside him. I feel the orgasm building slowly, like the crackling embers of a fire getting gently stoked back to life. As it starts to overwhelm me, I find myself biting down onto the soft skin of Ben's neck, my fingers digging hard into his broad shoulders. I feel Ben's ass clamping down on my cock, his hands squeezing my own ass with bruising force as we both come completely undone.
together.
When my eyes crack open, I can see the familiar surroundings of my bedroom in New York. There's the nightstand with the silver analog clock that's set to the wrong time because I haven't changed it since daylight savings about 3 years ago. There's the dresser with several of its drawers open and clothes exploding out of it. There's the ensuite with the door cracked open where I can see the light has been left on. Whoops. Everything is exactly the same as it always is. Except for one thing. There are strong arms wrapped around me from behind, holding me close to a broad chest, and I can feel a stubbled jaw grazing gently over the back of my neck. It's a strange sensation. I don't do sleepovers. Ever. The only person I ever cuddle with is Ellie, and she always insists on me being the big spoon. But as new as this is to me, it also feels so completely right. Because I know who those arms belong to, and if they're wrapped around me right now, it means that everything that happened last night was real and not just some fantasy I cooked up in my head. Still needing absolute confirmation, I adjust my body so I'm facing him, making sure to keep his arms around me because I really like them there. I notice straight away that he's already awake. His eyes are definitely a little droopy, no doubt because we've only had a few hours of sleep. But it looks like he's been awake for a while. "You're awake," I say a little redundantly. Ben smiles softly. "Yep." "And you're still here?" "You thought I wouldn't be?" he asks, and I feel his hand slide slowly from my waist down to palm my ass. I raise an eyebrow at him in lieu of an answer, and he lets out a soft sigh. "Okay, I guess that's fair. But I meant what I said last night." He tilts his head closer to me and brushes his lips over mine. "I love you. I've known that deep down for a long time. I've just been too scared to face it." He kisses me again, this time letting his eyes fall closed and loosing a heavy sigh as he pulls away. "You've always been so much braver than me." I choke out a disbelieving laugh. "Brave? Are you kidding me? If I'd been brave, I wouldn't have taken 15 fucking years to tell you how I really felt. I wouldn't have let my asshole agent shove me into the closet. I wouldn't have lied to you about not remembering." He cuts me off by pressing his lips to mine again, this time with more force, more desperation. I cling tight to his body, throwing my leg over his to draw him even closer as we devour each other's mouths. "You never gave up on us," Ben says as we manage to finally break apart, breathing heavily. "I know we still have a lot of stuff to work out, but I'm promising you, whatever it takes, I'm not giving up anymore either." "Can we work out that stuff later?" I murmur against his neck as my hand slips down to wrap around his hard cock. He lets out a hiss as I slide my hand along his shaft, swiping my thumb gently over the tip. Yep, we can. Definitely," he stutters out before grabbing me and flipping me onto my back. Oh, I could definitely get used to mornings like these. When I wake the next time, my ass throbbing in the absolute best possible way, the space in the bed beside me is empty. I can hear the shower running, though, so I know Ben hasn't gone far, although I am a little disappointed he didn't wake me so I could join him in there. Judging by the change in light coming through the gap in the drapes at my bedroom window, I'm guessing it's been a few hours since our early morning romp. I reach over to my nightstand for my phone so I can check the exact time, but then I remember I left it in the pocket of my jeans, which are still out in the hallway where Ben and I stripped off last night. I drag myself out of bed and tug on some sweats that I find amongst all the clothes littering the floor. Then I head in search of my phone. I find it exactly where I left it, in the pocket of my jeans, which are near the door. I intended to go straight back to my room to either wait for Ben or join him in the shower, but I hear movement in the kitchen and figure Ellie's up, so I decide to head in that direction instead. As soon as she spots me, she flashes a knowing smirk. So I guess someone had some fun last night, she says, before adding under her breath, and this morning? What makes you say that? Well, the clothes by the door were a big clue, as were all the sex noises coming from your bedroom. Also, there's the fact you two were sucking face in front of everyone at karaoke. Oh, fuck. With all the sex and declarations and everything, I'd kind of forgotten about the serenading and the kiss in front of everyone. I'd basically declared my love for Ben in front of my whole family, none of whom had any idea about our history. Ignoring Ellie's teasing grin, I unlock my phone and, sure enough, there's a ton of WhatsApp notifications telling me our family's chat's been pretty active this morning. Finn Kelly: okay, can we please talk about what happened last night? Did anyone know about this? Shay Kelly reply to Finn Kelly: that Aiden can't sing for shit? Yeah, I knew that. Finn Kelly reply to Shay Kelly: middle finger emoji. Connor Kelly reply to Finn Kelly: I knew. Stuck out tongue emoji. Kate Kelly reply to Connor Kelly: you knew? Connor Kelly reply to Kate Kelly: Josh told me. Swore me to secrecy. I feel a spark of admiration for my little brother. He never even let on to me that he knew about this, and I can't blame Josh for telling him. They're engaged, after all. It would be inappropriate to expect him to keep a secret from his fiancée. Kate Kelly reply to Connor Kelly: how long have you known? Connor Kelly reply to Kate Kelly: couple months. Finn Kelly reply to Connor Kelly: how long have they been together? Connor Kelly reply to Finn Kelly: like 10 years, on and off. Finn Kelly: what? Kate Kelly: what? Brendan Kelly: 10 years? Are you shitting me right now? I chuckle as I decide to throw something out there to screw with all of them. Aiden Kelly: actually, it's 11. Deck's going away party before he left for college. Brendan Kelly reply to Aiden Kelly: 11 years? Are you shitting me right now? Eileen Kelly: what's going on? Brendan, stop swearing. Brendan Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: your son has been lying to us all for 11 years. Eileen Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly: I have 8 sons, Brendan. Can you be more specific? Brendan Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: Aiden, he's been with Ben all this time. Eileen Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly: with Ben how? Brendan Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: what do you mean how? How do you think? They're together. He serenaded Ben at karaoke last night. Eileen Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly: but Aiden can't sing to save himself. I shake my head in amusement. Trust my mother to focus on that detail. Brendan Kelly: eye roll emoji. Alana Martin Kelly: I feel like we're missing a big piece of the puzzle here. How have they been together this whole time, with Ben living in Texas and Aiden traveling all around the world? Declan Kelly: there's also the fact Ben had a boyfriend until a few months ago. My fingers burn to correct him on that because he's making it sound like Ben was with someone else for the whole past 11 years. I shake it off, though, and remind myself this is Deck and he doesn't mean anything by it. He's probably just confused like everyone else. Probably even more so, seeing as how he's so close to both of us, and yet we've kept this from him. Eileen Kelly: I don't understand. Is Aiden pan, or is he gay? Shay Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: he's a homo-romantic pansexual. Eileen Kelly replied to Shay Kelly: I don't understand what that means. Finn Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: it means he'll have sex with anyone on 2 legs, but will only get romantic feelings for men. I roll my eyes at the explanation. Way to make me sound like a sex addict, brother. Eileen Kelly replied to Finn Kelly: TMI, Finn, TMI. Finn Kelly replied to Eileen Kelly: you asked. Brendan Kelly replied to Finn Kelly: what if someone lost their legs in like an explosion or something? Would Aiden not want to have sex with them? Finn Kelly replied to Brendan Kelly: that's not what I meant, and you know it. Stop being a dick. Eileen Kelly replied to Finn Kelly: Finn, don't call your brother the D word.
Alana Martin Kelly, can we get back to the more important issue, please? Kate Kelly, did anyone manage to record Aiden's song last night? It would totally go viral. I decide to close out the chat for now and leave my siblings to their speculation. I'll deal with the fallout with my family later. First, Ben and I have some stuff to work out. Chapter 24. Ben. When I'm done with my shower, I see that Aiden's no longer asleep in bed where I left him. I've been so tempted to wake him and have him join me, but he looked so peaceful I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was probably for the best, though. I needed that time on my own to think a few things through. I don't regret what happened last night, or this morning, and I meant every single word I said. I'm in this. I'm not running anymore. But as far as I can see, there's only one option ahead of us, and it involves me doing something I swore I'd never do again. But it's different this time. When I uprooted my life to be with Noel, it wasn't about him. It was about escape. It was about me trying to convince myself of something that wasn't true. But now, I wouldn't be giving up my home because Aiden is home. I head out of the bedroom, briefly hesitating in the hallway when I catch the familiar sound of Ellie's laugh. I consider slipping into my room for some clothes rather than going out into the kitchen in just a towel, but then I remember the only clothes I have here are the suit pants and shirt I left by the door last night because I packed up everything else last week when I ran away, scared yet again. I push aside the regret and move into the living area. The sight of Aiden sitting at the counter, joking with Ellie, sends a jolt to my heart. He looks more relaxed than I think I've ever seen him. And when he turns to see me watching him, he offers a smile that lights up his entire face. I move toward him like we're magnetized, stopping between his parted legs and placing a soft kiss to his temple. Good morning. He grins at me. You already made it a very good morning. Yeah, pretty sure they heard about your very good morning over in Jersey, Ellie teases. I chuckle. Okay, so this morning may not have been the same quiet, gentle lovemaking from last night, but in my defense, I had no idea Ellie was home. Although I doubt knowing would have made much of a difference, if I'm being honest. Just the memory of the way I'd taken Aiden hard and rough this morning has my cock stiffening, and I move closer to him in an effort to hide my erection from Ellie, because God knows the towel wrapped around my waist won't do anything to disguise it. Aiden doesn't exactly play along, though. Instead, he reaches for me, rubbing his hand over the outside of my towel and causing me to grow even harder. I let out a harsh groan and dig my hands into his waist. I should definitely move away. This is so not something we should be doing in front of a witness. But when Aiden's mouth finds mine, I'm completely helpless. I kiss him back hungrily and find myself rutting into his hand, seeking more of his touch. Oh God, I'm going to have to get used to this, aren't I? Ellie says. You have 10 seconds to make yourself scarce before I drop to the floor and start sucking Ben off. Aiden tells her, I actually wouldn't mind seeing that. Get out, he growls, prompting Ellie to toss her head back and let out a peal of laughter. Okay, fine. She grabs her purse from the counter and starts moving toward the hallway. I think I'll go see Finn so we can have some sex, she announces. I won't be home for a long time. He has a lot of stamina. Fucking hell, Aiden mutters, although I have the distinct impression Ellie is just messing with him. As soon as we hear the apartment door close, Aiden does exactly what he promised. He drops to his knees, tugs my towel free, and wraps his hand around my straining cock. His eyes are glued to mine as he closes his hot, wet mouth over me, and that's how they stay as he licks and sucks and swallows me down. They're full of so much love and trust and appreciation and desire. I couldn't look away if I wanted to. Okay, I think it's time we stop having sex and actually talk, I suggest. We're not having sex, he points out. We're watching David Attenborough. This is true.
We're splayed on Aiden's sectional, me with my feet up, while Aiden rests his head in my lap. Yeah, but every time I say the words, I've been thinking we somehow end up getting sidetracked. He shifts onto his stomach and pins me with an innocent look. You make it sound like I'm the one doing the sidetracking. Need I remind you about the fucking me on the table incident? It was an hour ago. My memory's pretty fresh. Probably a little too fresh, if the way my cock's perking up right now is any indication. I'm wearing a pair of Aiden's basketball shorts, which are, of course, a tad snug, so it's not surprising he notices my growing erection. I see the way his tongue swipes over his lips, and I quickly move to grab a throw pillow and hold it across my lap. Don't even think about it. Aiden flops his head onto the pillow, glancing up at me with entreating eyes. What about just a little lick? I shake my head, but I'm finding it hard to keep the smile from my face. Nope. A touch? You'll barely even feel it. I bite my lip to hold in my laughter before running my fingers gently through his sandy hair. Come on, baby. We need to talk. Fine, he grumbles. I've been thinking about what you said. About this being home, I tell him, gesturing between the two of us, and it's true for me too. My home is wherever you are. So if that's New York or LA or some other country or wherever, I want to be there with you. He offers me a soft smile. Actually, I'm going to be living in Austin for the foreseeable future. I blink at him a few times, completely stunned. But I also can't help feeling apprehensive. The words sound amazing, but I don't want him making big life decisions for me. He'll just end up resenting me for it later. I shake my head slowly. You can't do that. You can't just uproot your life just to be with me. He arches an eyebrow at me. Weren't you just offering to do the same for me? That's different. You're living out this incredible dream right now. You have all these fans and you're winning awards, and you can't just give all that up. Just for me. He sits up, moving in close to me and reaching out to brush his thumb over my jaw. I would give it all up, just for you. But I'm not. It just happens to be very convenient timing, and Austin happens to be very conveniently located more or less in the middle of the country. My brows shoot up. It's like 4 hours' drive from the Mexican border. He merely shrugs. It's on Central Time. It counts. Okay. Why do you need a central location? He offers me a bright grin. Ellie and I are putting together a new show. She wants to call it Queer America, but I'm still not sold on how catchy that is. Basically, we'll be traveling all around the country and visiting businesses and events that are run by queer people or cater to queer people or embrace queer people and culture. Baby, that's amazing. I can't keep the giant grin off my face. It seriously sounds like an amazing show that'll be able to do a lot of good for LGBT businesses and tourism, and I love seeing Aiden this animated and passionate. And the best part is, because Austin's only a few hours' flight from a lot of places, I'll probably only have to do day trips for most of the on-location stuff. And if we need to do overnights, we could always schedule it on a weekend so you could come too. I lean down to press a kiss to his temple. That sounds awesome. A thought occurs to me, though, and I have to ask, how are you doing all this? Is your agent okay with it? He offers me a wry smirk. Yeah, you kind of miss a lot when you take off without a word and then don't answer my calls. Sorry, I say sheepishly. Aiden merely chuckles. Shay has a friend who used to be an entertainment lawyer in L.A., he says. He works here now as a crisis manager, whatever that is, but he was still able to help me and Ellie get out of our contracts with the production company and help me get away from my agent. We both had to give up a fair chunk of change to make it happen, but it was worth it. I stare at him, completely dumbfounded. He looks so happy, but at the same time, I can't get rid of this little niggling feeling in my chest. God, Aiden, please tell me you didn't do all this for me. He shakes his head, letting out a soft sigh. This is why I was reluctant to get into this now.
I knew you'd freak out and make a big thing about it. I'm not freaking out, I assure him. I'm just
overanalyzing it,
he asks with a quirked brow. I shrug. Maybe a little. He wraps his hands around my face, leaning in to brush his lips against mine.
I'm not going to lie and say you weren't a factor in this, but you were only part of it. The truth is, I've wanted out for a long time. Both of us have. I don't want to work with these kinds of people anymore, and honestly, as much as I love traveling and seeing new places and meeting new people, I'm so fucking tired.
So, you and Ellie are on your own now? He nods.
Yep. And it feels amazing. I don't know if we'll ever have the kind of success with this new show that Extreme Trekkers had, but at least we'll be able to be ourselves.
He pauses for a long moment before saying quietly,
You were right, you know. Back then. You warned me not to sign with that asshole. I should have listened.
I graze my hand over his cheek, ducking my head to press a kiss to his temple. I never told you this, but I am so fucking proud of you. Don't ever let anything make you regret all the things you've achieved. Chapter 25.
Aiden.
Did you really think you'd be able to get away with it?
Alana demands, as if she's a detective interrogating a suspect.
Lying to us for all this time?
I share a glance with Ben. Yeah. Kind of. You only know because we told you.
You mean we let you tell us?
Kate says, hands placed firmly on her hips. Several confused gazes turn in her direction, and she throws up her hands in surrender.
Okay, fine. That sounded better in my head.
It's been a couple of weeks since I declared my love for Ben through song in front of all my siblings, but this is the first time we've come face to face with them and given them the opportunity to ask all their questions. Let's just say we've had a few other things on our mind over the past few weeks. Like flying back and forth to Austin while we look for a place and Ben interviews for jobs, and me and Ellie getting started with the groundwork for our new show. And of course, there's been a lot of lost time for me and Ben to catch up on. A lot of lost time. But we couldn't really put this off any longer. And when Blake and Owen announced they'd be hosting a family get-together at their brownstone in the village, I knew if we didn't get there on our own, one of my siblings would come over and drag us there by force. Okay, are we done now? Can we move on to something else? I ask.
Oh, we aren't even close to done, buddy, Shay says, an evil smirk curving his lips.
You might want to get comfortable because this is going to take a while. Shaking my head in exasperation, I decide to follow his advice and move from where I'm sitting on the arm of the sofa, settling into Ben's lap. He immediately wraps his strong arms around me, pulling me with him as he settles back farther against the couch.
Oh God, they're just so coupley, Melinda comments.
That's generally how it works, I say with an eye roll. She lets out a little bark of laughter.
Talk to me after 15 years and 3 kids.
Love you too, babe, Liam says dryly to his wife. I cast my gaze over my gathered siblings and their partners, most of whom are standing in front of us, clearly prepared for the coming interrogation, but some are lazing on the other sofas. As they all start spouting off questions, one after the other in rapid succession, my brain nears the point of explosion as I barely manage to keep track of who's talking.
Who made the first move?
Alana.
How many times have you hooked up?
Liam.
Have you just secretly been dating this whole time?
Jamie. Are you also a government spy? Is that why you have to travel so much?
Brendan. Why didn't you just tell us?
Kate.
Are you going to get married now?
Alana. Are you even really our brother?
Brendan.
Finally, I hold up my hands to cut them all off. Okay, seriously? Just stop. No, we haven't been dating this whole time, and no, I'm not a government spy, dumbass, I say, shooting Brendan an exasperated look. I think the answer to the rest is, I can't remember. You can't remember if you're our brother?
Brendan asks, his brows arched. Okay, you're being a dick. You're not allowed to talk for the next half hour, I tell him. Wade chuckles. Good luck making that happen. I only know one way to get him to stop talking, and I'm not prepared to try it in front of all you guys.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for that visual, Jamie says from his perch on Shay's lap. Can you at least tell us if this is, like, the real thing? Alana asks. Are you guys in love and all that?
It's definitely real, I tell her. Looking down at Ben, I say, I love him more than anything. He offers a soft smile before lifting his chin up to brush his lips over mine.
I love you too.
There's a chorus of awes, which turns into mutterings of things like, oh, fucking hell, seriously, and get a room when our chaste kiss turns into a mini makeout session. Once we break apart, I turn my attention back to my family, seeing them all shaking their heads in exasperation. What do we miss? Declan asks as he and Heath enter the sitting room, hand in hand.
Where the hell have you two been? Kate demands. You missed the whole interrogation.
Oh, we were just checking out the house, he says, his red cheeks giving him away.
Oh, God, you guys had sex in our bathroom, didn't you?
Blake says with a groan. Heath shrugs. I was curious about what the second soap dispenser was for. Blake, you can't just keep lube right there on the sink and not expect your guests to use it.
We can expect our guests not to get naked in our house, Owen says.
Well, technically, we didn't get naked, Dex says with a grin. I feel a soft brush of lips just behind my ear, and then Ben's sexy voice asking, Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I nod, uh-huh. Offering Heath a grin, I ask, So which floor is this bathroom on? It's about 7 p.m. on a Thursday night, and I've finally managed to make my way home after a long day of strategizing and planning with Ellie. We've spent the last 2 weeks since our official move to Austin working out the format of our new show and scouting locations. We've also managed to get a few sponsors on board, so a lot of our expenses will be covered, although it'll probably be a while before we actually make a profit from this venture, if ever. The plan is to shop the first few episodes around in the hopes it'll get picked up, but if not, we're happy to just stream it online. I'm just stepping through the door of the apartment I'm sharing with Ben when I'm attacked by a guy in a ski mask. He covers my mouth with his hand so I can't call out, before pulling me to the ground, face down, and straddling me from behind in a way that seems oddly familiar.
The more you struggle, the worse it'll be,
he says in a sexy voice I'd know anywhere. And as the initial panic ebbs, I realize his scent is one I know all too well also. A mix of honey and sandalwood that is all completely Ben. I grin against the carpeted floor, my cock growing hard as the knowledge hits me that my boyfriend has decided to get a little kinky tonight and play out one of my fantasies. Fuck, I love this guy. What do you want? I ask, playing the role of the victim. Money?
Information.
I won't tell you anything.
I think you will. I think once I'm done with you, you'll be singing like a canary.
Singing like a canary? Do people still say that? He fists my hair, giving it a little yank.
You're a bit of a smartass, aren't you? Maybe I should gag you to shut you up.
I thought you wanted me to talk, I point out.
Fucking hell,
he murmurs under his breath, but instead of reprimanding me, he grinds his hard cock against my ass, prompting me to let out a harsh groan.
Are you going to tell me what I want to know? Or are we going to do this the hard way?
He growls into my ear. I don't point out he hasn't actually told me what he wants to know yet, because that's completely irrelevant to this role play. I won't tell you anything.
So be it.
He takes a moment to unfasten my jeans and tug them down past my ass, leaving my cheeks bare and my cock pressed against the carpet. Then I feel slicked up fingers pushing into my hole and making quick work of prepping me.
You can stop this. Just tell me what I need to know.
Yeah, like I'd ever stop him from fucking me. He takes a rough grip of my hands, which are pinned behind my back, and digs the fingers of his other hand back into my hair, pushing my face firmly into the carpet as he fucks into my body, hard and deep. I let out a strangled groan at the pleasure-pain sensation that always comes from being taken so roughly and with so little prep, but soon enough, it's only pleasure, with Ben's rough grip of my body only serving to intensify the feeling. I love all the sex we have, but there's something extra special about this. It's something about the way I can just give up all my power and know without a shadow of a doubt I'm safe in Ben's hands. It's heady and intoxicating and just so fucking hot. Tell me what I want to know, he demands. Tell me, and this all stops. Like that's an incentive. Never! As he changes the angle, I can't hold back a loud groan, and it prompts Ben to yank my head back and growl into my ear. Jesus, are you actually enjoying this, you little bitch? Fucking hell, he's so goddamn sexy in this character. Those words, combined with the brush of his cock over my prostate, pull another strangled groan from my lips, and the next thing I know, Ben's pulling out of me and flipping me onto my back. He's only gone for a second before he thrusts back into my body, flinging my legs over his shoulders and fucking deep inside of me. I'm not sure what it says about me exactly, but the sight of his big body looming over me, all dressed in black with that ski mask covering his face, is one of the sexiest things I've ever encountered. His sapphire eyes are of course still visible through the mask, and they're locked on me with a fierce intensity that has every nerve in my body zapping and crackling. I barely even have time to register it as my climax shoots through me, unexpected and overwhelming. I arch up off the floor, my fingers digging in hard to the carpet where I'm being restrained by Ben's iron grip as jets of cum spill out of me and onto the hoodie I'm still wearing. Ben follows immediately after, his entire body tensing up as hot cum fills my ass. He's still for a moment before collapsing on top of me, finally loosening his grip of my wrists so I can wrap my arms around him. Told you I wouldn't talk. He chuckles. I knew you wouldn't. I didn't even have a question prepared. The ski mask was a nice touch, by the way, I tell him, lifting the mask until it's bunched up around his forehead. Maybe next time you should have a gun. No fucking way am I using a gun, he says. Not a real one, obviously, a toy one. Ben shakes his head. Not even a toy one. Sorry, baby. Not happening. I can't help pouting in disappointment. What about a water pistol that shoots chocolate syrup or something? He considers it for a moment before letting out a sigh. Possibly. I lean over and claim his lips for a slow, languid kiss. Maybe we should work up a prison scene, I suggest. I liked it when you called me bitch. He offers a broad grin before kissing me again. Things are never going to be boring with you. That's for sure. Epilogue. Ben. It's a Saturday morning in mid-December, and I'm grinning the second I step through the front door of our apartment because I can hear Elvis Presley's Burning Love coming from the direction of the kitchen, and I know exactly what I'm going to find once I get there. Sure enough, Aiden is prancing around in nothing but a pair of tight black boxer briefs, channeling the ghost of Elvis as he dances to the song, or at least I think he's trying to. He doesn't really have the same moves as the king, but A for effort. I lean back against the wall, my arms folded across my chest as I watch his performance, loving the fact he doesn't stop goofing around even though he knows I'm here. As the song ends, he turns the volume down on the speaker and stalks over to me, his mouth curved into a sexy grin. Just in time. Breakfast is nearly ready. I reach out and tug him toward me, no doubt getting my sweaty grossness from my run all over him, but he doesn't seem to care. No rapping today? Oh, there was rapping. You missed an awesome rendition of Without Me. Damn, I say, my face screwed up in a wince. I'm teasing him, but in reality I am a little disappointed because that would have been hilarious.
I give him a quick kiss and then let him go so he can get the food from the oven. One thing I can say about living with Aiden is that my horizons have well and truly been expanded when it comes to food. He's always making dishes he first tasted in one country or another, and they're always delicious. This morning is no exception, and I feel my mouth starting to water as I am presented with some kind of baked egg dish and vegetables and beans that smell absolutely incredible. "What time did you want to leave today?" I ask once my plate is scraped clean. "The ranch is a good hour away, so we should probably get going by midday." I still feel a bit weird about going to a wedding I haven't been invited to, I say as I collect our plates and carry them to the sink. "You have been invited." "No, you and your crew were invited so you could do the show," I clarify. "And I'm inviting you as my guest," he says eagerly, as if he's just scored the winning point. I merely shake my head in exasperation. This has been a topic of debate for weeks now, ever since Aiden and Ellie got permission to film part of their show at a double wedding being held at a ranch not far from Austin that's owned and run by a gay couple and specializes in holding LGBT events, particularly weddings. As I wash the dishes in the sink, I feel Aiden's arms wrap around me from behind, and he rests his head against my shoulder. I'm expecting him to say something warm and reassuring, but instead he comes out with, "You really need a shower, babe. You stink." Unicorn Ranch, where this wedding is being held, really is a beautiful place, and I can see why Aiden and Ellie have chosen to feature it on their show. Their show, which they did end up calling Queermerica, was recently picked up by Netflix and will have an 8-episode season dropping at some point next summer. So at the moment, it feels like it's a bit of a mad scramble to get everything done in time. The great thing is that Aiden and Ellie are the ones running things and doing so on their own terms. They're of course thrilled to have been picked up by a major distribution platform, but I know neither of them would hesitate to cut ties if it were necessary to keep themselves in the driver's seat. The wedding today is a double one. There's a gay couple and a lesbian couple, all exchanging vows in the same ceremony, which is being held in a beautiful old barn that's obviously been converted for this very purpose. I'll admit, this is a nice occasion to witness, but I still feel a little weird about sitting amongst the crowd of friends and family when I've never met any of the brides or grooms before. "One of the brides has been best friends with one of the grooms since they were kids," Aiden whispers from the seat next to me, "so they all decided to share the day." "Is that why you chose today to film the show?" I ask him. "Because of the unique story?" He shrugs. "Partly. We wanted to show the ranch and the events they do here. When we heard about the double wedding, it just seemed like too special a story not to tell." I thread my fingers through his and lift our clasped hands to my lips, kissing his knuckles. "I love you," I say softly. "I am so proud of you." After the ceremony, I'm amazed at how efficiently the event staff are able to convert the barn into a reception hall, complete with a bar and a dance floor and little tables set off to the side. It's almost like someone's just waved a wand and changed the room around. Fortunately, Aiden doesn't have to do any on-camera work at the actual wedding. He did a little before the ceremony, with a couple of interviews and a casual walk around the ranch while the staff were setting things up, but now it's just down to the two-man crew to discreetly shoot some footage to be cut together with the segment. In reality, they'll probably only use about 20 seconds of footage from the reception, but at least they'll have a lot of material to choose from. "I have a confession to make," Aiden says, smiling up at me. "Oh yeah? What's that?" I grip his waist a little tighter and pull him closer toward me as we continue to slow dance. "I had an ulterior motive for inviting you here. Well, 2 ulterior motives, if I'm being really honest." I let out a breath of wry laughter. "And what were those?" "Well, first of all, I wanted to dance with you, seeing as how we didn't get a chance to at the last wedding we were at." He arches an accusatory brow to ram the point home, and it definitely works to flare up some guilt. I was an idiot for not wanting to dance with him at Declan and Heath's wedding.
Uh-huh. And what's the other? I ask warily. I wanted you to see this place at its best, so you might consider it for when we get married. My stomach flips over at his words, and my heart swells up like a balloon. I don't let that show, however, instead offering a teasing smile and saying, "You're very sure of yourself."
"I'm sure of us,"
he says, his expression making it clear he's not going to be diverted by my teasing. "I've loved you since the first day I met you, and I know without a doubt I'll love you until the day I die." His hands move from my shoulders to link around my neck, his thumbs rubbing against the hair at my nape in that way that sends tingles all over me. "I want you to marry me, Benjamin Ryland. Tell me you'll let me." "Let you?" I duck my head so I can press a gentle kiss to his lips. Nothing would make me happier than being your husband. He offers a broad grin, tugging my head down so he can claim my lips with a fierce kiss that leaves me breathless. The song ends, and we make our way off the dance floor, settling into a couple of seats at one of the tables to the side of the room. "What do you think about September?" Aiden asks. "In general? Or for the wedding?" He lets out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. "Your jokes are as bad as Brendan's." "Ouch! That's a bit harsh," I say, clutching a hand to my chest as if he's just shot me. He merely rolls his eyes. "Obviously, I meant for the wedding. I was thinking we could go to Germany for the honeymoon. It'd be the right time for Oktoberfest." My face stretches into a broad grin, and I bring my hands up to wrap around his face. "God, I love you." And then I draw him toward me so I can kiss the life out of him. My fiancé.
Another epilogue. Aiden. It's January, which means it's time for the newest baby Kelly to arrive. Ordinarily, the birth of a new baby would see our entire family descending on the hospital, or at the very least, congregating in someone's house, waiting to meet the new arrival, like we did for Brendan and Wade's baby girl, Aria, a few weeks ago. But in a surprise move, Heath and Deck have asked us all specifically not to do either of those things, citing that they don't want to overwhelm Melissa, their surrogate, with all our Kelliness. So instead of flying back over to New York, Ben and I are home in Austin, where it's a mild 60 degrees outside. Considering some of our other siblings are scattered about the place as well. Shay and Jamie are visiting Jamie's family in London. Blake and Owen are at their house in the Hamptons, and Finn's at his school in Connecticut. Deck suggested we should all get together for a Zoom meeting to meet his and Heath's new baby son, who was born yesterday. "Babe, it's about to start," I call out to Ben as I take up a position on the sofa and switch on the TV. I flick through the options until I get to the HDMI input and see my laptop screen come up on the TV. As I'm hunching over to bring up Zoom on my laptop and key in the info for the meeting, Ben joins me from the kitchen. I glance up to see he has a bowl of popcorn in his hand. At my arched eyebrow, he merely shrugs. "What? You don't think this is going to be entertaining?" I chuckle and finish logging into the meeting, arranging the laptop on the coffee table so everyone will be able to see us clearly through the webcam, even while we relax back on the sofa and watch the meeting unfold on the larger TV screen. I grab a handful of the buttery popcorn and start eating. Yeah, Ben's right. This is going to be entertaining. "Oh, I thought you were Declan and Heath," Mom says once Ben and I log into the meeting. And if she's attempting to hide her disappointment, she's failing miserably. I roll my eyes. "Gee, thanks. Nice to see you too, Mom." Apart from Mom and there are 4 other windows already up on the screen. Shay and Jamie, Owen and Blake, Liam and Melinda, and what looks to be Connor's place, where Kate and Jeremy have joined Connor and Josh. "Why would you think it was Declan?" Liam asks Mom. "It said Aiden Kelly just before the video linked up." "Well, I thought it said Declan Kelly," Mom says irritably. "Here you go,"
Da says in his gentle voice, reaching over to somewhere outside the view of the webcam and retrieving Mom's glasses, handing them to her.
Oh, thank you, dear. Seriously, where are they?
Kate grumbles, no doubt referring to Declan and Heath.
They said 7 p.m.
It's like 5 past, Jeremy says reasonably. Give them a break. They're probably exhausted and a little overwhelmed.
Exhausted?
Kate demands.
What the hell from? It's not like they had to push the kid out of their vagina without drugs.
Amen, sister, Melinda says, lifting her glass of what I'm assuming is Chardonnay to salute. Liam turns to her. What are you talking about? You were high as a kite when you had R3. It couldn't have been that hard. Melinda narrows her eyes at him. I will cut off your balls and choke you with them if you ever say something like that to me again. I can't help letting out a burst of laughter and almost choke on a piece of popcorn in the process. The problem is, I wouldn't put it past Melinda to actually follow through on that threat. More video windows pop up with more of my siblings and their partners, until eventually we're just waiting for Finn and Declan and Heath. I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket and pull it out to check the message. On the TV screen, I see my mom and siblings do the same. Declan Kelly. Sorry guys, we'll be about 15 minutes. There's a collective groan before Alana suggests, well, we could just use the time to actually talk to each other. What's been happening with everyone? Arya smiled today, Brendan says proudly. It was wind, Wade clarifies. Andy, don't take this away from me, Brendan says to his boyfriend.
Why can't I see everyone?
Bridie asks, her brow furrowed in frustration as her finger swipes furiously at the screen.
This is so annoying. Hey, where's Finn? Kate asks. Isn't he supposed to be here?
Yeah. I think he's planning to avoid any webcam-based technology for a little while, Shay says, barely managing to contain his grin. You know, just in case. What, in case he makes another accidental sex tape? Liam says through a sniggering laugh. Yeah, pretty much, Shay confirms. Hey, Aiden, Ben, you guys made any wedding plans yet? Blake asks, and I have a feeling he's deliberately steering the conversation away from sex tape gate, as it's come to be called in our family. I'm not sure whether it's out of respect for Finn, who's not here to defend himself, or my mom, who probably doesn't need to hear the details about her son's sexcapades going viral, or simply because Blake's just a nice guy. But I decide to help him out. I glance at Ben, and he gives me a nod of encouragement, so I turn back to my family, smiling brightly. Actually, we've set a date. It'll be this September. And it'll be here in Austin, Ben adds. Texas? Mom demands, as if we'd be talking about another Austin. But how am I supposed to help with everything if it's in Texas? I decide not to tell her part of the reason we're having it here is because we don't want her taking over like she did with Declan and Heath's wedding. It's going to be really small, I say instead. We're having it at the ranch where we got engaged, and they do basically everything there. It'll just be family and a few friends. I smile as I remember how Ben's niece, Katie, got all disappointed when she found out Unicorn Ranch doesn't actually have any unicorns on it. That's something we'll have to somehow rectify by the time the wedding comes around. Mom still looks disappointed, but she nods. Okay, if that's what you boys want. Just send me some details for nice accommodation nearby so I can tell the Irish cousins. I shake my head adamantly. No, Mom, no Irish cousins. We want this to be small. She lets out a heavy sigh. Very well. I feel Ben's arm curve around my waist, and then the soft tickle of his breath as he whispers in my ear, You know it's going to end up being huge, right? I turn my head so I can look into those gorgeous eyes. Yeah, well, it's still worth a shot, I say with a soft smile, before pressing my lips to his. Oh, God, get a room, Brendan shouts. There's a chorus of chuckles that quickly turns into excited murmurings as a new window pops up, declaring Heath Kelly is about to join the meeting. The video connects, and there are Heath and Dec curled up together on their sofa, Declan cradling a tiny bundle of white blankets. "It's about time," Kate growls. Declan lets out a soft laugh. "Sorry, it took a little longer to bathe him than we'd anticipated. We ended up nearly flooding the kitchen." We already knew the baby was a boy from the message we all got as soon as he was born yesterday. But so far, they've been holding out on the name. Luckily, we don't have to wait much longer, though. "Everyone, this is Kaplan," Dec says proudly, smiling down at the infant son in his arms. The highlighter moves to Connor and Josh's window as Connor says, "Kaplan? That's not a name." "Of course it's a name," Heath shoots back, darting a glare to where I'm assuming Connor is showing up on his own screen. "It's a great name." "If it's so great, why'd you drop it as your surname when you married Dec?" Liam asks. "I took the bullet for Dec," Heath says, clutching his heart dramatically. "Declan Kaplan Kelly is a bit of a mouthful." Well, he has a point there. "What were you going to call him if he'd been a girl?" Alana asks. "Kaplina," Heath says with a bright grin. Dec shakes his head slowly. "It was never going to be Kaplina." Heath turns to my brother. "That's not what you agreed to last week." "You were edging me. I would have agreed to anything." Heath shrugs. "Still counts." I hear Ben murmuring in my ear again as he asks Riley, "Are you not at all concerned Heath's now in charge of a child?" I nod, exceptionally concerned. "Bring him closer to the screen so we can see him properly," Mom says. Heath smiles brightly. "With pleasure. And I'm sorry to say it, Bren and Wade, Arya might have won the race to be born first, but she's got nothing on Cap in the way of cuteness." I see a whole bunch of eyes rolling and heads shaking in exasperation as Heath's competitive instinct rears its ugly head. For the record, the only person who cared about this so-called race to be born was Heath. Ceding to my mom's request, Declan unwraps the little bundle and removes the white hat before carefully holding him up so we can all get a good look at him in his little white and blue onesie. There's an awkward, drawn-out pause, no doubt, while everyone tries to think of a polite way to inquire as to whether Dec or Heath might have accidentally dropped the baby at some point during their kitchen flooding bath time woes, because right now, the kid kind of looks like a prize fighter. "Calm down, everyone," Bridie says, her voice tinged with exasperation. "It's from the vacuum." Okay, now I'm having images of Heath or Dec hoovering their baby. What?" Connor asks, voicing what we're all, no doubt, thinking. "Sometimes a baby needs help getting out, so they'll use suction," Bridie says. "The mark will fade in a week or two." "How do you know all this?" Brendan asks. She shrugs. "They had to use the vacuum for Aaron. Heath and Dec, if you just keep his head covered, no one will even see it." "Why would we care who sees it?" Heath demands. "There's nothing wrong with him." I feel a burst of affection for my brother-in-law at that. He might be completely ridiculous about 99% of the time, but he's already a pretty awesome dad. As everyone chatters and fusses over the baby, I cuddle closer to Ben. Just watching my family, well, everyone except Finn, at least. It's weird to think that less than 2 years ago, most of us were still single, and now there's only one left standing. But judging by recent events, who knows if that'll be the case for much longer. The end. This has been Can't Get You Out of My Bed, Love and Luck, Book 6. Written by Isla Olson. Narrated by Michael Dean. Copyright 2020 by Isla Olson. Production copyright by Isla Olson.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.